Few topics in psychology are as hotly debated or have as controversial a history as intelligence. The question of whether intelligence depends on biological or educational factors took a dark turn in the history of intelligence research. Many view intelligence as the human trait most directly related to success, so the stakes are high when psychologists set out to determine just how much control we have over our own intellectual development. Studies of intelligence have historically been used to justify discrimination, so modern researchers tackling the subject must be careful about research design and data interpretation. In 1994, two American scholars published a best-selling controversial book called The Bell Curve. The book proposes that intelligence is determined in part by genetics and that African Americans and Latinos have genetically lower intelligence than Caucasians and Asian Americans. The authors also argue that since highly intelligent people tend to rise to the top of business and social circles, they're continually separating themselves as a class from less intelligent people. Their findings were rejected by many as a defense of race-based inequality, and as something that could be used to argue against programs designed to help historically underprivileged groups. But how do we decide whether someone is intelligent or not? The Bell Curve relied extensively on standardized intelligence tests, but the accuracy and usefulness of these tests has been questioned since tests like this tend to favor people who are culturally similar to the test's designers. Is it possible to study intelligence in a way that doesn't inherently disadvantage one group or another? Let's begin by attempting to define what intelligence truly is. Most people would agree that humans are smarter than other animals, but beyond that, how can we measure a person's intelligence compared to the rest of the population? Should intelligence be defined by the ability to do well in school, or instead, in terms of common sense street smarts, by the ability to solve problems or to maintain emotional relationships? Are people who read lots of books smarter than people who can quickly pick up new forms of dance? A broad, more inclusive definition of intelligence was proposed by a group of psychologists led by Ulrich Neisser. They said that intelligence is the ability to understand complex ideas, to adapt effectively to the environment, to learn from experience, to engage in various forms of reasoning, and to overcome obstacles by taking thought. According to Neisser and his colleagues, you're smart if you can succeed at a variety of interrelated tasks. The work of psychologist Charles Spearman provides support for this idea. Spearman studied students' grades in various subjects. The statistical method Spearman used compares variability across multiple tasks and is called factor analysis. Through factor analysis, Spearman found that high-performing students tend to do well across all subjects, not just in the subjects that they're especially strong in. So an A student tends to get A's in all subjects, but might earn an A+ in math because she's a math whiz. Based on his findings, Spearman devised a two-factor theory of intelligence. The first factor reflects the ability of the A student to get A's in most subjects. Spearman called it the relatively constant level of mental performance across diverse mental tasks, or general global intelligence, G. Spearman's second factor, meanwhile, varies from task to task. This reflects the A+ in math that the A student gets because she's a math whiz. This type is known as specific intelligence, S, because it describes being smart in a specific way. Most psychologists today believe that some version of general intelligence exists, yet the origins of intelligence, ways it can be measured, and its importance for the success in life are still being questioned. You've learned that human intelligence is not fully understood. We don't know what determines whether a person is smart, or how intelligence might best be measured. Nonetheless, many psychologists believe in the existence of a general intelligence, or a person's ability to think, reason, problem solve, and complete a variety of tasks.
What does it mean to be intelligent? Can intelligence be measured? If so, what's the best way to do it? Psychologists have tried lots of different ways to measure intelligence. The earliest well-known intelligence test was developed by French psychologist Alfred Binet. The French government wanted a way to identify students with learning disabilities, so Binet conducted studies to determine the average performance levels for different school-age groups. You may have heard of an IQ test. You may have even taken one. Binet's research provides the groundwork for this type of test. by outlining the concept of IQ, or intelligence quotient. It's called a quotient because it's calculated by dividing a person's mental age by their chronological age. The mental age is determined by a test, and the chronological age is the test taker's actual age in years. A person who's intelligent, according to these kinds of tests, performs at a higher level compared to others who are at the same chronological age. The average score on an IQ test is 100. In order to avoid dealing with fractions, the test's designers decided to multiply all scores by 100, which makes that the average score. Other similar intelligence tests have been standardized around an average score of 100 as well. IQ equals mental age divided by chronological age times 100. Many developments in intelligence testing occurred in the US, where they were messily intertwined with the American eugenics movement. The term eugenics was coined by an Englishman, Sir Francis Galton. Eugenics quite literally means good genes, and it refers to the goal of improving the genetic makeup of a population by reducing or eliminating allegedly inferior genes. You can probably already see where intelligence testing fits into this. The tests were used to determine who had the inferior genes. Galton and others mistakenly believed that the principles of Darwinian evolution, which affects change over the course of many generations, could be applied to rid the population of what they felt were undesirable human social characteristics. Social Darwinism, as the principle behind eugenics is frequently called, resulted in artificial rather than natural selection for traits deemed most acceptable by high-status Americans. It resulted in unfair treatment of racial minorities who, by the standards of the day, were assumed to represent less evolved forms of humans. Intelligence testing was used to support discriminatory policies made in the pursuit of good genes. As an example, American psychologist Henry Goddard sought to limit the immigration of supposedly inferior people into the U.S. He began testing immigrants at Ellis Island, and in 1917, he reported that as many as 40 to 50% of immigrants were feeble-minded. These results could be explained by the tests favoring Goddard's own culture and language, but eugenicists took it as further evidence of race and intelligence being intertwined. This is still a problem with modern tests, like the SAT, where low scores among certain minority groups are taken as evidence of inferior intelligence rather than as an indication of unequal social and economic opportunity. There have been some attempts to move intelligence testing away from these problematic single-factor measurements. Psychologist David Wexler was dissatisfied with the Binet-based intelligence tests. Wexler did not wholly endorse the notion of general intelligence. Instead of trying to measure a single quantity, he created tests that were divided into two main areas: verbal-based questions and nonverbal tasks, like pattern recognition, each of which are further subdivided. Wexler's tests are scored differently than Binet's, though the average score is still 100. To summarize, the history of intelligence testing, at least in the United States, has both provided a way to measure capabilities and led to troubling assumptions about differences in intelligence between ethnic groups. Psychologist David Wexler developed new types of intelligence tests that measured not only mental abilities, but also a variety of abilities necessary to succeed in life, including personality and emotional traits. Wexler also argued that a person's circumstances, such as educational and socioeconomic factors, should be kept in mind when evaluating intelligence.
Alfred Binet wasn't like other psychologists. At the beginning of the 20th century, most psychologists spent their time studying people who were different from the norm. They were interested in what made people act, feel, or think in unusual ways. But Binet was interested in what was normal. How do people even begin to define normal? Specifically, Binet wanted to know about mental capacity. What made some people smart, others normal, and others, well, not the sharpest tool in the shed? Binet realized that some people were seen as smart because they could quote Shakespeare or understand the laws of physics. But he also realized that, at least in part, these skills were a result of a person's education. Is there a way to measure how smart a person is regardless of their education? He wondered. In order to test how smart a normal person was, and to help French officials figure out which students were in danger of falling behind in school, Binet developed a test that asked children to perform logical tasks. They might be asked to put things in order or identify a pattern. Whether the child had gone to the most exclusive prep school or not to any school at all, Binet believed that the child would perform the same on his test. What Binet was measuring was the potential of children. That is, his test was designed to measure how well a child might do in school or in the workforce based on their innate ability. This innate ability is called intelligence quotient, or IQ for short. IQ is reported as a number on a scale. 100 is average for a person's age. For example, if an 8-year-old has an IQ of 100, it means that he is able to do the tasks on Binet's test that most 8-year-olds can do. If, however, his IQ is 110, he is above average for his age. In theory, a person's IQ stays the same throughout his or her life. This is because there are different tests for different ages. An 8-year-old taking an IQ test will be scored according to the average 8-year-old. When that child is 10 years old, though, if he gets the same questions right and wrong, he'll be scored lower because a child of 10 is expected to be more proficient than an 8-year-old. In other words, the IQ scale changes at different ages, but 100 is always the average score for people your age. In the middle of the 20th century, psychologist Louis Terman of Stanford University adapted Binet's IQ test to be used in America. The result was the Stanford-Binet Intelligence Test, which is an IQ test that is still widely used today. Like Binet's original French test, the Stanford-Binet asks the test taker to solve mental puzzles that are designed to compute their IQ, with 100 representing the average intelligence of any given age. Despite the success of Binet's tests, psychologist David Wechsler didn't like the way they measured intelligence. Even though they were meant to test intelligence regardless of educational background, Wechsler noticed that to do well on the Stanford-Binet, a person had to have a good grasp of language. What if someone had a reading disability or just wasn't all that great with words? In reaction, Wechsler developed two tests, one for adults and one for children, that measured intelligence in two different ways. The first part of the Wechsler intelligence scales was much like the Stanford-Binet. The score that a person gets on that part is called a verbal IQ, and it is often very close to a person's Stanford-Binet IQ. But the second part of Wechsler's tests involve tasks that don't require people to be good with words. These sometimes involve seeing patterns in pictures instead of in words, for example. The second part of the Wechsler test yields a performance IQ, which might be very different from your verbal IQ. Comparing a person's performance and verbal IQ scores can tell a psychologist if a person has a language deficiency. If someone's performance IQ score is much higher than their verbal IQ score, for example, they might be very intelligent, but simply have a language problem. A final, third IQ score that the Wechsler scales produce is an overall IQ, which is an average of your performance and verbal IQ scores. Intelligence testing is a great concept and is more widely used than you might think. From getting into college to getting a promotion, intelligence tests can touch many parts of a person's life. But does it really predict a person's likelihood of success? Some psychologists believe that the idea of intelligence as defined by IQ tests is too narrow. Psychologist Howard Gardner has argued for years that there is not one intelligence, but many. Someone who might not be successful in school because they do not have the type of intelligence measured by Binet and Wechsler may be a genius at playing violin or at navigating complex social interactions. Gardner's multiple intelligences include things like spatial intelligence, musical intelligence, body kinesthetic intelligence, mathematical intelligence, and interpersonal intelligence, among others. He argues that IQ tests only test one or two types of intelligence, like linguistic and mathematical intelligence, while ignoring other types of intelligence, like musical or interpersonal intelligence. In response to Gardner's theory, Many intelligence tests, including the Stanford-Binet, have undergone revisions to try to capture multiple types of intelligence. But some people argue that Gardner's theory confuses intelligence with aptitude. They argue that intelligence is scholastic aptitude. That is, it is the ability to be successful in school subjects like math, language arts, and science. Gardner's multiple intelligences, they argue, are examples of other aptitudes, but not other intelligences. To them, IQ tests should be seen as measuring only scholastic aptitude and should not be seen as a be-all, end-all of a person's aptitudes. Trying to add in measures for other aptitudes into an IQ test, they argue, leads to a test that does not accurately measure any aptitude. Whether intelligence tests accurately measure a person's intelligence, and despite how you define intelligence, they are still widely used by psychologists to find where people's strengths and weaknesses lie. Starting in the beginning of the 20th century, intelligence tests began measuring innate intellectual ability, called intelligence quotient, or IQ for short. There are many types of IQ tests, including the famous Stanford-Binet test, as well as two tests developed by David Wechsler to measure IQ in nonverbal ways as well as verbal ways. But there are some questions about IQ tests. Specifically, some people, like Howard Gardner, argue that there are multiple intelligences, while others believe that intelligence is specifically scholastic aptitude, and that other aptitudes should be measured in different ways. Think about the smartest person you know. What makes them smarter than the other people you know? What do they have or have they done to become intelligent? And how do you know that they are smart? Intelligence, or the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills, is a somewhat tricky concept. Psychologists have been trying for years to figure out what exactly it is and how to measure it. It all started in the late 19th century when a Frenchman named Alfred Binet was asked by the government to identify which Parisian children would experience trouble with school. They wanted to identify which students would need extra help as early as possible. Binet put together a test that focused on things that weren't explicitly taught in school, things like attention, memory, and problem-solving skills. Thus, the first intelligence quotient, or IQ, test was born. Its goal was to measure the underlying intelligence of people. In particular, Binet wanted to measure how easily a child would learn in school. But is that all there is to intelligence? Or is there more? Let's look at two other theories of intelligence and what they say intelligence is made up of. Think about a person who is really good at something that doesn't have to do with school. Maybe you know someone who really understands people and how to relate to them, or someone who can take apart a car or computer and put it back together again, even without having been trained in that. Perhaps you know someone who is very good at sports. Are these talents or intelligences? Howard Gardner doesn't like Binet's idea of intelligence. He believes that it is too narrowly defined and that it leaves out many students who aren't traditionally book smart. So he came up with a theory of multiple intelligences, which says that there are many different types of intelligence that people can have. Among his intelligences, Gardner has listed interpersonal intelligence, which involves understanding and relating to other people, intrapersonal intelligence, which involves understanding yourself, kinesthetic intelligence, which involves being able to control your body movements to a degree, and many others. People who are in support of Gardner's multiple intelligences theory argue that people vary in different skills. Just because someone is better at reading people than at reading books doesn't mean that they aren't as intelligent. But not everyone agrees with Gardner. Those who argue against his theory point out that intelligence is just scholastic aptitude. That is, it is the skill or talent of being able to succeed in school. What Gardner's theory describes, they say, are skills or talents in other areas, but not intelligence. Gardner isn't the only one who feels like Binet's definition of intelligence is too narrow. Robert J. Sternberg is a psychologist who also wants to expand the definition of intelligence. But Sternberg doesn't agree with Gardner's definitions of intelligence. He believes that Gardner is just listing talents and skills, not intelligence. Sternberg developed a triarchic theory of intelligence, which says that there are three types of intelligence. The prefix tri means three, so you can remember that the triarchic theory has three different types of intelligence. The first type of intelligence, according to Sternberg, is analytical intelligence, which involves taking things apart to understand them. This could be someone taking apart a computer to see how it works, or it could be someone taking apart a political argument to see what the underlying theory behind it is. The next type of intelligence in Sternberg's theory is creative intelligence. This involves creating new things and solutions and dealing with novelty. For example, someone who sees two people arguing and comes up with a solution to make them both happy is demonstrating creative intelligence. Finally, the triarchic theory of intelligence lists practical intelligence as being able to apply analytical and creative skills to make you fit with your environment. Think about the prototypical nerd who can solve complex physics equations but can't read simple social cues. Though that person may be high in analytical or creative intelligence, he is low in practical intelligence. On the other hand, think about a popular politician who might not be the smartest cookie, but who knows how to use the smarts he does have to make the people around him like him. He is showing a high practical intelligence. He's using his analytical or creative intelligence to make his environment more accommodating to him. Psychologist Alfred Binet designed the first IQ test to measure a person's intelligence in the hopes of figuring out which students needed extra help in school. But not everyone agrees on what intelligence is. Howard Gardner believes in multiple intelligences, like interpersonal and kinesthetic, while Robert J. Sternberg developed a triarchic theory of intelligence, which says that there are three types of intelligence: analytical, creative, and practical.
Do we inherit intelligence from our parents? What are the origins of intelligence? Is there any truth to the claim that genes determine it, or is intelligence solely the result of environmental factors? Many studies suggest that intelligence is influenced by both genetic and environmental factors. We do know that people who share genes tend to have similar mental capabilities. Identical twins have near identical genetic codes, and they often score nearly the same on intelligence tests. Biological children and their parents, who are likewise genetically similar, are more likely to have similar IQs than adopted children and their parents. Measurable physiological factors also support biological and possibly genetic influences that affect intelligence. For one thing, larger brain size is loosely correlated with greater intelligence. So are the brain's glucose metabolic rate, or the speed at which it makes energy, and the speed of brain waves. But none of these things are solely responsible for intelligence. Still, research shows that we aren't born with a biologically predetermined amount of intelligence that remains fixed for our whole lives. Environmental influences have been shown to impact test results. Both fluid intelligence, or the ability to learn new ways of doing things, and crystallized intelligence, or the stockpile of knowledge we've accumulated throughout our whole lives, have been shown to change over time. The environments in which we live influence our intelligence. Twins raised in the same environment have IQs that are more similar than twins raised in different homes. Other studies suggest that peer groups, or the people you associate with, can impact intelligence. For these reasons, education generally tends to improve intelligence, but poverty seems to harm it. It's hard to distinguish between the hereditary and environmental factors that affect intelligence. Family members who share similar genetic makeup usually share living environments too. Twin studies that look at twins separated at birth are one of the few ways for us to understand the impact of genes versus environment on intelligence. It's unclear which biological and environmental causes contribute to the gradual but persistent increase in intelligence test scores over the years. This increase is known as the Flynn effect, named for psychologist James Flynn, and the exact causes are still unknown. Some psychologists think that improved nutrition and medical care are responsible, but others think it's because of environmental causes, like better and more widespread education. To summarize, intelligence is affected by both genetic and environmental factors. It's the result of both nature and nurture. Genetic predisposition and environmental influences are often difficult to fully separate. Despite genetic factors, intelligence can be increased or decreased by environmental circumstances.
Imagine you're going to give a presentation in class or at work. Would you include pictures to illustrate your points? Would you tell a story or act out a skit? The methods you choose would draw on your talents and reflect the way that you solve problems and learn. So, if visual aids, like maps and drawings, help you understand concepts, you're likely to include them in your presentation. But if someone else watching your presentation learns by doing, they might not be able to follow along unless you use body language and actions to physically demonstrate what you're talking about. American psychologist Howard Gardner first recognized that people have different ways of learning and problem solving. He worked with autistic patients who excelled at music or math, although they lacked social awareness or the ability to communicate effectively with others. Gardner proposed the theory of multiple intelligences, which suggests that people have different strengths and different ways of solving problems. Gardner's theory was groundbreaking because, before he proposed multiple intelligences, only logic and math were tested. Gardner's system created a more descriptive, multi-dimensional approach. Before, IQ was used as shorthand for learning potential and capability, but only people who were good at solving math problems were smart according to the test. Gardner's work helped to explain diverse learning styles and approaches, allowing for educational developments which have changed how we teach. From these studies, a list of 8 types of intelligences was created. When you were in high school, maybe people were looked down upon if they weren't good at football, but were good at math. Gardner showed that there are many types of smart. The football players had one type of intelligence, and the math team had another type of intelligence. Let's review Gardner's 8 types of intelligence. Be sure to keep an eye out for the types that you relate to. 1. Visual intelligence. You might have visual intelligence if you picture ideas or make mind maps. American architect Frank Lloyd Wright provides a good example of someone who's picture smart, because when he designed buildings, he could visualize spatial patterns, such as building design, before they were built. 2. Linguistic intelligence. Are you a good storyteller? If so, you're word smart and have the ability to speak and write well. Shakespeare used his high linguistic intelligence to write plays that have been loved for hundreds of years. 3. Logical and mathematical intelligence. Can you think of someone who's number smart? Einstein had a skill for solving problems using deductive reasoning. Physicists and chess players employ logical and mathematical intelligence. 4. Musical intelligence. If you only need to listen to a song once to be able to play it by ear, you're music smart. Mozart and others with advanced musical intelligence are sensitive to sound patterns. I personally relate to 5. Bodily and kinesthetic intelligence. I learn faster when I can do an experiment myself. Instead of reading an astronomy textbook, I'd rather learn by looking at the stars. Athletes and surgeons also use body smarts when they execute physical tasks. Michael Jordan excels in bodily and kinesthetic intelligence. Do you have interpersonal intelligence, or the ability to work well with others? Are you a social butterfly who always gets everyone together? Mother Teresa of Calcutta had a gift for working well with others through her missionaries of charity, as do others who are people smart. The other side of the coin is 7. Intrapersonal intelligence. Do you keep a journal of your personal viewpoints about events? People who are self-smart often reflect on their own emotions and thoughts about things. His Holiness the Dalai Lama has a deep understanding of himself and is thus a prime example of someone with intrapersonal intelligence. 8. Naturalist intelligence. As a scientist, I classify things in order to better understand them. When I do this, I use naturalist intelligence. Jane Goodall used her innate curiosity and nature smarts to recognize patterns in chimpanzee behavior. Her approach led to new insights that differed from those of other scientists who had previously used number smarts to statistically analyze chimps. People don't have only one type of intelligence to the exclusion of all others. Each of us has a combination of multiple types of intelligences. Which types of intelligence do you identify with? Some people endorse the idea of multiple intelligences, but propose other types of problem-solving skills that aren't included in Gardner's list of types. Nonetheless, the basic idea of Gardner's theory is that there are many ways that people can be smart, and intelligence is not only one thing. Being smart in one area doesn't necessarily mean you can work out problems in all areas, because different problems require different skill sets to solve. So you may be good at solving math problems, but be terrible at interpersonal relationships. As our understanding of the world has broadened, the ways in which we've come to know the world have also had to grow.
Consider this question. How many different arrangements can there be of the letters in the word cat? How did you go about answering it? You probably either worked out the possibilities by hand, CAT, CTA, ACT, ATC, TCA, TAC. Or, if you've studied how to solve problems of combination and permutation in math class, you might have applied a mathematical formula, call it a factorial. 3 factorial is equal to 3 times 2 times 1, because any factorial is that number multiplied by all the numbers down to 1. 3 equals 3 times 2 times 1. At any rate, this question has one correct answer. There are 6 possible arrangements of the 3 letters. People who are good at answering questions with a single correct answer are said to have high analytical intelligence. Now, consider this scenario. You want to sit at a given table, but the only available chair at the table is broken. The chair only has 3 legs. What can you do with the broken chair to be able to sit at the table? How did you go about answering this question? How many possible solutions did you imagine? Unlike our first question, this second one has no single correct answer. Maybe you'd find something to serve as the 4th leg, or otherwise repair the chair. Maybe you'd prop the chair against a leg of the table to help stabilize it in some way. Maybe you'd move the broken chair out of the way and pull up something else to sit on. Coming up with multiple solutions to a single problem is known as divergent thinking. Divergent thinking has been linked to creativity, or the ability to come up with new and valuable ideas. Although some psychologists have argued that IQ tests focus too much on analytical intelligence and ignores creativity, people who score well on intelligence tests tend to do well on tests that are specifically designed to assess creativity. This supports Charles Spearman's theory of general intelligence, which is a general level of intelligence that remains steady across a variety of mental tasks. Like other aspects of intelligence, the origins of creativity are not wholly understood, but we do know a few things that nurture it. Practicing divergent thinking has been shown to at least temporarily increase creativity. Achieving expertise in a given subject also encourages creativity. Sometimes creative ideas seem to come out of nowhere, but studies show that people are usually experts on the topic for which they generate creative ideas. These areas of expertise are often of intrinsic interest to them. They are experts in them because they want to be, not because they have to be. Finally, creative people also possess willingness to take risks. They don't let the possibility of failing or being wrong prevent them from trying. Creativity is an important skill because real-world problems require both analytical intelligence and divergent creative solutions. Some problems have a single correct answer. Others are far more open-ended. Some people think of both intelligence and creativity as fixed quantities, but studies have shown that we can improve our skills in these areas. Encouraging increased communication between brain hemispheres has been found to improve creativity. Facilitating this communication is as easy as moving our eyes back and forth without moving our heads. Analytical intelligence and divergent thinking are 2 different approaches to problem solving. Analytical intelligence helps us to solve problems that have single correct answers, like how many ways you can rearrange the letters in cat, and divergent thinking cultivates the appreciation of multiple possibilities, like the many ways you can solve the problem of the broken chair. Divergent thinking is associated with creativity. Aside from divergent thinking, expertise, intrinsic motivation, and willingness to take risks can all help to nurture creativity.
There are two major areas of disagreement in the study of intelligence. One area involves a debate about the basic nature of intelligence. What is the other? The second debate in intelligence research focuses on one of the most prominent issues in every field of the social sciences. I'm referring to the age-old question of whether nature or nurture is the most important. So what plays a bigger role in intelligence? Are genetics the most important aspect, or is it environment? Most researchers recognize that both nature and nurture influence intelligence. Both genetics and the environment interact with one another in this process. However, it's less clear how much influence each one has. It can be difficult to separate the influences of heredity and environment, but there's a significant amount of information that can help us. Let's look at the evidence supporting each side of this debate. Some of the most convincing evidence for a genetic component to intelligence comes from twin studies. There have been many studies that compare the IQ of identical twins and the IQ of fraternal twins. Identical twins share 100% of the same DNA because they come from the same fertilized egg. Fraternal twins come from two separate fertilized eggs, and they share only 50% of the same DNA. Since both identical twins and fraternal twins share the same prenatal and home environments, any similarities or differences in the IQ of identical twins compared to fraternal twins can reasonably be attributed to DNA. It was found that identical twins have IQ scores that are more similar than the IQ scores of fraternal twins. Even identical twins who were raised in separate households were found to have IQs that were more similar than that of fraternal twins raised together. This means we can assume that genetic influences account for the similar IQ scores of identical twins. Another way researchers have gathered evidence for the influence of heredity on IQ is through adoption studies. Adopted children share similar genetics to their biological parents, while their environment is more closely matched to that of their adoptive parents. The IQ scores of these adopted children have been found to be more closely related to their biological parents. This provides evidence for a genetic component to intelligence as well. It is important to note that twin studies and adoption studies cannot completely separate genetic and environmental influences. These studies do, however, provide support for the idea that genetics play a role in the development of intelligence. So there's evidence that genetics plays a role in IQ, but what about environment? There's evidence from a number of different sources that indicates it has a significant role as well. Remember the twin studies that we discussed earlier? Even though the IQ scores of all identical twins were more similar than those of fraternal twins, there was a difference in the similarity between identical twins who were raised together and those who were raised apart. Identical twins who were raised apart had IQ scores that were less similar than the IQ scores of identical twins who were raised together. The only reasonable way to account for this difference is environmental influence. Studies have also shown that exposure to toxic substances or severe malnutrition during prenatal periods or early in life can have an impact on neurological development. This can, in turn, have a long-term effect on intelligence. Formal schooling has been shown to have an impact on intelligence as well. The simple act of going to school will increase a child's IQ by a small amount. According to recent studies, children who attend school regularly have overall higher IQ scores than those who do not. A possible reason why school attendance affects IQ is that it provides a means for acquiring more advanced cognitive processes. Another indicator of environmental impact on intelligence is the Flynn effect. The Flynn effect is a term used for a steady increase over the past few decades in people's average performance on IQ tests. This improvement cannot be attributed to genetics because genes are passed down from one generation to the next. This means that the cause must be due to environmental factors. However, scientists have been unable to agree upon the specific environmental cause. The Flynn effect could be due to better nutrition, better home environments, or better schooling, just to name a few possible causes. Most researchers recognize that both nature and nurture influence intelligence. Researchers have gathered evidence for the influence of heredity on IQ through twin studies and adoption studies. Identical twins have more similar IQ scores than fraternal twins, and adoptive children have IQ scores that relate more closely to their biological parents than adoptive parents. This provides evidence for a genetic component to intelligence. Researchers have also gathered evidence supporting an environmental link to intelligence through twin studies. Identical twins raised together have more similar IQ scores than identical twins raised apart. Studies on malnutrition, exposure to toxic substances, education, and the Flynn effect support an environmental link as well. The Flynn effect is a term used for a steady increase over the past few decades in people's average performance on IQ tests. Both genetics and the environment interact with one another and influence IQ. However, it is less clear how much influence each has.
Humans are self-aware. Do you remember your first day of school? Walking through the halls alone or maybe with a parent or sibling? Think back to that time and think about how much you have changed from that small child. What you have just done is practiced your self-awareness. Self-awareness is also how we know that we are separate from other people. Through self-awareness, we maintain a sense of self, separate from others around us. It might seem to make us separate, but more than that, it allows us to communicate. Our awareness of ourselves is called consciousness. Consciousness is a concept that refers both to our self-perception and to our responses to the world around us. We think, we make choices and consider our actions. We alter our behaviors based on what we know. We do not live our lives solely on instinct. We not only act, but we also reflect on our actions. What this means is when you're texting your friends, you're conscious that your message is being recorded, and you know how you express your opinions. Knowing your personal point of view and being mindful of how you communicate your beliefs to others is self-awareness. It is through consciousness that we choose to act instead of just acting on the stimuli around us. Without consciousness, there would be no culture, no language, and most importantly, no reality TV. Since consciousness is fundamental to the experience of being human, psychologists have studied it from several angles. For example, Freud focused on the power of the unconscious mind to influence our conscious behaviors. According to Freud, a central conflict in your mind is the one between your repressed unconscious desires and your controlled conscious behaviors. Of course, most people don't do everything that pops into their heads. Freud's theory makes this struggle the fundamental one of consciousness. Modern-day psychologists study conscious deliberate behaviors, like texting your friend to go to the movies, and unconscious automatic behaviors, like your unconscious anxiety about whether your friend likes you. Psychologists also consider the role of dreams and drugs in altering consciousness. It might seem obvious or even trivial, but some psychologists follow in the footsteps of Freud and try to understand how we can use these altered states to understand the conscious and unconscious mind. Humanistic psychologists focus particular attention on our sense of self-awareness. Altered states of consciousness can be reached through sleeping, dreaming, being hypnotized, meditating, and taking psychoactive drugs. You may text your friends when you're sleepy or after you've had a few drinks. When you see the text messages the next day, you may be surprised at what you texted while you were less conscious. Remember back when you were a child to the sheer thrill of spinning in circles until you were dizzy. This might have been your first venture into altered states of consciousness. The way you saw the world was changed, and that change was exciting. Altered states of consciousness sound exciting and maybe a little exotic, but we enter these states every day, whether from road hypnosis on the commute to work, daydreaming on our coffee break, or when we finally lie down to sleep. To review, humans are self-aware and possess consciousness. Modern-day psychologists study conscious deliberate behaviors and unconscious automatic behaviors. They also study altered states of consciousness. And some psychologists, like Freud, argue that these states are the bridges between the conscious and the unconscious. You'll spend about 1/3 of your life sleeping. Added up, that's more than 9,000 days of sleep. The average time spent sleeping changes over your lifetime. As a newborn, you might have slept 18 hours a day, whereas as an adult, you may sleep about 8 hours a night. As you get older, you may only sleep for 6 hours at a stretch. But what is sleep, and what goes on in your body when you're asleep? Your sleep-wake cycle is a biological rhythm or a regular recurring pattern. More specifically, it's a 24-hour cycle or circadian rhythm that's linked to daylight and darkness. Your circadian clock sets your internal functions like changes in blood pressure, body temperature, and metabolism to the local time in predictable ways. For example, you may feel more and more awake as the morning progresses, but then feel less alert as the afternoon wears on, then continue to slow down in the evening as you prepare for sleep. If you've ever traveled to a different time zone, you know the effects that jet lag can have on your biological clock. When you sleep, your body goes through 5 stages. During the first 5-minute stage, you transition from wakefulness to sleep. If you had electrodes on your forehead hooked up to an EEG, electroencephalogram, this machine could measure electrical activity in your brain. As you fall asleep, an EEG would show that your electrical brain waves change from rapid beta waves when you are awake to slower alpha waves as you become drowsy, then finally to even longer theta waves as you drift off to sleep. During stage 1 sleep, you might twitch or feel like you're falling as you begin to drift off to sleep. The next 20-minute stage is a deeper sleep. Your heart rate and breathing slow. Your body temperature drops. Whereas stage 1 may feel like dozing off, if you were awakened from stage 2 sleep, you'd actually feel like you'd been asleep. Stage 2 is characterized by sleep spindles, or short bursts of brain activity. The third and fourth stages combined consist of 30 minutes of deep sleep when your brain produces super slow delta waves. The difference between the 2 stages is the increased amount of delta waves in stage 4. During this stage of slow wave sleep, your pituitary gland releases growth hormones, your muscles relax, and your body rejuvenates. After stage 4, the cycle repeats itself in reverse order, from stage 4 to stage 3 to stage 2. And after about 90 minutes of sleep, you enter REM sleep. When REM, or rapid eye movement, happens, your closed eyes move back and forth and you dream. Your breathing and heart rate increase, although on the outside you appear calm and asleep. After the REM stage, you return to stage 2 sleep and the cycle continues. You may complete up to 6 90-minute sleep cycles in one night. The length of your REM sleep tends to increase from 10 to 20 minutes as the night progresses. Thus, dreaming tends to get more intense as night approaches morning. Sleep disorders can disrupt your sleep cycle. Many sleep disorders have biological causes, but some have psychological causes. For example, insomnia or the inability to fall asleep can be brought on by emotional stress. You've learned about the 5 stages of normal sleep, which are linked to your daily circadian rhythm. When you sleep, your brain waves get longer and slower at first, but short bursts of brain activity called sleep spindles happen in stage 2 sleep. Your body rejuvenates during the deep sleep of stages 3 and 4, and you do most of your dreaming during REM sleep. Sweet dreams!
Neither sleeping nor dreaming is fully understood by psychologists. What goes on when you sleep? Sleep is important to a well-functioning person. Your body restores itself while you sleep. Growth hormones are released more at night than they are during the day. The amount of sleep you get impacts your mood and ability to function. Lack of sleep negatively impacts your ability to process and to forge new memories. REM, or rapid eye movement sleep, which is when you dream, is especially important for brain development. It's also something that psychologists find very interesting to study. If you were woken up from REM sleep, you'd likely report that you were dreaming. You probably dream more than once a night, but you don't always remember all of your dreams. Several attempts have been made at dream interpretation. Theories range from suggestions that we work out our everyday problems in our dreams, to dreams being a function of routine brain maintenance, where information is moved into long-term memory. Let's review some of the more famous theories. Freud believed that dreams manifest our repressed sexual desires. He called the actual content of dreams the manifest content, and the repressed desires the latent content. Freud's book, The Interpretation of Dreams, attempted to translate the symbols of some common manifest content into hidden meanings, or latent content. However, there's little scientific support for Freud's theory that dreams are merely wish fulfillment. So if you dream that you're smoking a cigar while walking into a cave, well, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. The activation synthesis theory suggests that brain activity during REM sleep activates certain areas of the brain, and the brain attempts to synthesize this activity into something meaningful, which results in dreams. While this theory suggests that we dream in an attempt to regulate internal activity, others suggest that we dream to regulate external stimuli, such as noises. Imagine your alarm clock goes off while you're deep in REM sleep. Instead of waking, you might dream about a fire alarm. Your brain interprets the noise as part of the dream and you continue sleeping. Psychotherapeutic theory suggests that we dream in order to confront our emotions in a safer and less defensive environment. According to some collected reports on the content of dreams, more dreams are bad than good. Have you ever had one of those dreams where someone's chasing you? You can't get away and you're scared. Well, psychotherapeutic theory would say that you're scared of something in your real life, and instead of being panicked and paralyzed while you're awake, you do it while you're asleep. Those zombies that are chasing you, they represent things that you're afraid of on a daily basis, or problems that want to eat your brains. To review, psychologists don't for certain know why we dream, but we all dream when we sleep. Many psychologists agree that sleep rejuvenates our minds and our bodies. Although many of the biological effects of sleeping are studied by medical doctors, dreams are the realm of psychologists. Dreams might be psychologically important in any number of ways, or we might just be trying to make sense of random neurons firing in our brains. Either way, dreaming is important to a healthy mind.
Naomi is having trouble sleeping. She stays up half of the night, tossing and turning because she just can't get to sleep. It's been this way for months and she's tired of it. She just wants to get to sleep. Jim, meanwhile, has no trouble getting to sleep, but his wife complains that he snores all night long, and when he wakes up in the morning, it feels like he didn't sleep at all. Finally, Carrie has her own issues. She can sleep through most things, but sometimes she wakes up somewhere other than her own bed, like on her couch. She sometimes has bruises that she doesn't know how she got. Naomi, Jim, and Carrie are all suffering from sleep disorders or issues with sleep. There are many types of sleep disorders, and they can affect many different types of people. Let's look closer at some of the common sleep disorders. Remember that Naomi has trouble falling asleep. She can lie in bed for hours at a time and not fall asleep. It's driving her crazy. Naomi is suffering from insomnia, which involves disruptions in sleep patterns. The word insomnia comes from the Latin for no sleep, and that's just what happens with insomnia patients. They have trouble falling asleep or staying asleep. For example, Naomi has trouble falling asleep at night, but some people have no issues falling asleep. The problem is that they wake up during the night, so they can't get a full night's sleep. Insomnia is the most common sleep disorder in Americans. It can come in two varieties. Acute insomnia lasts only a short period of time, like one night or a few nights. But remember that Naomi has been having issues for months. When insomnia lasts for more than a few nights, it is known as chronic insomnia. Chronic insomnia can go on for weeks, months, or even years. Some people think that narcolepsy, a condition where the brain can't regulate sleep-wake patterns, is the opposite of insomnia. This is because when people think about narcolepsy, they think of people who fall asleep suddenly at any time and in any place. Sudden sleep attacks are one symptom of narcolepsy, but they aren't the only one. In fact, many people might be surprised to know that insomnia is another symptom. The same thing that can make a narcoleptic fall asleep in the middle of a conversation can also keep them up at night. That is, they aren't able to control when they sleep. Remember Jim? He snores, which drives his wife crazy, and even though he doesn't have insomnia, he doesn't feel refreshed when he wakes up. It's like he hasn't gotten any sleep, even though he has been in bed for a full 9 hours. Jim has sleep apnea, a condition involving pauses in breathing during sleep that last at least 10 seconds. In other words, as he sleeps, Jim stops breathing over and over. That's scary and can be life-threatening. Snoring is a major symptom of sleep apnea. as is feeling unrefreshed after sleep and waking up during the night. Jim will want to see a doctor who might prescribe a machine to help him breathe regularly while sleeping. What could cause sleep apnea? Doctors aren't really sure of the causes, but there are some risk factors. These include having a large tongue, being overweight, having an overbite, smoking or drinking, and being over 40. Jim, for example, is overweight and in his 50s, so he has 2 risk factors. Another life-threatening disorder that can strike while asleep is sudden infant death syndrome, or SIDS, which is the leading cause of death in infants aged 1 month to 1 year. As the name implies, doctors don't know what causes otherwise healthy babies to suddenly die, but it usually happens when the babies are asleep. To prevent SIDS, doctors recommend that babies are always placed on their back to sleep, not on their stomach. What about Carrie? She wakes up in different parts of her house and sometimes wakes up with bruises and bumps that she didn't have when she went to sleep. Parasomnias are sleep disorders that involve unusual movements, behaviors, and emotions that occur during sleep. The word parasomnia comes from the Greek word for beyond and the Latin word for sleep, and that's just what happens. People with a parasomnia go beyond what is normal during sleep. Carrie, for example, is suffering from sleepwalking, which involves a person walking around while asleep. Carrie and others like her don't remember anything from the sleepwalking episode when they wake up. Sleepwalking usually occurs early in the night, though some people experience it closer to when they wake up. Contrary to a popular urban legend, it is completely safe to wake a person who is sleepwalking. They are likely to be confused and disoriented, but it is not dangerous. However, sleepwalking itself could be dangerous, since the sleepwalker can hurt themselves while walking around. Remember that Carrie sometimes wakes up with bruises that she doesn't remember getting. These are likely a result of walking into things. Sleepwalking isn't the only parasomnia. Nightmares are a common parasomnia that involve having an unpleasant dream that causes a negative emotional response, like fear or sadness. Night terrors, which are sometimes compared to or confused with nightmares, are severe emotional reactions during sleep. Often, a person suffering from night terrors screams or thrashes about. Terror is the right word. These people are terrified. What's the difference in nightmares and night terrors? First of all, night terrors generally tend to be more intense, though they both can cause high levels of anxiety and fear. But the biggest difference is in a person's memory of the event. Because someone having a nightmare often awakes from REM sleep, they usually remember the nightmare. But most people do not remember night terrors, which usually occur in deeper, non-REM sleep. What should Naomi, Jim, and Carrie do? For all sleep disorders, seeing a doctor or going to a sleep clinic can help a person with diagnosis and treatment. Sleep disorders involve issues with sleep. Insomnia involves sleep disturbances, while narcolepsy happens when the brain can't regulate sleep-wake cycles. Both sleep apnea and SIDS can result in death. Finally, parasomnias involve unusual movements, emotions, and behaviors while sleeping. Examples of parasomnias include sleepwalking, nightmares, and night terrors.
Sit in a comfortable position. Close your eyes. Breathe in, breathe out. Soften your jaw. Relax your shoulders. Let all your tension and worries wash away. Guided meditation is one way that you can learn to focus your attention. Another way that you can tune out the noise and concentrate your thoughts is by repeating a mantra or phrase. You can reach an altered state of consciousness through meditation and relaxation techniques. When you focus your attention and increase your awareness of your own physical and mental processes, it's possible to ignore the distractions of the outside world. Meditation has been shown to have positive effects on its practitioners, including reduced stress levels and improved physical and mental health. Meditation leads to increased alpha and theta brainwaves, which are linked to relaxed states of mind. Hypnosis. Close your eyes. Slowly open them. Close your eyes again. Notice how good it feels to rest. Slowly open them. Close them again. Your eyelids feel heavy. Slowly open them. Close close them again. Each time you open them, your eyelids feel heavier and heavier. You're getting very sleepy. If you're open to the power of suggestion, you may be more easily put in an altered state through hypnosis than someone who's less susceptible to conformity, obedience, and suggestion. Under hypnosis, your perception and actions are influenced by the hypnotist's suggestions. Freud hypnotized his patients in an attempt to bring their unconscious desires to the surface. Hypnotherapy is sometimes used to treat phobias, drug addiction, and overeating. It can even be used as an anesthetic if a hypnotist convinces the patient that they don't feel pain. Suggestion is the key concept for hypnosis, but hypnotists differ in how they believe the suggestions are processed. American psychiatrist Milton Erickson believed that hypnotists communicate with the unconscious mind, so he made suggestions that were indirect or metaphoric. Instead of commanding patients to stop smoking, Erickson would invite them to change by encouraging them that they could become non-smokers. Psychologists Theodore Barber and Nicholas Spanos promoted more direct suggestions because they believed they were communicating with the conscious mind and that someone who was hypnotized was following suggestions because they were expected to. Both meditation and hypnosis can lead to an altered state of consciousness. A relaxed and focused state can be achieved without drugs through guidance or suggestion. Hypnosis is often used to stop unhealthy behavior, and meditation is used to increase awareness by focusing attention.
As their name suggests, psychoactive drugs affect psychological experiences by altering your sensory perception, moods, thinking, and behavior. Psychoactive drugs have these effects because they impact neurotransmitter function. Neurotransmitters are the chemical signals that affect how hungry, thirsty, anxious, scared, happy, or tired you are. There are 4 main types of psychoactive drugs: stimulants, depressants, narcotics, hallucinogens. Stimulants range from nicotine and caffeine to cocaine and crystal meth. Stimulants block the reuptake or reabsorption of neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine, which can lead to increased energy, panic, and anxiety. Think about how coffee or cigarettes can make you jittery. On the other hand, depressants increase the production of the neurotransmitter GABA, which decreases reactions in the brain. Depressants, like alcohol, cause slowed reactions, impaired speech, and drowsiness. Depressants affect cognition by impairing memory. Depressants, like benzodiazepines, help GABA neurotransmitters bind to receptors that receive the chemical signals, leading to reduced nervous system activity and inducing sleep. A third type of psychoactive drugs includes narcotics like morphine, heroin, and codeine. Narcotics may be administered as painkillers for medical reasons or used recreationally to create a sense of euphoria. They simulate your endorphins, which are neurotransmitters that naturally reduce pain. Hallucinogens include LSD, mescaline, and ecstasy. These drugs mimic the effects of the neurotransmitters serotonin and epinephrine, which lessen pain. They can also trick the brain into seeing or hearing things that aren't actually there, warping a person's sense of time and space. These altered states of consciousness can lead to paranoia and anxiety. Some researchers put cannabis in a 5th category, since marijuana and hashish have effects similar to both narcotics and hallucinogens. Your nervous system will try to rebalance when your neurotransmitter levels are increased or decreased in the presence of psychoactive drugs. You could become drug tolerant if your receptors are overstimulated from prolonged drug use, resulting in fewer or less sensitive receptors. Tolerance can lead to addiction or system dependence, since more and more of a drug is needed to achieve the original effect in a less sensitive system. Long-term drug use affects the body, so some drugs produce withdrawal symptoms when you quit. Not all drugs are physically addictive, though many are psychologically addictive. The prevailing theory on marijuana seems to be that it's more psychologically addictive than physically addictive. People become physically addicted when you're trying to avoid withdrawal symptoms. Withdrawal is no joke. You can actually die from the withdrawal symptoms of some drugs, which is why a person with severe addiction must be monitored and sometimes given low doses of a drug or a substitute drug to counteract the negative effects. A person with a heroin addiction may be given the synthetic drug methadone to wean them off heroin, which is a more potent narcotic. Drugs have different effects on different people and can even have different effects on the same person under different circumstances. Some things that affect reaction are the amount and potency of the drug. Do you drink 1 cup of espresso every morning or an entire pot of coffee? Your mood and motivation can also be factors. Compare the effects of a celebratory glass of champagne to toast your friend's marriage or a stiff drink after a stressful day at work. Your expectations can influence the effects too. Are you drinking because you're trying to unwind, or are you looking to party? Is the drug being used as a medication or for recreational purposes? How a drug is administered has an influence. If you smoke a cigarette, the nicotine enters your body through your lungs, whereas if you wear a nicotine patch, the drug enters your bloodstream through your skin. Your tolerance is also affected by your prior experience, age, and weight. Even the environment in which a drug is used can affect the outcome. To review, psychoactive drugs alter your psychological state by affecting your neurotransmitters. Psychoactive drugs range from coffee and sleeping pills to heroin and cocaine. Each has a different effect on cognition depending not only on the potency of the drug, but also on factors like mood, expectation, and the environment in which they're taken.
Why do we do what we do? Science has addressed this question through the field of social psychology, which studies group behavior and how we interact in social situations. Consider the ways our ideas, emotions, and actions are bound by social norms or influenced by the opinions of others. Kurt Lewin was the father of social psychology, and he developed the equation that behavior is a function of a person's character plus their environment. Whereas behavioral psychologists held the stance that behaviors arise as a response to conditioning, social psychologists recognize the ways that perception of various social situations affects behaviors. Lewin, who fled to the United States from Nazi Germany, is well known for his work with the American Jewish Council in the post-Holocaust 1940s to reduce anti-Semitism. Lewin and other social psychologists studied prejudices and other issues relevant to the World War II era, including the use of persuasion and military propaganda. How is social psychology used? Social psychology studies group dynamics and obedience to authority, topics which are relevant to organizational management, for example. So, a human resources professional might use social psychology to assess how dynamics of work groups influence productivity and decision-making tasks. Marketing and sales professionals also use techniques of persuasion identified by social psychologists in their advertising campaigns and sales pitches. Psychological theories of attraction and influence are also of interest to anyone who promotes products or services. Social psychology is concerned with how we think about ourselves in relation to the world we live in. It examines stereotypes and other ways we perceive and understand things, as well as how our attitudes influence our interactions with others. Social psychology combines sociology, or the study of social organizations, with psychology, the study of mental processes, to understand how society influences our thoughts, feelings, and actions.
Social psychology is the science of group behavior, which considers the way other people influence our conduct. How do groups affect behavior, and what are our roles in these groups? First, let's examine how group dynamics affect productivity. Have you ever noticed that an audience can increase your performance? Fear of evaluation and comparison with others in the group can be motivating. Imagine running a marathon away from home where the level of competition is higher than you're used to. You'd probably step up your performance and finish in less time than you expected. This tendency is known as social facilitation, where even the mere presence of other competitors spurs you to perform better than you would if you were running the same course on your own. On the flip side, social loafing can occur when responsibility for failure and success is distributed to the group. This relief of individual accountability leads some members to decrease productivity and not work as hard on group projects as they would on their own. Say you and your coworkers are trying to reach an office-wide sales record. As you work towards this common goal, the daily tallies show that halfway through the month, the target number has almost been reached thanks to your excellent sales team. You're all going to win a trip to Hawaii for the office party. Do you slack off, confident in your team's sure win? Do you think you'd perform at a higher level if individual sales numbers were being assessed and only the top 10 salespeople were going to Hawaii? Social psychologist Robert Zionts explained social facilitation and social loafing as two different reactions to group influence, as variations in an individual's responses to physiological arousal. Zionts' drive theory states that if a task is easy and you already perform it well, the presence of others will tend to boost your performance. However, if a task is difficult and challenges your abilities, it's more likely that the presence of group competition will lead to social loafing. When it comes time for the group to determine a plan of action, how do group dynamics affect the decision-making process? Group polarization happens when a dominant view crystallizes as a result of group discussion. Your attitudes are not only made stronger by group consensus, but also by the legitimacy that group support brings. If the group agrees to a risky proposition, the backing of the group may lead to an even riskier decision. Groupthink is the tendency for a cohesive group to move toward consensus and conformity, rather than what may be the best plan of action. Yale psychologist Irving Janis recognized that when close-knit groups try to overcome perceived threats to solidarity, they suffer from certain symptoms, such as a superior sense of morality, the tendency to stereotype outsiders, pressure to toe the line and discourage creative thinking. These symptoms may arise in corporations and government institutions where a false sense of group invulnerability causes a group's leader to ignore outside opinions and make poor decisions. It might seem strange that suppression of creativity might be considered a group value. At the same time, changes in the values of a group can threaten the stability of the structure and threaten the status quo. Groups can have both positive and negative effects on individual performance and decision-making abilities.
Linda loves people, and everyone tells her she should be a teacher or a social worker. But she's not really interested in working with kids. She's also really interested in businesses and how they work. Someone has told Linda that she should consider organizational psychology, sometimes also called industrial organizational psychology or IO psychology. IO psychology looks at the behaviors of individuals within an organization and the effects an organization can have on an individual. Essentially, organizational psychologists look at how an individual affects the business they work for and how the business affects the individuals that are part of it. This might be a good job for Linda because she can work with people and also examine businesses and how they work. But she'd like to know what, exactly, is involved in organizational psychology. To answer this question, let's remember that there are two aspects to IO psychology: people and business. The industrial part of industrial organizational psychology has to do with personnel psychology, or people. The word industry has several definitions, but think of the one that means hard work. That's what the industrial part of industrial organizational psychology has to do with, the people who are working hard in an organization. On the other hand, the organizational part of IO psychology has to do with, well, organizations. It looks at how businesses and other organizations work and function. Let's examine the two areas of organizational psychology closer, including specific job duties that Linda might have in each of them. Okay, Linda is interested in IO psychology. It sounds intriguing to her. But what will she actually be doing on a day-to-day basis as an organizational psychologist? Remember that the first part of IO psychology, industry, has to do with people. Specifically, it deals with the selection, growth, and development of employees of various organizations. This means that Linda and other psychologists will be responsible for figuring out who is right for what job and making sure that they are doing the best job possible through training and motivation. There are essentially four areas of personnel relations that IO psychologists deal with. Number 1, testing. Many employees have to take tests like personality tests or skills tests in order to be hired for a job. As an organizational psychologist, Linda will be the one giving those tests. Number 2, selection. When a manager needs to hire someone to fill a job, they often work with an IO psychologist to figure out who would best fit the job and the organization. For example, if the company that's hiring is mainly led by women, it wouldn't work well to hire someone who is very sexist and thinks women should be at home baking cookies instead of working. Linda would be able to work with managers and help them figure out how each applicant would fit into the organization and the job. Number 3, education. Even once a person gets the job, there are things that they need to be successful. Training and development allows people to grow within the boundaries of their careers. Linda might design courses for people to take to become better at their jobs, or learn how to use a computer program, for example. Number 4, attitudes and motivation. Happy workers are good for companies. Studies by organizational psychologists have shown time and again that happy workers are more productive, and they stay with a company longer, which means that the company doesn't have to spend lots of money to replace them. As an IO psychologist, Linda can study the attitudes and motivation of people within an organization and how to make them happier. All 4 of these things get at one basic question: how can we make the employees of this organization more productive? That's what the industrial half of industrial organizational psychology is all about. But of course, there's a whole other half of IO psychology to think about. The organizational half of the job tries to answer the question, how can we make this organization as strong as it can be? In this part of the job, Linda will look at how the business itself is affecting productivity. She will examine the organization as if it was a person, looking for strengths and weaknesses and trying to figure out how to make it function better. There are 3 general areas that Linda could end up looking at. Number 1, strategic planning. When a company is growing, new problems arise that weren't there when it was just a few guys in someone's garage. Linda and other organizational psychologists can work with business leaders to help them implement their vision of their company, because she will be able to identify and offer solutions for some of the issues that might come across at different stages of growth. Number 2, workforce issues. Closely tied to strategic growth are workforce issues. But where strategic planning issues have to do with the growth and development of the company, workforce issues have to do with the general atmosphere of the organization. Think of it kind of like the attitude of a business. Just as a person can have a bad attitude, a company can end up with a culture that's bad for both the employees and the business itself. One classic example of a workforce issue is the phenomenon of groupthink, which occurs when a company makes employees feel like they must agree with everyone else. As a result, companies can make big mistakes because no one spoke up and said, "Wait a minute." Number 3, diversity. Closely linked with workforce issues are issues with diversity, and in particular, cross-cultural understanding. This is important for all companies, but especially for those who do business in many countries. For example, an American company that has offices in Dubai or Tokyo is going to have to deal with people from other countries and cultures. An IO psychologist can help them understand how to best work with other cultures. Organizational psychology, also called industrial organizational psychology or IO psychology, has to do with individuals and organizations. An IO psychologist is likely to work with individuals in the areas of testing, selection, education, and attitudes and motivation. They are further able to work with companies in the areas of strategic planning, workforce issues, and diversity. They are focused on answering 2 questions. How can we make the employees of this organization more productive? And how can we make this organization as strong as it can be?
When you achieve a goal, do you attribute your success to your abilities or to the situation? Austrian psychologist Fritz Heider developed attribution theory to explain the process by which we attribute outcomes based on internal behavior and external events. Internal causes include emotions, talent, and other personal characteristics, whereas external reasons include environmental factors. Imagine driving past the scene of an accident on the highway. The driver, who is unharmed, looks very young. Without any knowledge of the situation, you may come to the conclusion that the accident was the driver's fault. We might assume that it was due to inexperience, assigning an internal behavior, the driver's ability, as the cause. In reality, at the time of the accident, there was an external factor. A deer ran out in front of the car, causing the driver to swerve off the road to avoid hitting it. Cognitive psychologist Bernard Weiner built on Heider's attribution theory to distinguish between stable and uncontrollable causes in evaluating performance. Adding this dimension, internal and external factors could either have unchanging or variable aspects. For example, a baseball player can have a natural athletic ability, which is an internal stable factor. However, the amount of effort that they put into batting practice from day to day is an internal unstable factor. Hitting a home run is a difficult task, or an external stable factor, whereas the wind blowing in the right direction at the exact moment the ball hits the bat is pure luck and is thus an external unstable factor. The tendency to celebrate our own success as an indication of our internal abilities and failure as a result of external factors is an error recognized as self-serving bias. For example, a baseball player might claim that his grand slam was due to talent, but chalk up losing the game to a bad luck streak. On the other hand, the common trend of blaming internal behaviors is known as the fundamental attribution error. It's easy to fall into the trap of faulting people rather than situations, as was the case for the car crash example. A third error in assigning cause is called the just world hypothesis, which assumes that judgments on performance are fair and people get the outcome that they deserve. The error in this logic is that it blames the victim even when external factors are involved. When you encounter a homeless person, do you assume they're lazy, or do you consider possible external factors, like lack of access to education? According to the National Coalition for Homeless Veterans in 2011, over 30% of the adult homeless population in America served military duty and suffer from a lack of adequate health care, affordable housing, and support networks. From www.nchv.org. We all attribute causes to categorize behaviors and events. Since these attributions influence the way we interact with others, it's important to consider both internal and external reasons, which are either controllable or beyond a person's control. Cross-culturally, people who have baby faces, like Leonardo DiCaprio, with large foreheads, big eyes, and small noses, are thought to be attractive. The attraction may originate in the idea that a youthful look indicates health or fertility, or may relate to an instinctive human desire to nurture babies. Different cultures have varying ideas about other characteristics that make someone attractive. For example, in some cultures, thin people are perceived as attractive, whereas in other cultures, weight is an indication of wealth and fertility. Attractiveness is determined by characteristics that mark status in any given culture. Following the old adage, people who are thought to be attractive are healthy, wealthy, and wise. So physical attractiveness isn't the only quality that determines our feelings towards others. We're likely to choose friends and romantic partners who share similar traits with us, like age, personality, or intelligence, and who belong to the same social groups and thus share religious beliefs, economic class, or level of education. Relationships are partly constrained by geographic proximity and accessibility, but we also tend to associate and be compatible with people who are like ourselves and who will be more likely to reciprocate our attraction. What makes people like one another? How do we choose friends or fall in love with partners? American psychologist Robert Sternberg identified 3 aspects of love. Sternberg's triangular model of love includes passion, intimacy, and commitment. Various combinations of these aspects can lead to different types of love. For example, a couple might have passion and sexual attraction, but lack trust and a commitment to face obstacles together. What qualities are you attracted to? Do you tend to form relationships with people who share similar interests and social groups? If so, you're not alone. Intimacy and close relationships are more easily formed with people who are likely to accept your behavior and attitudes. Why do we give in to peer pressure? 1. Sometimes we change our attitudes and behaviors so people will like us. This behavior is called normative conformity, or acting within social norms. 2. Other times, we look to the group to provide knowledge about appropriate behaviors and attitudes. This behavior is known as informational conformity, or the tendency to rely on group wisdom to dictate appropriate actions. Imagine it's your first year in college. You're excited to meet new people, so you join a special interest group for environmentally conscientious students. You're also on the soccer team. After winning a game, your teammates all go out to celebrate. While you're parading through the campus, your teammates are tossing bottles and food wrappers on the ground. As you pass a member of your eco group, you see her expression of disgust as litter lands at her feet. Do you say something to your teammates? A common response would be to give in to the majority and act like you don't care that your teammates are littering. Your soccer team is made up of 30 of the most popular students on campus, and you're afraid what they'll think if you don't show loyalty to the group. You want them to accept you and invite you to other team social events. Group size affects the level to which individuals conform. Conformity increases when the majority of the group members are acting in unison, an effect that can be compared to herd behavior. What if you did say something, and this gave others the courage to also speak up? When it comes to views about littering in the environment, you follow the lead of the environmental group and tap into that group's informational influence. You and your eco-friend start picking up the trail of litter. Conformity is sometimes eliminated when one person diverges from the group. Unanimous beliefs are the most influential, but a minority influence can impact a larger group if persuasive. How does the fact that you're one of the newest members of the team impact your decision? If you were the team captain, would you be more likely to tell your teammates that their actions weren't cool? Conformity is more likely when the message is coming from higher status individuals. On the flip side, people with low self-esteem are more likely to conform than those with high self-esteem. In the 1950s, a group of male students at Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania were told they were participating in a study of visual perception. The subjects were seated in a row and shown two cards, one with a single black line and the other with 3 lines of varying lengths, one of which was the same length as the line on the other card.
The participants would be asked which of the 3 lines on the second card matched the first card.
All but one of the participants was told to answer correctly during the first 2 trials and incorrectly the third time. The participants announced their answers verbally, so the final respondent, who had not been told to give a certain response, would either conform to the majority or deviate from the norm. This study showed that about 25% of the participants never conformed. Surprisingly, the 75% who did conform went with the majority, even when the wrong answer was given and the difference in the length of the lines was as much as 7 inches. Additionally, conformity is stronger in cultures where a collective group identity is stressed, such as in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and less valued in cultures where individualism and diversity is valued, as is the case in North America and Western Europe. Personal commitment to a group increases our level of conformity with that group. Why do we conform? What are the consequences if we don't? Not only do groups often achieve conformity, but they also do so by enforcing their social roles on others. In institutional settings, like schools, these patterns can be enhanced. The social impact of enforcement behaviors, such as group bullying, was brought to public attention by the rash of teen suicides in 2010. We've looked at how the size, authority, and social status of the group affect its impact. Our need to conform is driven by our desire to be socially accepted. Wanting to fit in with people whom we admire and fear of social rejection are powerful motivators. We're more likely to deviate from the norm if there are internal challenges to certain attitudes or behaviors, and also in situations where unanimity isn't reached. What types of social situations make it more likely that we'll obey authority? You'll observe Milgram's electric shock experiment and what it revealed about the relationship between obedience and authority. How far would you go to obey authority? Would you go against your own conscience? Perhaps one of the most famous psychological experiments of all time, Stanley Milgram's controversial obedience study set out to demonstrate the extent to which people followed the instructions of authority figures. 40 male volunteers between the ages of 20 and 50 were told that they were involved in a learning experiment and were directed to administer electric shocks by flipping a switch when the actor in a separate room responded with the wrong answer. Unbeknownst to the participants, the actor was actually not being shocked, but was acting as though he was. The participants were instructed by this Yale scientist to increase the level of intensity by 15 volts each time the actor answered incorrectly. 5 of the 40 of the participants refused to continue after 300 volts when the actor screamed and banged on the wall, acting as if he was in excruciating pain.
Let me out of here! You have no right to keep me here! Let me out!
The actor shouts phrases such as, "Let me out of here," and "You have no right to keep me here." The participant turns away from the switch apparatus to look toward the shouting. Speaking over the actor, the scientist says calmly, "Continue, please." The participant mumbles something. The actor is still shouting. The scientist says calmly, "Go on," while the actor yells. The participant turns back to the switch apparatus. He mumbles something that includes the phrase, "Be responsible for it." Surprisingly, 65% of participants continued to administer 450-volt shocks at Professor Milgram's insistence that their participation was essential to the experiment. Although the participants were acting out the instructions of the authority figure, it's important to note that they were doing so willingly, and the switch was labeled Danger, Severe Shock. Why did the participants obey? The presence of a respected authority, a Yale professor, lent an air of legitimacy to the experiment. What are the perceived consequences of disobeying an authority figure? Milgram's experiment makes it clear that within certain social situations, people are willing to release responsibility to a higher authority rather than take responsibility for their individual actions. The perceived authority of Professor Milgram rested on his authority as a professor at an elite institution, the fact that it was his experiment, and the status of science. Let's think about attitudes or long-held beliefs that guide our social interactions. Each attitude has 3 components: 1, cognitive, 2, behavioral, and 3, emotional. Let's say that Amy thinks people who wear glasses are educated. This is the cognitive component, or actual belief, which can be expressed in words. Amy listens to people more closely because they wear glasses. This is an example of the behavioral component, where she acts on her belief. Amy trusts the things people say more if they wear glasses. This is the emotional component, how beliefs make us feel in social situations. While this might seem irrational from the outside, such beliefs are common and allow us to interact smoothly with the social world around us. Now, let's get to know more about Amy by examining how her attitudes are formed. There are 3 different ways that attitudes are learned. 1, observational learning, 2, classical conditioning, and 3, operant conditioning. One way that we form attitudes is through observational learning by watching our role models. Say Amy's favorite professor wears glasses. He's smart and received his MBA from Harvard. Therefore, unconsciously or consciously, Amy believes that people who wear glasses are well educated. Classical conditioning happens when our reflexes are trained to respond to stimuli, in ways similar to how Pavlov's dogs were conditioned to drool when they heard the mealtime bell. When the fire alarm in Amy's building rings, her heart races and she feels a sense of urgency. She responds by getting up and filing out of the building with the rest of her coworkers. Operant conditioning is when we modify our behavior based on consequences like punishment and reward. For example, Amy believes that red lights are merely a suggestion, but after paying an expensive ticket for running a stoplight, she now waits for the light to turn green. The red traffic light example illustrates how social laws can affect Amy's behavior even if she has conflicting beliefs. However, research has shown that such behavioral modification lasts only as long as the negative feedback is in place. So, if it's a stop sign on a quiet street where no one is watching instead of a traffic light, Amy might decide not to stop. Attitudes that readily come to mind guide behavior when there are few outside influences. Her attitude has not changed, but her behavior has been modified. Okay, now let's put Amy on a dating game show to see how behavior affects attitude. She gets to choose between 3 possible dates. Meet contestant A. Blaine is a successful, intelligent businessman who could fulfill the expected gender role of the family man and provider. According to social norms and expectations, Blaine would be the right choice for Amy. Meet contestant B. Larry knows all the angles. He knows about the foot in the door method of persuasion, where people are more likely to agree to a difficult request, like a dinner date, if they first agreed to an easy one, like a quick drink after work with other coworkers. Meet contestant C. Hank isn't the kind of guy who Amy's parents envisioned for her, which makes him strangely attractive. Reactance theory proposes that we'll rebel against restrictions that limit our behavioral freedom. If Amy was asked to fill out a questionnaire listing the strength of her attitudes on a scale from 1 to 5, 1 if she strongly disagreed and 5 if she strongly agreed, the results could be measured using the Likert scale, developed by American psychologist Rensis Likert. The Likert scale would quantify Amy's conscious beliefs. If asked, she would probably express a favorable attitude towards contestant A, since Blaine is the type of guy her friends and family would get along with. Other methods of measuring attitudes employ devices, such as an EMG or electromyograph, which monitors facial muscle activity, or an EEG, or electroencephalograph, which tracks brain activity. Such tests measure physiological responses and can provide insight into Amy's unconscious attitudes, and may reveal that Amy smiles more when she's talking with contestant C. What if Amy decided to go on a date with contestant C? Hank is sweet and thoughtful. Amy might be surprised to learn that he's incredibly smart, even though he doesn't wear glasses. Cognitive dissonance theory was proposed by Leon Festinger to describe the process that occurs when beliefs conflict. Tension and emotional discomfort arises, leading to either a shift in belief or rationalization. Amy modifies her attitude towards people with glasses after she meets Hank because she realizes that glasses aren't necessarily an indicator of a person's education. We've examined how the way we think about people and things guides our actions and feelings. Outside factors, such as social norms and the expectations of our peers, heavily influence our attitudes. Persuasion and conflicting ideas can cause us to rethink our beliefs and eventually lead to a change in attitude.
When we write articles for Wikipedia, volunteer our time to charity, or do anything for the greater good without expecting payment or rewards in return, we're being altruistic. Why are we compelled to help others? Do we do it because it makes us feel good to contribute to society? Or is it an instinct of group survival? We have biological instincts to help others. We gain an evolutionary advantage when we help our own family members survive and continue contributing to the gene pool. Following the social responsibility norm, we expect firefighters, law enforcement officials, parents, teachers, and other responsible leaders to help others even if it comes at a cost. Social learning happens when we see our heroes helping others, and then proceed to model our behavior on their actions. We may see their good deeds in real life or on TV. Now that we've considered why we help, let's look at some factors that inhibit altruism. Social exchange theory states that we work towards balancing the amount of effort that parties are putting into social relationships. According to this theory, we'll continue to help other people until we feel that we're not getting the same amount of help in return. Say you've helped your friend move 2 times in the past 2 years, and you ask him if he can lend you a hand now that you're moving to a new apartment. The polite thing for your friend to do is reciprocate and return the favor. If he says no, you might not help him again the next time he asks for help. Even if our original intention isn't to benefit ourselves, we're more likely to continue helping if we receive rewards, such as help when we need it ourselves, social status, and recognition. You may have heard of the bystander effect, the phenomenon whereby violent crimes or accidents occur in crowded urban areas, and no one comes to the rescue of the victim. The size of the crowd diminishes the feeling of individual responsibility. Say you're driving by the scene of a recent car accident on the highway. You're late for work, and you figure that someone else will call 911, so you do nothing. A diffusion of responsibility occurs when we assume that other motorists will call for help. Would the scenario be different if you weren't in a hurry? What if you were on a quiet back road in the countryside? What if you recognized the car as your friend's? Acting to help others without an expectation of reward is considered socially responsible. It's also one aspect of human nature with roots in our biological origins. Beyond that, such behavior is socially desirable bringing status and recognition to the participants.
Are some people natural-born killers? Can aggressive behavior be triggered by external factors, or is it a learned behavior that's modeled by others? First of all, aggression shouldn't be confused with assertiveness. Aggression is violence against someone or something with intent to harm. Biological explanations for aggressive behavior have been proposed, including genetic predisposition or high testosterone levels. In 1959, Russian geneticist Dmitry Belyaev conducted an experiment to determine whether selective breeding could result in a tamer species of silver fox. Over a period of just 10 years, Belyaev was able to domesticate the foxes by breeding only the nice, friendly foxes and turning the unfriendly ones into fur coats. Now, after 50 years of selectively breeding 35 generations of foxes, the experiment has shown that aggression is, in part, genetic. Other biological reasons might lead to aggressive behavior. For example, an examination of prisoners of violent crimes has linked frontal lobe damage and an inability to control aggression. What about external instigators of aggression? Can someone who is genetically docile be provoked to fight? According to the frustration-aggression hypothesis developed by psychologist John Dollard, frustration can lead to aggression when a desired goal isn't reached. Have you ever become angry when, after waiting a long time for a software program to download, your internet connection fails? Did you pound the desk in frustration? You've demonstrated that frustration can lead to aggression. Aggression may also be a response picked up by watching others through a process known as social learning. Will the child of a physically or verbally abusive parent grow up to be abusive themselves? Such a background increases the likelihood. Some studies have demonstrated that exposure to violence in video games, movies, or TV shows can make us more aggressive and desensitize us to combative behavior. How does self-esteem, defined as having confidence in your own self-worth, factor into aggression? Bullies who have inflated egos can become aggressive when they feel that others are threatening their image or to increase their group status. Conversely, social outcasts who repeatedly experience rejection may act in a hostile, defensive way towards others. What judgments do we place on the word aggressive, and do they always apply? Societal views of aggression affect how frequently it's exhibited because of a fear of punishment, whether by social ostracism or legal enforcement. Also, different types of aggression may be more socially acceptable. For example, verbal sparring is more common in Japan, whereas physical aggression is more common in the United States, where football is a national pastime. In traditional male hunting cultures and in the military, aggression in males may be linked to status, while it may be frowned upon in close-knit urban cultures where peaceful cohabitation is desired. Social norms may also tolerate higher levels of aggression for males than for females. Aggressive tendencies may also be attributed to some extent to gender roles, as well as to testosterone levels and physical strength. You've learned that aggressive behavior, which is violence against someone or something with intent to cause harm, can be caused by biological or environmental factors. Some of the biological explanations for aggression include genetics or frontal lobe damage. External factors include aggression caused by frustration at not reaching a goal, explained by the frustration-aggression hypothesis. Aggression may also be learned by watching and imitating those around us, known as social learning. Finally, self-esteem, or the belief we have our own self-worth, can also affect aggressive behavior. Whether or not specific behaviors are considered aggressive is many times determined by societal views. While one act may be considered extremely aggressive in one culture, that same act may be considered a normal personality trait in another culture. Gender biases can also affect whether an act is considered aggressive or not. Many societies accept higher levels of aggression from males, while females displaying that same level of aggression may be ostracized or their behavior frowned upon. Meet Amy. Amy is going to help us to better understand stereotypes. When she rides the bus to work, she makes assumptions about the other passengers. She looks around the bus, trying to decide where to sit. For each person, she looks at gender, age, ethnicity, religion, and other social groupings. These categories are called cognitive schemas, which are based on preconceived expectations. Who will she sit next to? Before we answer that question, let me explain that stereotypes allow us to process new information, compare this information in terms of our past experiences, and make decisions on appropriate behavior. After a quick scan of the strangers on the bus, Amy sits down next to this guy. She's feeling social, and he looks like a fun, friendly guy who seems like he'd be easy to strike up a conversation with. They chat, and he asks for her number, which boosts her self-esteem, but also makes her uncomfortable, so she gets off at the next bus stop. Not having thought this through, Amy finds herself in an unfamiliar part of town. One of the other passengers gets off the bus too and is walking behind her. To avoid what she believes is a potentially dangerous situation, Amy ducks into a convenience store to wait for the next bus. On a basic level, stereotypes help us to quickly determine whether to initiate a flight, fight, or social response to any situation. The other passenger could potentially be a friend or enemy, but Amy makes a quick judgment based on stereotypes. Evolutionary psychologists have suggested that the ability to stereotype gives humans an advantage for survival. We may stereotype snakes as bad, and although not all are harmful to us, this positive stereotype helps us to avoid potentially dangerous snake bites. Our social identity, or membership in particular groups, largely determines our everyday interactions. Interestingly, we perceive our in-group, or us, as composed of different types of people, whereas the out-group, or them, is seen as homogeneous. Within the in-group, the viewer focuses on social distinctions, but within the out-group, similarities are enhanced and often used to gloss over the diversity. Negative stereotypes of out-groups can become fixed, so that exceptions are overlooked, leading to distorted caricatures of groups. These overgeneralizations can eventually lead to prejudice and discrimination. Prejudices can be used to legitimize social, economic, and political discrimination. Psychologists have suggested 3 ways that prejudices are formed. 1. We develop prejudices based on social learning, or the influence of the beliefs of our peers and family. 2. According to motivational theory, the drive for success motivates people to form prejudices about their competitors. Consider how the media portrays stereotypes about the enemy when our country is at war, justifying events and building an us versus them mentality. 3. Personality theory proposes that prejudices are based on personal experiences that occur during development. For example, Amy might believe that only boys are good at math because her mom always told her to ask her dad for help with math homework. Let's review. Simplifying and reducing people and events into basic categories makes it easier to organize new information and think about the world around us. We make quick decisions about people and events based on our personal background and past experiences. These snap judgments allow us to adopt appropriate behavior in different social situations, but they can also lead to a fear of other groups and discrimination.
Imagine that you're in a coffee shop. You wait patiently in line, you order your drink, you pick up your drink, and then you sit and sip it quietly. Others around you do the same thing, and you're able to sit peacefully and read a book or listen to music. In other words, it's a pretty normal afternoon in the cafe. But what if someone did not stick to the script? What if a man cut in front of everyone in line? Or what if a woman suddenly starts yelling out nonsense words? Would you still consider it a normal afternoon? Psychology is the study of human thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. Abnormal psychology is the study of abnormal thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. Abnormal thoughts, feelings, and behaviors may or may not be a part of a larger mental illness or psychopathology, but psychologists who study abnormal psychology usually work to treat people who have some type of mental illness, even if it's just a temporary case of the blues. Thoughts on abnormal behavior have evolved over time. Ancient Chinese, Egyptian, Hebrew, and Greek texts that referenced abnormal behavior often blamed the behavior on angry gods or demon possession. Greek physician Hippocrates, who lived during the golden age of Greece and is sometimes called the father of modern medicine, disagreed with these assessments. He believed mental disorders were caused by brain pathology, heredity and predisposition, and head injuries. Although later Greeks and Romans built on Hippocrates' theories, scientific inquiry into abnormal behavior was limited through much of the Middle Ages. Mental health treatments were typically guided by ritual or superstition rather than an understanding of an individual's condition. The Renaissance humanism movement, which began during the 13th and 14th centuries, brought about more compassion and scientific questioning, but most mental disorders were still being treated at home, if they were treated at all. The first asylums opened in the 1400s, and these institutions grew in number through the 1800s. Unfortunately, they often operated more like penal institutions than hospitals, and employed deplorable conditions and practices that were harmful to patients. Many people in the 18th and 19th century advocated for more human treatment of people with mental disorders, but harsh, punitive, and ineffective treatments continued into the first half of the 20th century. The year 1946 brought about significant change in the field of abnormal psychology in the U.S. During this year, the National Institute of Mental Health was founded and began providing training through psychiatric residencies. The Hill-Burton Act, a program that funded community mental health hospitals, was also passed. In the second half of the 20th century, the deinstitutionalization movement led to psychiatric hospitals being closed and replaced with less isolated community mental health services. The abnormal psychology research and treatment strategies we use today evolved from the work of early experimental researchers, but significant strides have been made. There is currently more of an emphasis on the study of brain matter and neurotransmitters, and abnormal behavior is now treated with medication, holistic treatment methods, and client-centered therapy rather than inhumane and ineffective methods that increase suffering. Think about the lady in the coffee shop yelling out nonsense words. Why would anyone do that? What's wrong with her? There are two theories about what causes abnormality: the somatogenic and psychogenic theories. Somatogenic theory states that abnormality is caused by a biological disorder or illness. In the previous example, somatogenic theory would say that there's something wrong with her brain. Perhaps she has damage to the left side of her brain, which causes language disorders, or maybe she has damage to the bottom part of the front of the brain, which makes people do things that are socially inappropriate. Either way, somatogenic theory explains abnormality in terms of physical causes. As such, a somatogenic approach to abnormality often focuses on using drugs, surgery, or other physical therapies to treat psychological disorders. Compare that to psychogenic theory, which says that abnormality stems from psychological problems. For example, Sigmund Freud might say that the woman in the cafe has an underdeveloped superego, which means that she can't stop her urges, like wanting to call out in a public place. Treatment for abnormality based on psychogenic theory includes talk therapy and hypnosis. Of course, most psychologists don't believe in one theory or the other. Most psychologists believe in one theory more than the other, but will admit that they both play a role in abnormality. As we said before, abnormal psychology deals with all sorts of abnormality. Three common disorders that abnormal psychology covers are schizophrenia, antisocial personality disorder, and depression. Schizophrenia is a mental illness that makes it difficult for sufferers to tell the difference from reality and hallucinations. Patients diagnosed with schizophrenia often have vivid hallucinations, especially auditory hallucinations like hearing voices. The symptoms of schizophrenia may be a result of too much of the neurotransmitter dopamine in the brain. Patients diagnosed with schizophrenia can be treated with medication, but it is sometimes difficult to get them to keep taking their medication, so therapy, along with medication, is an important part of treatment. Antisocial personality disorder involves having a very small conscience. People with antisocial personality disorder often manipulate or harm others and may have a history of breaking the law. Antisocial personality disorder is very difficult to treat because patients often charm and manipulate their therapists. Depression is a general term that covers several different abnormal conditions. Most people who use the term depression refer to someone with major depressive disorder, which is characterized by long periods of low mood and a general loss of interest in the things that they normally enjoy. Treatments for depression range from drugs to therapy, though a combination of the two is most effective. Abnormal psychology studies abnormalities in thoughts, behaviors, and feelings. Psychologists usually view abnormality in terms of somatogenic theory, which says that the cause of abnormality is biological, and psychogenic theory, which says that the cause of abnormality is psychological. 3 types of abnormality that are of particular interest to psychologists include schizophrenia, antisocial personality disorder, and depression. Cindy is sitting in class while the professor gives a lecture. The content of the lecture is pretty boring, and several students struggle to pay attention. Most of them at least pretend to be listening to the professor, but not Cindy. Cindy taps her fingers on the desk very loudly. She groans and rolls her eyes when the professor goes off on a tangent. Eventually, she gets up and starts to dance to music only she can hear. Abnormal behavior is behavior that deviates from what is expected and normal. The study of abnormal behavior is called abnormal psychology. But what exactly constitutes abnormal behavior? Most people would probably agree that when Cindy stands up in the middle of class and dances to an imaginary playlist, she's displaying abnormal behavior. But what about groaning and rolling her eyes? What about tapping her fingers on the desk? Are these abnormal too, or still within the realm of what's normal? Abnormal behavior is sometimes hard to define for several reasons. First of all, people have to agree on what's normal. This can vary widely both within and outside cultures. For example, when British settlers first moved to America, they were used to fencing land and raising livestock on it. They had a good idea of the difference between public and private land. However, the American Indians viewed land as a public thing and didn't understand the concept of fencing parts off. Further, they used the land to raise crops, not livestock. To the Indians, the white man's way of fencing land and keeping animals in pens seemed very abnormal. Culture isn't just about what happened in early America. A woman walking down a street in America without a top on would be considered to be acting abnormally. However, in a culture where bare-breasted women are normal, a woman with a top on might be seen as abnormal. In general, psychologists look at 4 different criteria for defining abnormal behavior. Each has its strengths and each has its problems. The first criterion is violation of social norms. Behavior that goes against what is considered normal by society is abnormal. As we just saw, culture plays a role in social norms, as does age. A man who takes off all his clothes and jumps in a fountain is likely to be seen as weird, whereas a 3-year-old who does it might just be seen as cute. Another criterion for identifying abnormal behavior is statistical rarity. A person who has an extremely low IQ, for example, might be classified with some type of intellectual disability. Because there is only a small percentage of the population with intellectual disabilities, it is rare and therefore abnormal. Of course, the problem with statistical rarity is that people who are exceptionally intelligent are just as rare as those with intellectual disabilities, so according to this criterion, Albert Einstein is abnormal. A third criterion of abnormal behavior is personal distress. When we engage in abnormal behavior, the cause and sometimes result of our behavior can be distress. A good example of this is obsessive-compulsive disorder, where anxiety about something can lead to compulsive behaviors meant to relieve that distress. The problem with personal distress, though, is that some people with mental illness do not feel distress, such as people with antisocial personality disorder who have an underdeveloped conscience. The final criterion for defining abnormal behavior is maladaptive behavior. Is the behavior likely to hurt the person or someone else? Whether it is physical harm or social harm, such as losing a job or the respect of your peers, maladaptive behavior leads to some type of harm. Because each of these criteria has strengths and weaknesses, most psychologists use all of them to get a picture of abnormal behavior. For example, Cindy's behavior in class is maladaptive because it could lead to her professor marking down her grade. It is also a clear violation of social norms, which say that students in class sit quietly and at least pretend to listen to the professor. It's probably statistically rare that someone would get up in class and start dancing to music that no one else can hear. But what if Cindy doesn't experience personal distress at it? Well, since it fulfills 3 of the 4 criteria, most psychologists would agree that it is abnormal behavior, even if it does not cause personal distress. There are many things that can cause abnormal behavior. Biological and psychological issues can both play a part in abnormality. A few general causes of abnormal behavior include the following. Number 1, relief from distress. Everyone has felt anxiety or stress at some point. Some people cope with these feelings by engaging in behaviors that some people would consider odd. For example, a person who feels anxious about germs might wash their hands over and over again. Number 2, lack of thought or feeling. Some people don't think their actions through or don't experience the same types of feelings as others. For example, a person who does not feel embarrassment might say things that are inappropriate without the censor of embarrassment to stop them. Number 3, perceiving the world differently. Some people experience hallucinations which feel as real to them as senses from the real world. For example, someone with schizophrenia might hear voices in their head that sound as real as the voices from people around them. Their reactions to the hallucinations would be considered odd indeed. Abnormal behavior is any behavior that deviates from what is considered normal. There are 4 general criteria that psychologists use to identify abnormal behavior: violation of social norms, statistical rarity, personal distress, and maladaptive behavior. Though there are many causes of abnormal behavior, 3 common causes are relief from distress, lack of thought or feeling, and perceiving the world differently. Most of what is studied in developmental psychology is related to understanding how and why people change and grow. This helps us understand how typical development occurs, so we can help this growth take place in positive ways. But what happens when someone's development does not fit our understanding of what is typical? Kate has noticed that her daughter has not learned to speak as well as most other children her age. Other 3-year-olds can say that they are thirsty and ask for a drink. Kate's daughter still points to the refrigerator and cries. This has Kate concerned. Is her daughter's behavior because her development is atypical? When development occurs in an unexpected way and exhibits an unusual pattern of behavior, emotion, or thought, it is called atypical development. This is an important area of study because of the effects atypical development has on individuals and society. Atypical development can occur at different stages of our lives and can present itself in different ways. The effects can vary, and the impact of atypical development on a person's typical life ranges from mild to severe. There is also some variance as to what constitutes typical development. So, how do you know when to consider an individual's development atypical? Developmental psychologists use different tools to assess how much a person's development differs from what is considered to be typical. These tools are called assessments. For example, let's imagine your grandfather has been forgetting things a lot lately. He visits the doctor to see if something is wrong. His doctor asks him to remember 3 words that he will have to recall later. Then he asks your grandfather to draw a picture of a clock. Your grandfather finishes drawing the clock, and the doctor has him repeat the 3 words he was asked to remember. If your grandfather recalls all of the words, his memory is functioning typically. If he only recalls 1 or 2 words, the doctor may run more tests to see if there is an anomaly. This example is a simple test that can be used to assess memory. Just like in the previous example, the information obtained from different assessments of individual functioning is used to determine whether there is enough difference to consider a person's development atypical. For development to be considered atypical, the following is usually true. Symptoms involve disturbance in behavior, thought, or emotion. Symptoms are associated with personal distress or impaired functioning. Symptoms have a biological or psychological basis. When atypical development occurs, it falls into one of 3 categories: emotional, cognitive, or physical. Let's look at some examples of each of these categories. Atypical emotional development occurs when a person is depressed, anxious, or lacks social skills. An example of this would be a person suffering from a mood disorder, a person with an anxiety disorder, or a person with a developmental disability such as autism. Atypical cognitive development occurs when a person has impaired mental functioning. Examples of this would be a person with dementia, a person with a learning disability, or a person with a mental illness such as schizophrenia. Atypical physical development occurs when the body does not work properly in some way. Examples of this would be a person with muscular dystrophy, a blind person, or a person who cannot hear. Remember Kate's daughter? In order for Kate to know if her daughter's development is atypical, the child would need to receive an assessment of her language abilities. An assessment will determine if the child's language abilities are significantly different from other children her age. If the assessment shows that Kate's daughter has impaired language abilities, then atypical development is occurring. Atypical development is present when development occurs in an unexpected way and exhibits an unusual pattern of behavior, emotion, or thought. It can occur at any stage of development. Symptoms of atypical development include a disturbance in behavior, thought, or emotion. This usually causes an individual personal distress or impaired functioning. Atypical development has a biological or psychological basis. 3 categories of atypical development are emotional, cognitive, and physical.
Sarah has a problem. Some days she feels so depressed that she can hardly move. She feels like she's been hit by a truck, and just the thought of getting up, showering, and facing the day seems to be too much. Other times, Sarah is so energized that she can't seem to stop herself. She bounces around from room to room in her home and often tackles several projects at once. Her brain seems to go 1,000,000 miles a minute. She has so many thoughts that run through her head, and she can't seem to stop them. Sarah suffers from bipolar disorder, a condition considered to be abnormal. That is, her behavior, emotions, and thoughts are different from the normal pattern that people display. One way of looking at bipolar disorder and other mental illnesses is the somatogenic theory, which says that mental illness comes from physical or biological ailments. You might think that the somatogenic theory of abnormal psychology is pretty new, but it actually goes back to ancient Greece. Let's take a look at a few of the most important historical moments in the biological view of mental illness. Hippocrates was ahead of his time. Most people in ancient Greece thought the abnormal behavior like Sarah displays could be attributed to things like demons or magic. But Hippocrates was the first person to suggest that mental illness might be due to physical issues. Considered the father of Western medicine, Hippocrates believed that mental illness could be treated the same way that physical ailments could be treated. He said that the brain was the center of consciousness, wisdom, emotion, and intelligence. As such, Hippocrates believed that the brain was the place where most of the issues with mental illness resided. Hippocrates based all of his beliefs on philosophy. That is, he speculated on the link between brain and behavior, but did not investigate it scientifically. Years later, a Roman named Claudius Galen became the first person to incorporate scientific investigation into the idea of mental illness. He took Hippocrates' ideas and experimented on animals to confirm and discover more about the biological underpinnings of abnormality. After Galen, the science of abnormality didn't make much progress for another 1,500 years. Some people took the information that Galen and Hippocrates explored and used it, but most people went back to the view of mental illness being caused by demons and magic. In the 18th century, though, a doctor named Franz Anton Mesmer attempted to treat mental illness from a scientific point of view. Mesmer took the work of Sir Isaac Newton, which focused on invisible forces like gravity and magnetism, and applied them to abnormal psychology. In particular, Mesmer treated many conditions with magnets. At the time, hysteria was a common disease, particularly among women. Hysteria was the diagnosis when a patient experienced physical symptoms without anything physically wrong with them. One common belief among doctors of the time was that sometimes a woman's uterus could detach itself from where it was supposed to be and travel throughout the body, causing hysterical symptoms. Mesmer used magnets to treat these symptoms and had quite a bit of success in treating his patients. An interesting side note about Mesmer is that he believed psychological problems to be wholly attributable to physical issues, yet he is considered to be one of the first people to practice hypnotism on his patients. In fact, the word mesmerize comes from his name. A few years after Mesmer, Benjamin Rush became the founder of American psychiatry. His book, Medical Inquiries and Observations Upon Diseases of the Mind, was the first book on psychiatry published in America. Rush, like Mesmer before him, believed in the scientific study of mental illness. Rush sought to explain and treat abnormality in terms of medicine and science. However, Rush was working in the 18th and 19th centuries, and medical knowledge was slim. Rush believed in bleeding his patients, a practice common back then, but disregarded today. However, some of the reforms Rush fought for have carried into modern day. He believed in the importance of sanitation and believed that violent and non-violent patients should be separated. Both of these policies are still utilized today, 2.5 centuries after Rush was arguing in favor of them. If Rush was the father of American psychiatry, Emil Kraepelin was the father of mental classification. Like Rush, Kraepelin believed in the medical examination of mental illness. Working in the second half of the 19th century, Kraepelin devised a classification system for mental illnesses. This allowed doctors to view abnormal psychology in medical terms and laid the groundwork for the classification of mental illness that psychologists use today. As medicine advanced in the 20th century, more and more about the brain and its relationship to mental illness became known. Chemicals in the brain called neurotransmitters were identified, and their role in certain illnesses became known. Drug therapy for mental illness became more and more common. Of course, even in the 20th century, medical advances led to some horrific treatments. As scientists identified parts of the brain responsible for different functions, treatment of some disorders involved removing the part or parts of the brain that doctors believed were responsible for the disorders. In the early and mid-20th centuries, a common treatment for some mental illnesses involved surgically removing parts of the frontal lobe of the brain, a treatment called a lobotomy. Another common treatment that gained popularity in the mid-20th century was electroshock therapy, or electroconvulsive therapy, which involved administering electrical shocks to the brain. Both lobotomies and electroshock therapy had dramatic side effects, though, and they are rarely used today. Instead, the most common medical treatment for mental illness today is drug therapy. Viewing mental illness as a biological or physical problem is called somatogenic theory, and it stretches all the way back to ancient Greece with the theories of Hippocrates. In the 18th century, Franz Anton Mesmer used magnets to treat patients with ailments like hysteria, while Benjamin Rush founded American psychiatry. Emil Kraepelin's work to classify mental illness in the 19th century led to the system used to classify mental illness today. Finally, advances in our understanding of the brain during the 20th century led to more advanced drug therapies, as well as treatments that have mostly been abandoned, such as lobotomies and electroshock therapy.
Mental health is a positive mental status with an individual capable of coping with normal life stressors, as well as the ability to work productively. Psychopathology is a study of mental and social disorders, and also a synonym for mental illness. Break it down, says the rapper. Psycho translates to mind, pathos means illness or disease, and ology means to study. We add in a social because many mental illnesses have a direct social effect, and in fact that is the reason many people get diagnosed. When we talk about mental health, it is usually in a negative context, when an individual has lost their mental health due to some unusual stressor, like their house being destroyed by a tornado or Godzilla, or they are afflicted by some form of psychopathology. The thing is, people with mental diseases don't have a particular look or appearance to them. If psychopathology does not have a look, and it does not always have a measurable and biological component like cancer or tuberculosis, how do mental health professionals diagnose it? After looking at the key dimensions for diagnosis, we will look into why ethnicity and aging are important to the diagnostic process. There are four main components to diagnosing mental illness, or psychopathology. While we can discuss each one separately, it is worth noting that these differentiations are somewhat artificial. Social issues are influenced by behaviors. Behaviors are influenced by thoughts and emotions. Emotional issues color social situations. It's kind of a Venn diagram, except there is a massively overlapped area, or a tangled up ball of Christmas lights that will never get untangled. When it comes to psychopathology, one of the most important, in my opinion, is the social dimension, which deals with interpersonal or public interactions with other individuals. If you live in a sufficiently sized city, you will undoubtedly have come across people who are talking to themselves. If you have been to certain hospitals or other places, you will likely have seen people who appear to be in a coma, but without a medical reason. One of the key elements to diagnosis is if there is an interference with normal social interactions. People who talk to the voices in their head make others uncomfortable, and people who don't interact with others at all frighten people. Overlapping the social dimension is the behavioral dimension, which is any action taken by the individual. This is a fairly widespread dimension, covering everything from how one dresses themselves, to feeding themselves, to how they socially interact with others. The reason I have placed the social dimension first is that when people are being weird in social contexts, then there is an increased likelihood that the men in white coats will be called out. Behaviors typically include being erratic or excessively hyper, being inactive to the point of not taking care of basic hygiene, interacting with hallucinations, and many more things. Every diagnosis, and there are over 100, have different behavioral components to each. Some overlap, with things like bipolar disease and schizophrenia having some behaviors in common, while others are unique and a little bizarre, like individuals with autism unable to make eye contact. The last two dimensions we will roll into one large one. The thought and emotions dimensions deal with the internal landscape and reactions of an individual. Mental illness really boils down to there being some kind of regulation problem with thoughts and emotions, which is translated into behaviors and social interactions. People who think differently, drastically differently, can have difficulties with social issues, and they will likely behave differently as well. For example, an individual who claims the world is really made of pudding and will argue with others vehemently about it is experiencing thought disturbances. When it comes to emotional disturbances, it is estimated that nearly everyone will go through some depression in their life. It is sometimes referred to as the common cold of our times. Other emotional issues include excessive rage, inappropriate responses, such as laughing when others cry or not having any emotions, and highly variable emotions, such as flipping back and forth between love and hate for a single person. We have discussed how social, behavioral, thoughts, and emotions all come together to result in a diagnosis. Two factors that a good psychologist will consider are ethnicity and age. When it comes to ethnicity, we have to remember what is and is not culturally appropriate. In some cultures, it may be perfectly normal for families to teach their children to slaughter farm animals. However, in a more industrialized place, forcing children to kill animals might earn a family a visit from Child Protective Services. To use a more concrete example, many people suffer from depression, which is an intense sadness and hopelessness about the future. In many cultures, this is represented by intense feelings of sadness, hopelessness, and a general malaise or sleep problem. However, when it comes to Asian cultures, there is something about the culture which causes depression to be reported and felt as somatic complaints, including weariness, tightness of the chest, fatigue, and other body issues. It would seem that these cultures have influenced the expression of depression to be more somatic rather than cognitive. When it comes to aging, there are two sides to this. On one hand, certain disorders cannot be diagnosed until a critical age is reached. A proper diagnosis of ADHD requires symptoms before the age of 3, but cannot be diagnosed until after the age of 7. Personality disorders cannot be diagnosed until after the age of 18. The other side of this is that the aging process can bring out other disorders. Issues like Alzheimer's disease and dementia are extremely uncommon in the young, but increase in likelihood as we age. There is also the issue of mental and physical decline, and how this affects treatment of diagnoses. Individuals who are physically declining may not have the ability or interest in working on mental health issues. Mental health is a positive mental status with an individual capable of coping with normal life stressors as well as the ability to work productively. Psychopathology is a study of mental and social disorders. When it comes to diagnosing an individual, there are 4 key factors. The first is the social dimension, which deals with interpersonal or public interactions with other individuals. There is also the behavioral dimension, which is any action taken by the individual. The last 2 dimensions we roll into one larger one, with those being thought and emotion dimensions, which deal with the internal landscape and reactions of an individual. Additional factors a psychologist must consider when looking at psychopathology are age and ethnicity. With age, certain disorders can only be diagnosed after a certain age, like personality disorders after 18. When it comes to ethnicity and culture, we must look to see how that culture both expresses mental illness as well as consider what is normal for that culture. Isn't it funny how things become generic? Terms like Kleenex and Q-tip are actually brand names, not products. I bring this up because psychology has undergone a similar process, where one of the oldest forms of psychotherapy has become known as the general way that psychotherapy is done. What I mean is, when lay people think about psychology, they have generalized psychoanalytic schools to be representative of all psychology, and that does a disservice to the history of psychoanalytic as well as all of psychology. Let's look at some of the basics of psychoanalysis and the schools of thought that branched out from it. Then we will look at how psychopathology, or mental illness, is viewed. Psychoanalytic means the Freudian school of thought involving unconscious processes, psychosexual development, and defense mechanisms. It is a little tough to boil down a massive theory that has been around for nearly 100 years into a single statement. Basically, psychoanalysis is based on the teachings and writings of Sigmund Freud, who believed that the mind was driven and influenced by primarily unconscious processes. Let's look at an iceberg diagram, which sums up the main ideas behind psychoanalysis. The iceberg diagram shows how Freud envisioned the human mind working. Above the waters is our conscious thought, or what we are aware of going on in our mind. At the water level is our preconscious thought, and is typically where memories and other such things are held. Effectively, they are not conscious, but they are not totally unconscious. The last part, the majority of it, is the unconscious mind, which is the place buried deep in our mind that is difficult to access. In fact, a lot of psychoanalysis is based on the idea that our unconscious is unknowable to ourselves, and we must look for ways that it manifests itself, like in dreams, free association between words, and fantasies. It is also worth mentioning here the other schools of psychoanalytic, which are called psychodynamic. Basically, when we say psychodynamic or neo-Freudian, we mean psychoanalytic-based subschools that utilize their own ideas as well as some, but not all, of the ideas of psychoanalysis. Here we have things like Carl Jung and the various ways he divided up the conscious and unconscious, as well as John Bowlby and Mary Ainsworth and their attachment theories. One thing to note about the psychodynamics is that they typically rely on the idea of unconscious processes. That is to say, there are processes occurring that influence thoughts, behaviors, and beliefs that we are not aware of. This is still a hotly debated topic because it lacks a vital component of the scientific method: falsifiability. One cannot prove or disprove the existence of an unconscious process. Psychopathology is a study of mental and social disorders, and is also a synonym for mental illness. Since the beginning, people have tried to differentiate between what is mentally ill and what is mentally healthy. One of the first structured ways of doing this was by the psychoanalytic schools, which used their own model of the mind and explain why some people had mental illnesses while others, even those in the same household, did not. Psychoanalysis attempts to explain mental illness as a reflection of unconscious conflicts. As we discussed earlier, a person has a massive and deep unconscious that they are not personally aware of. Inside this deep, deep well, we put all the things we don't want to acknowledge about ourselves and about things we do. What a person is doing with these conflicts is repressing them, or mentally pushing down ideas, thoughts, or memories. Let's use a terrible example. Your unconscious is sort of like a septic tank buried in the yard. If you took a bunch of bad stuff and kept flushing it down the toilet, it will disappear, at least for a time. But if you keep flushing things down, keep pushing more and more into the septic tank, then something is eventually going to overflow, and that is what mental illness is. Typical of Freudian fashion, these unconscious conflicts were sexual in nature, involving desire to have a relationship with the opposite gendered parent. They were treated by exploring the unconscious by way of dream analysis and free association, or the process of a trained psychologist interpreting the answers of the patient stating the first thing that comes to mind. The hope here is to go into the unconscious and untangle some of the mess that repressing has done. Psychoanalytic means the Freudian school of thought involving unconscious processes, psychosexual development, and defense mechanisms. It depends heavily on the iceberg model, with conscious thought representing a small fraction of the overall mind, preconscious thought being things that can be brought into the conscious thought, and unconscious thought, which are effectively unknowable aspects to the individual. Psychoanalysis gave rise to psychodynamic, or neo-Freudian ideas, which are psychoanalytic-based sub-schools that utilize their own ideas as well as some, but not all, of the ideas of psychoanalysis. Psychopathology is the study of mental and social disorders, and also a synonym for mental illness. Psychoanalysis explains this as the unconscious mind becoming a repository for ideas or thoughts that the conscious mind is repressing, or mentally pushing down ideas, thoughts, or memories. The only way to access this is by dream analysis and free association, or the process of a trained psychologist interpreting the answer of the patient stating the first thing that comes to mind.
Taylor has a problem. He wants to find a nice woman and settle down, but he keeps messing things up. Every time he meets someone, he has such high hopes, and when those hopes are dashed, he ends up hating her and himself. He feels depressed and despondent and isn't sure what to do. Kara's problem is very different from Taylor's. Though she'd like to get married someday, right now that's not her focus. She's in law school and under a lot of pressure. Lately, she's found it really comforting to skip meals and eat as little as possible. Sometimes she'll go days at a time without food. Somehow, that makes her feel better. What makes someone normal? Is Taylor abnormal because he gets depressed after a breakup? Is Kara's skipping meals just a normal reaction to stress? If you ask those questions to many different people, you might get many different answers. Abnormal psychology is the branch of psychology that deals with abnormal thoughts, behaviors, and feelings. Specifically, abnormal psychology looks at mental illness and psychological disorders and the best way to diagnose and treat them. Despite the differing opinions of people on the street, both Taylor and Kara are considered to be abnormal by psychological standards. Taylor's depression is a psychological disorder, as is Kara's eating disorder, and so they are both considered to be abnormal. Note that abnormality, like many other psychological concepts, is not absolute. Instead, you can think of abnormality as a spectrum. If Taylor felt a little blue after a breakup, he might be closer to the normal end of the spectrum. If he felt so depressed that he wasn't able to get out of bed, though, he might be nearer to the abnormal end of the spectrum. There are many ways to approach abnormal psychology. Some people blame abnormality on biological or neurological issues, and others blame it on bad thought and behavior patterns. Still others see psychological problems as stemming from a reaction to trauma. Let's look closer at one approach to abnormal psychology, the psychodynamic model. Remember Taylor? He's in a pattern where he starts dating someone, he has really high expectations, and then becomes very depressed when it doesn't work out. What's causing his relationship problems and the despondency he feels after a breakup? The psychodynamic model of abnormal psychology sees psychological issues as springing from repressed emotions, particularly those related to childhood trauma. For example, maybe Taylor's mom died when giving birth to him. His father told Taylor all sorts of great stories about his mother, and growing up, Taylor developed an idealized version of his mother and her relationship with his father. He never heard about her flaws or the arguments that his parents had. As a result, he looks for perfection in his partners and in his relationships. When he doesn't get it, Taylor falls into a deep depression. The psychodynamic model looks at Taylor's childhood and its role in his current situation. Taylor doesn't consciously compare his girlfriends to the vision he has of his mother, but that ideal is getting in his way just the same. Kara, meanwhile, is struggling with an eating disorder. For her, it's a way to deal with the stress of school. But when she sees a psychologist, she begins to remember how she was sexually abused as a child. The stress of her current situation is stirring up emotions related to this suppressed memory of abuse. Starving herself is an attempt by her to starve the emotions in an effort to be rid of them. Psychoanalytic treatment involves talking to a trained psychotherapist who can help a patient uncover suppressed and repressed emotions and memories. Therapy is focused on the childhood of the patient and how that is affecting his or her current situation. The psychoanalytic model has been around a long time, since Freud first founded it back in the late 1800s. In that time, many people have found it a valuable tool for recovery, and there are several benefits to the psychoanalytic view. For one thing, psychodynamic therapy was the first therapy to look at how a person's childhood affected their adulthood. Before Freud, psychology was completely focused on the current moment. However, childhood trauma can have a profound impact on adult life, just like with Taylor and Kara. Another benefit of psychodynamic therapy is that it gives people a safe space to talk to someone who will not judge them. Just the relief of being able to talk about problems often helps people heal. However, there are some limitations of the psychodynamic model. For one thing, it ignores the influence of biology and neurology. For example, some depression is caused by a chemical imbalance in the brain. If Taylor has a chemical imbalance that's causing his depression, no amount of talking will completely work. Likewise, the psychodynamic model does not work for people with psychosis or other forms of severe mental illness. After all, if a schizophrenic patient is hearing voices, no amount of talking will convince her that the voices are hallucinations and not real. Abnormal psychology studies abnormal thoughts, behaviors, and feelings. There are many ways to approach abnormality, including the psychodynamic model. This model, based on Freud's ideas, says that psychological problems come from repressed emotions and memories, and that a person's current situation is influenced by childhood experiences. There are benefits and drawbacks to the psychodynamic model, including the fact that it ignores the influence of biology and neurology, and that it does not work with people who have psychosis or other forms of severe mental illness. Sigmund Freud was a bit of a rebel. Back in the 19th century, psychologists had a lot of ideas about what caused mental illness. From demons to physical illness, many people were searching for the answers to what causes psychological disorders. What made Freud different were two ideas that he came up with. First of all, Freud believed that what we consciously think and feel is only a small fraction of our actual thoughts and emotions. To him, the mind was like an iceberg. There were some things on the surface that we could see and talk about, but there were a whole lot more beneath, in our subconscious. The other thing that set Freud apart was that he believed that many of our problems today were actually caused by things that happened long ago. To other psychologists of the day, it seemed impossible that someone's childhood could be affecting them as adults, especially if they weren't even aware of it. But Freud said that what happened in our childhood could have a profound impact on our subconscious. These two ideas, that we have a subconscious and that we are affected by our past, are the basis for the psychodynamic model of psychology. In this model, psychological issues are seen as springing from repressed emotions and events. Let's look at some of the strengths and weaknesses of the psychodynamic model of psychology. Imagine that you like to drink a lot. You're often the life of the party, but you also sometimes wake up not remembering what happened the night before. Not only that, but when you don't drink, you feel sad and lonely. At a friend's suggestion, you go to see a psychologist. She asks you questions, and you begin to share with her about your life. Slowly, some patterns begin to emerge. She points out that your mother was an alcoholic, and that she only showed you love and affection when she had been drinking. Subconsciously, you've come to associate alcohol with your mother's love. This scenario points out some of the strengths of the psychodynamic approach. First of all, it focuses on how your past, particularly your childhood, can influence your current behavior. Your interactions with your alcoholic mother influenced your drinking behavior as an adult. Before Freud, psychologists didn't really pay attention to the way that the past affected the present, but for many people, their childhood shapes who they become. Another strength of psychodynamic therapy is that it recognizes that there is a subconscious and that the subconscious has an impact on our behavior. In the drinking scenario, you didn't think about why you felt sad and lonely when you were sober until your therapist tapped into your subconscious and made the link between your mother's love and alcohol. Whereas other types of psychology focuses only on the surface behavior or thoughts, psychodynamic therapy looks at the very deepest parts of a person and tries to heal them from the inside out. Finally, some studies have shown that people who go to psychodynamic therapy feel better and continue to come back for more therapy. This might be because the therapy actually works, or it might be because they are encouraged to talk to someone who will not judge them. Either way, it seems to help people feel better. Despite the strengths, though, there are some weaknesses of the psychodynamic model of psychology. The first weakness is that it ignores the biological components of some problems. Remember in the scenario above that your mother was an alcoholic, as are you. There are some studies that show that there is a biological or genetic predisposition towards addiction. In other words, you might have inherited a gene from your mother that makes you more likely to become an alcoholic. Other mental illnesses, from depression to schizophrenia, also have biological or genetic components. Unfortunately, the psychodynamic model does not acknowledge or address biology or genetics. Another problem with the psychodynamic model is that it depends on therapist interpretation. For example, perhaps your mother was an alcoholic, but maybe her behavior didn't influence you as much as the fact that you like the taste of beer, or the peer pressure you get from your friends. Because the therapist has to make inferences, or guesses, about what the root of the problem is, there are many chances for the therapist to be wrong. Along the same lines, some therapists are so focused on the past that they do not address current issues. What if you have a job where you entertain clients a lot and have to drink as part of your job? What if your current roommate is encouraging you to drink with her, and if you don't, she gets upset? A good therapist will help you deal with these life situations, but some therapists are so focused on issues from your childhood that they don't address the things going on in their patients' current lives. Finally, psychodynamic theory is not proven or provable using the scientific method. While many approaches to psychology are tested and have many studies done to verify the science behind them, the psychodynamic approach is inherently untestable. How do you measure someone's subconscious? There are no tools available to look inside a person's mind and see their subconscious thoughts. The psychodynamic model of psychology was based on Sigmund Freud's ideas about the subconscious and the importance of childhood experiences on adult behaviors, among other things. There are several strengths of the psychodynamic model, including addressing patients' subconscious issues, childhood traumas, and the fact that people enjoy it. However, there are also some weaknesses, including the fact that it ignores the biological and genetic component of some mental illnesses. It depends on therapist interpretation. It can be too focused on the past, and it is not scientifically provable.
Many things happen in response to other things. What I mean is, if you eat chocolate ice cream a lot for months and months, or even years, suddenly you don't want chocolate anymore and you want vanilla ice cream. Or you may even want some vegetables. This has happened in psychology. In this lesson, we will briefly explore what humanism is and how it interprets and, to some degree, treats psychopathology. For a long time, behaviorism was king of American psychology. It demanded that you pay no attention to the black box labeled mind. Everything about learning, pathology, or what it means to be alive could be learned via operant and classical conditioning and their many subcomponents. This really removes the whole human spirit, as well as our thoughts, beliefs, and emotions. It reduces everything down to a simple structure, and some people didn't like that. A new approach came about in response, humanism, which is a loose grouping of researchers who believed in the uniqueness of humans. Effectively, you see the pendulum swing. On one side is behaviorism, the ultimate reductionist model, and on the other side is humanism, the ultimate anti-reductionist model. Two big researchers in the humanism field are Abraham Maslow and Carl Rogers. If you have spent a decent amount of time in psychology, you would be familiar with the hierarchy of needs, a theory describing human needs from the most basic to the existential. Maslow's hierarchy of needs starts at the most basic, with physical needs that are shared by every living being, things like shelter, food, and security. As we move up, we begin to see things like companionship, love, and self-actualization. These last few items, where people begin to develop higher senses of self, are impossible with the behaviorist model. Carl Rogers was the founder of person-centered therapy, also called Rogerian therapy, which is a therapy focused on unconditional, positive regard and self-actualization. With person-centered therapy, the idea is that people generally know how to make themselves better, and they need help in reaching their loftiest sense of self. We'll explore this a little bit more in the next section. Psychopathology is a study of mental and social disorders, and also a synonym for mental illness. Every type and style of therapy has a different way of viewing psychopathology. The behaviorists would tell you that it comes from maladaptive strategies learned by conditioning. But with humanism, we see a belief in humans and what humans are capable of. Humanisms describe psychopathology as having an unmet need that disturbs our homeostatic norm. Humans have many needs, from the most fundamental, like food, to the most complex, like the desire to connect with other people and explore human potential. Humanism states that one or more of these needs is being unmet, resulting in mild to severe psychopathology. The field also argues that if a person can have this need met, then they can be freed of the shackles of their pathology and move on to the next stage. In Rogerian therapy specifically, the belief is that the individual has repressed parts of themselves. For some reason, likely to do with their environment and upbringing, the individual is unable to fully express themselves and must bury who they are deep down. This leads to severe inner turmoil, which is expressed as psychopathology. The way you uncover the inner individual and allow them to bring themselves out of that self-imposed exile is by unconditional positive regard, in which the therapist is fully accepting of all aspects of an individual. Here are two quick examples of what Rogerian therapy might look like. The first here is the ideal. We have an individual who is in prison for stealing. The therapist practices unconditional positive regard and allows for a free, unstructured dialogue with the inmate, who comes to the realization that stealing was just an attempt to get attention and that they can find new and better ways to get people to notice them. The second example is a situation where I know Rogerian therapy has been demonstrated to be one of the best styles. An individual comes into therapy and has difficulty opening up. Over several sessions, the person reveals that they were raped by an acquaintance. Here the individual has repressed themselves due to their trauma and is having difficulty accepting the world as it is. In cases like this, unconditional positive regard have been shown to be very effective. Humanism is a loose grouping of researchers who believed in the uniqueness of humans. Two primary researchers are Abraham Maslow and Carl Rogers. Maslow is known for the hierarchy of needs, which is a theory describing human needs from the most basic to the existential. Carl Rogers was the founder of person-centered therapy, also called Rogerian therapy, which is a therapy focusing on unconditional positive regard and self-actualization. Psychopathology is a study of mental and social disorders, and also a synonym for mental illness. Humanism describes psychopathology as having an unmet need that disturbs our homeostatic norm. Treatment is about self-actualization and unconditional positive regard, in which the therapist is fully accepting of all aspects of an individual.
Ever wonder why, if psychology is supposed to make people feel better, so much of it is based on the idea that people are flawed and incomplete? Whether it's that people have a problem with their brain that's causing their psychological issues, or whether it's that they have subconscious urges that they can't overcome, a lot of psychology seems to be talking about what's wrong with people. But what about what's right with them? That's what Abraham Maslow was interested in studying. Maslow looked at people and saw all the incredible possibilities of what they could be. He founded humanistic psychology, which says that people are constantly striving to become the best version of themselves. Often, humanistic psychology is combined with existential psychology, which says that people's thoughts and actions center on the questions, who am I, and why am I here on earth? Together, these make up the humanistic existential model of abnormal psychology, which looks at how people can realize their fullest potential. Let's look closer at the strengths and limitations of the humanistic existential model of psychology. One of the main strengths of the humanistic existential model of psychology is that it is optimistic. Instead of focusing on what's lacking in people, it looks at the potential of people to become great. The health part of mental health is stressed. That is, the focus is on what the healthiest and happiest people do, and what everyone else can do to get there. Another strength of the humanistic existential model of psychology is that it emphasizes individuality and autonomy. Patients are encouraged to focus on their decisions, and great stress is given to free will. Therapists reinforce their patients' ability to choose and act according to their own internal compass. There's also a strong emphasis on the individual's own experiences and viewpoint. No two people are alike, and so no two patients are expected to have the same ideas, feelings, and experiences. As a result, humanistic existential therapy is tailor-made for each patient. Despite the strengths, though, there are some limitations to the humanistic existential model of psychology. For one thing, it is based on philosophical concepts that are abstract and somewhat vague. As a result, it is not empirical in nature. That is, it is non-scientific and is very hard to validate with science. This is a problem for many people because they believe that it is impossible to know how true it is or how well it works if it is not scientifically testable. There are some studies that have been done on the efficacy of humanistic existential treatments, and many of them have shown good results. However, the results are mostly found with well-off clients who do not have severe mental health issues. For people who have serious mental illness, like psychotic patients, humanistic existential treatments do not work. This is intuitive if you understand that the basis for humanistic existential therapy is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Essentially, Maslow said that there is a pyramid of needs that everyone has. At the base of the pyramid are our physical needs: food, clothing, shelter. Without those, we can't survive. As you climb the pyramid, though, the needs become less about survival and more about living a life of freedom and autonomy. But you can't pursue those needs until your basic needs are first met. In other words, someone who is homeless and starving is not going to be worrying about pursuing his dream of becoming a great philosopher. He'll be too busy trying to survive. Seen from that angle, you can see why humanistic existential therapy doesn't work on people with more serious illnesses. They are lower on the hierarchy, and are not able to benefit from the focus of humanistic existential therapy, which is on the higher needs that lead to a more fulfilling, meaningful life. The humanistic existential model of psychology says that people are constantly striving to become the greatest version of themselves. There are strengths to this model, including that it is positive and focuses on the positive potential of the client, and that it places a large emphasis on autonomy and the experiences and viewpoint of the individual patient. However, there are also limitations of the model, including that it is non-scientific and that it does not work well with people who have serious mental illnesses.
Al is terrified of rats. He's been this way since he was a child and doesn't know why. He's never been bitten by a rat, but he freezes in fear whenever he sees one. It's gotten so bad that he has trouble at the lab where he works because they have test rats there. Even when they're inside their cages, Al can't go into that part of the lab where the rats are. He's been diagnosed with a phobia of rats. What could have caused that? Cleo, meanwhile, has an entirely different problem. She's the life of the party, and all her friends tell her how much fun it is when she drinks alcohol. She gets crazy and sometimes blacks out and can't remember what happened. But her friends are always ready to fill in the blanks with some funny story of something she did. Cleo's boyfriend worries that she might have a drinking problem, but she swears everything is fine. Phobias and substance abuse disorders, like alcoholism, both fall under the category of atypical actions or behavior. Someone studying atypical behavior looks at psychological disorders and how they're treated. There are many ways to explain atypical actions or behaviors. One person might say that Cleo has a drinking problem because she's trying to escape the pain of her childhood. Another might argue that alcoholism is a disease and that genetics play a role. Let's look closer at one way of explaining atypical behaviors, the behavioral model. The behavioral model says that people learn behavior patterns. Behaviorists see learned behaviors as the cause of psychological issues. This model was built on the theories of psychologists, like Ivan Pavlov and B.F. Skinner, who noticed that animals learned to associate one thing with another. For example, in a famous experiment with dogs, Pavlov showed that when he rang a bell every time he fed the dogs, they would eventually associate the bell with feeding time. After a while, just ringing the bell caused the dogs to salivate, even if there was no food in sight. Remember Al? He's terrified of rats. A behaviorist might say that he's learned to be scared of rats because he associates them with something else. In fact, psychologist John B. Watson showed just that. He showed rats to a little boy who was not afraid of them. But when Watson exposed the boy to the rats, he also made a loud, scary noise. Because the boy associated the rats with the scary noise, he developed a phobia of rats. But it's not just pairing one thing with another. Behaviorists also look at the way that behavior patterns are rewarded and punished, and how that influences our actions. Remember that every time Cleo gets drunk, her friends talk about how much fun she is and how she's the life of the party? In this way, they are rewarding Cleo's drinking behaviors. As a result, she wants to drink more often, because her friends think she's cool when she does. Other models might view psychological issues as illnesses with an underlying cause. The biological model, for example, says that there is a biological or genetic problem causing psychological disorders. That model might use medication to treat problems like depression or anxiety. But the behavioral model is different. It does not look for an underlying cause for a psychological issue. Instead, it focuses on the behaviors or symptoms themselves, what caused them, and how to change them. So, how do you change behaviors that have been learned? For example, how could a behaviorist help Al with his fear of rats? Or Cleo with her drinking problem? Remember that Pavlov and Watson demonstrated that people sometimes associate two things with each other. This is called conditioning. Bells and food, rats and loud noises, even drinking with social acceptance. All of these things are conditioned behaviors. But if associating two things can cause maladaptive or negative behaviors, could they also cause positive behaviors? Mary Cover-Jones, a student of John B. Watson's, showed that the principles of conditioning could be used to help treat patients with psychological problems in a process called counterconditioning. Let's return to Al's problem. He associates rats with something negative, like a loud noise. This causes a fear in him. But what if you forced Al to associate rats with something positive, like candy? A psychologist would expose Al to rats and then give him his favorite candy bar. After many times of doing that, he would begin to associate the rats with the candy and would no longer be afraid of it. Most behavioral treatments are based on counter-conditioning. For example, some psychologists treat anxiety symptoms by having the patient imagine whatever is causing the anxiety while, at the same time, relaxing his body. The relaxed body is a positive thing. That's the opposite of the tense feeling usually associated with anxiety. The more the person does this, the more relaxed they feel when they think of the cause of their anxiety. Eventually, the person no longer feels anxious. Phobias and substance abuse disorders fall under the category of atypical actions or behaviors. Someone studying atypical behavior looks at psychological disorders and how they're treated. The behavioral model says that psychological problems are learned behaviors. Behaviors are learned in a process called conditioning, whereby a person associates one thing with another thing. However, maladaptive behaviors can be unlearned by the process of counter-conditioning, which involves changing a person's learned associations.
Whit has always been a nervous guy, but recently it's gotten worse. He's so obsessed with everything that might go wrong that he can't function normally. He's scared to leave the house because he might get hit by a bus or fall and break his leg, or catch a virus and die. His thoughts race and he feels anxious whenever he thinks about how many ways his life could be ruined. Cassidy doesn't have any problems with anxiety the way Whit does. She's pretty happy and well-adjusted. She sees the possibilities in each day and is generally optimistic. There's just one problem. Cassidy can't seem to be sexually intimate with anyone. Even when she's in love, she just freezes up and can't get turned on enough to have intercourse. It's been this way for as long as she can remember, and she just doesn't know what to do about it. Both Whit and Cassidy are suffering from psychological disorders. Abnormal psychology studies psychological issues and how best to treat them. But just as Whit and Cassidy have different disorders, psychologists have different ideas about how to treat patients. Some view mental illness just as that, an illness. They look for an underlying cause to explain why people feel, think, or behave the way they do. The behavioral model of abnormality, on the other hand, says that learned behaviors are the problem. It doesn't look for an underlying cause to explain symptoms. To behavioral theorists, the symptoms are the problem. There's nothing more to it. Let's look closer at some of the benefits and drawbacks of the behavioral model of abnormal psychology. There are many benefits to the behavioral approach. First of all, it has a high success rate. Patients who have impulse control issues and anxiety find behavioral therapy particularly helpful, though it is used with many different types of patients. Someone like Whit, for example, might find behavioral therapy helpful. Because he has anxiety, a behavioral therapist might teach him coping strategies like meditation and relaxation techniques. The therapy might also teach Whit to lower his anxiety level through desensitization, a process of relaxing while being exposed to the cause of anxiety. Another benefit of the behavioral model is that it is more scientific than many other approaches to psychology. When Freud and his followers wondered what was going on in the subconscious, they didn't have any way to measure it. As a result, their theories are not scientifically proven. Instead, they are guesses at what might be true. Though you can't measure subconscious thoughts and desires, you can measure a person's behavior. The behavioral approach was founded on the idea that psychology is a science, and therefore its theories should be proven with scientific research. As a result, it tends to be more scientific than other approaches. Despite the many benefits of the behavioral model, though, there are some drawbacks. For one thing, it ignores biological and medical explanations for some psychological problems. Mental illnesses like depression, schizophrenia, and others can be caused by biological or neurological problems. But the behavioral model ignores those explanations. Instead, it focuses on the symptoms and not on the underlying medical issues. Remember Cassidy? She's suffering from a sexual disorder that's keeping her from being able to become aroused enough to have sex. While there is often a psychological component to sexual disorders, there are also sometimes physical issues. A behaviorist might look at the psychological problems, but not see that Cassidy also needs to have her physical disorder treated. Another drawback of the behavioral model is that it does not acknowledge that people are more than simply their actions. Humans are complex creatures made up of thoughts and feelings, hopes and fears, as well as individual and collective histories that can shape our view of the world. But behaviorism only looks at the actions of individuals. As a result, it is often criticized for being reductionist or too simplistic. The behavioral model of abnormal psychology says that psychological problems are a result of faulty behavior patterns. There are several benefits to the behavioral approach, including that behaviorist treatments have a high success rate and that it is scientific in nature. On the other hand, there are also drawbacks to behaviorism, including that it ignores biological and medical explanations for some psychological disorders, and that it does not acknowledge that people are more than just the way they behave. Chris is different from other people. He doesn't feel emotions very strongly and has very little empathy for others. He has committed several serious crimes and shows no remorse for them. It's like he doesn't care about anyone but himself. Chris is suffering from antisocial personality disorder, a psychological disorder that involves disregard for others' rights. Antisocial personality disorder is one of many mental illnesses studied by psychologists in abnormal psychology. The psychological community does not agree, however, on the cause of mental illnesses. Take Chris, for example. Some psychologists might say that his antisocial personality disorder springs from unresolved issues in his childhood. Others believe that it is caused by learning bad behaviors. The biological model of abnormal psychology says that psychological disorders are caused by biological anomalies. In Chris's example, the areas of his brain responsible for emotion might be damaged or not working as well as in healthy adults. In fact, there is evidence that the brains of people with antisocial personality disorder work differently than those in people who do not have a mental illness. But if biological abnormalities are the problem, what causes those? In this lesson, we'll look at two sources of biological anomalies: genetics and evolution. Chris is adopted and was raised in a happy home, and yet he has antisocial personality disorder. When he looked up his biological parents as an adult, he found out that his father also had antisocial personality disorder. What's going on? Genes are the building block of human life. A person's genes can influence all sorts of things, from what color eyes they have to whether they develop a mental disorder. There are many psychological disorders that are influenced by genetics, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, Alzheimer's disease, and anxiety disorders. Of course, genetics are not the only cause, but they can have a powerful impact. Psychologists study the relationship between genes and mental health in several ways. One type of genetic study is a twin study. Since identical twins have exactly the same genes, and fraternal twins have about half their genes in common, it's helpful to look at the prevalence of mental illness in twins. If something is 100% caused by genetics, someone with an identical twin who has a disorder will also have that disorder. Of course, nothing is 100% caused by genetics, and our environment also has an impact on who we are. To study the impact of both genes and environment, psychologists run adoption studies. Remember Chris? He has the same psychological disorder as his biological father. In that way, we know that his disorder has a genetic component. If, on the other hand, his biological father was healthy, but his adopted father had antisocial personality disorder, we would know that environment likely plays a larger role than genetics. Our genetics influence our biology, but what influences our genes? According to Charles Darwin, the genes that you and I have are a result of evolution. His theory says that genes that help a person survive and thrive are passed down because those who are strong end up having children. Let's look at a simple example. Caveman Al has great eyesight. If something off to the side of him moves, he can see it out of the corner of his eye. On the other hand, Caveman Jed has limited, tunnel-like vision. When things move in his peripheral vision, he doesn't notice. One day, when Al and Jed go hunting, a saber-toothed tiger sneaks up on them. Al sees the tiger moving and rushes to get out of the way, but Jed doesn't and becomes the tiger's lunch. Because of Al's superior vision, he survived. Because he survived, he was able to have kids, and because the kids are related to Al, they inherit the gene for good peripheral vision. Because Jed dies, he doesn't have kids. And because he doesn't have kids, the gene for his tunnel vision isn't passed on to the next generation. What does this have to do with psychology? There are some genes and behaviors passed down from generation to generation that influence the way we think, behave, and feel. Let's go back to Chris, who is suffering from antisocial personality disorder. Why on earth would the gene for a disorder that makes a person act selfishly be passed down? Consider this. There are only a limited number of resources like food and water. If someone shares their food and water with others, it is at a cost to them. They have just increased the likelihood of their starving and decreased the likelihood of their surviving. On the other hand, if a person takes food and water from someone else without feeling remorse for it, they have decreased the likelihood that they will starve and increased the likelihood that they will survive. In this way, some antisocial personality traits might be passed down from person to person, just like good peripheral vision. No one knows for sure how much evolution impacts psychology, but there is little doubt that it plays at least some role in mental illness. Biological psychology studies how our brains affect our behaviors. Specifically, it looks at how mental disorders can be caused by biological issues. There are many things that affect our brain in biology. Genetics are biological markers passed down from generation to generation that can influence whether or not a person develops a psychological disorder. Likewise, evolution explains why some types of psychological disorders are passed down over many generations. Percy has a problem. He feels very depressed and sometimes has trouble getting motivated to do anything. He stays in bed sometimes and just thinks about how bad his life is. Hal, on the other hand, has no problems getting out of bed. In fact, he's often surrounded by people because he loves parties and being the center of attention. But Hal doesn't care about anyone but himself. He has no problems ignoring the rights of others in order to get what he wants. He even punched a guy out once because the guy wouldn't give up his seat in the bar. Though Percy and Hal are very different, they both have psychological issues. Abnormal psychology is the study of abnormal thoughts, behaviors, and feelings. But just as Percy and Hal are different, psychologists vary in the way that they approach abnormality. Some psychologists believe that mental health problems are a result of childhood issues. They might say that Percy is depressed because he's suppressing some childhood trauma, for example. Others believe that psychological disorders spring from unhealthy thought processes. To them, Percy's depression is a result of a negative train of thought. The biological model of abnormality says that psychological disorders are a result of biological issues. According to this model, Percy's depression might be caused by a chemical imbalance in his brain. Let's look closer at the strengths and limitations of the biological model of abnormal psychology. The biological model is a popular one in modern psychology, and there are many reasons why. For one thing, it's a very scientific way of looking at problems. Brain scans and other forms of technology allow psychologists to see what is happening in a patient's head. Compare that to Freud's psychoanalytic model. Freud said that psychological issues come from tensions in the subconscious mind. That is, people don't always know what is causing the problem because it's beyond their conscious mind. The problem is, there's no way to measure that. No one has a subconscious-o-meter to measure tension in the subconscious, but brain activity, structure, and chemicals can all be measured. In this way, the biological model can be scientifically tested. Remember Hal? He acts selfishly and impulsively and has no regard for the rights of others. Hal has antisocial personality disorder. Many scientific studies have shown that people like Hal have brains that function differently than people who do not have antisocial personality disorder. Unlike some other ways of looking at antisocial personality disorder, the biological model has scientific studies to back it up. Another benefit of the biological model is that it has a high success rate in treatment. For example, someone like Percy might be given an antidepressant drug and might begin to feel better. Whether it's medication or less common biological treatments like electroconvulsive therapy or psychosurgery, modern biological treatments have shown to be successful at treating mental illness, particularly in patients who do not respond well to talk therapy. A final benefit of the biological model is that it can help reduce the stigma surrounding mental health issues. While no one feels like it's their fault if they catch a cold, many people blame themselves if they feel depressed or anxious. Because the biological model looks at psychological disorders in the same way that we look at physical diseases, there is less stigma attached to them. Despite the many benefits, though, there are some limitations to the biological model of abnormality. For one thing, it ignores the profound effect environment can have on people. For example, what if Percy is depressed because his girlfriend left him for another man? What if he's lost his job and is close to bankruptcy? These are situations that can play a role in whether or not Percy is feeling depressed. The biological model, though, doesn't take life events into account. Instead, it focuses only on the biological underpinnings of the disorder, such as a chemical imbalance in Percy's brain. And because it ignores a person's environment, it can miss seeing the whole person. Another drawback of the biological model is that there is no way to know whether the biological signs of a mental disorder are the cause of the disorder or an effect of it. Remember that we said that there are many studies showing that antisocial personality disorder patients, like Hal, have brains that work differently than most other people's. But do their brain anomalies cause their antisocial personality disorder, or are they caused by antisocial personality disorder? It's kind of like asking which came first, the chicken or the egg. There's not really a good answer either way because there's no way to know which is causing which. Despite the limitations, the biological model isn't going anywhere. As science continues to develop, in fact, it may become more prevalent in psychology than it is today. But most psychologists recognize that the biological model only provides part of the answer, and that it should be combined with other models to get a more complete representation of the patient. The biological model of abnormal psychology says that psychological problems are caused by biological issues. There are many strengths of this model, including that it can be scientifically tested, it has a high success rate, and it can help reduce the stigma around mental health issues. However, there are also limitations of the biological model, including the fact that it ignores the impact of environment, and that there's no way to know whether the biological issues are the cause of the psychological problems, or if it's the other way around.
Things are going really well for Richard. As a leader in his field, he has recognition and gets praise regularly. His job is secure, and he's able to map out the career that he really wants. But there's a problem. Richard has become more and more anxious recently. He finds it difficult to breathe sometimes, and feels like everyone is watching him. Sometimes, people approach him at restaurants to compliment him on his work. This has made him feel stressed out whenever he goes out to eat. He has to fight off panic attacks more and more. Richard is struggling with anxiety disorder. His condition would therefore fall under the umbrella of atypical functioning, which refers to uncharacteristic thoughts, behaviors, and emotions that are not associated with typical behaviors. There are many ways to look at atypical behaviors like Richard's. One way to view Richard's condition is called the sociocultural approach. The sociocultural approach, related to atypical behavior, examines the impact of society and culture on the psychological health of people. There are many aspects to society and culture that can play a role in people's behaviors, thoughts, and feelings. let's look at a few key ideas in the sociocultural approach to psychology. 1. Society's pressures. Many people feel the need to live up to what society considers successful. This can mean many things, including making lots of money, becoming famous, and even changing aspects of their personalities to fit what society believes is good. All of these pressures can lead to stress, anxiety, and depression, as well as other mental disorders. For example, Richard is doing pretty well by society's standards. However, perhaps his anxiety stems from a fear that he will not live up to society's expectations. Perhaps he feels pressure to become even more accomplished than he already is. 2. Cultural rules. Every culture has its own set of rules about what is acceptable and what isn't. In the United States, throwing a temper tantrum in the middle of a public space is not considered to be good form for adults. Other cultural rules might have to do with what religion you follow, what values shape your behavior, and how independent you are. Remember Richard? Maybe part of his anxiety comes from the cultural rules that dictate how someone in his position should act. Remember when he's in a public space, like a restaurant, he has to fight off panic attacks? This might be because he worries that people will recognize him and notice if he does something wrong, like get spinach caught in his teeth. 3. Expectations about race, gender, and sexual orientation. Your race and gender dictate what typical behavior is, and some people who don't conform to those expectations are ridiculed or even shunned by society. Some stay-at-home dads find that people don't understand why they aren't providing for their families. Some people in minority groups face discrimination that can take a large toll on their lives and mental health. Perhaps part of Richard's anxiety stems from the fact that he is homosexual, and he doesn't feel like society will accept him if he comes out of the closet. Society's expectations about a group you belong to can put a strain on people, and sometimes cause them to act in ways that are not typical. Like many other approaches to typical behavior, the sociocultural approach views therapy as a critical piece of treatment. Someone like Richard might work one-on-one with a psychologist to learn strategies to deal with his anxiety. One additional key component of the sociocultural model is the way it views people as part of a larger unit. Family dynamics are a large part of the sociocultural approach to psychology, and so family or couples therapy is a significant part of many people's treatments. For example, Richard's psychologist might want to meet with Richard and his wife and kids to see how the family dynamics might be adding to his stress, and what strategies the family can adopt to help Richard with his anxiety. Another treatment plan common in the sociocultural model is group therapy. In this type of therapy, people with similar issues meet to talk and support one another. Richard's therapist might encourage him to attend a group therapy session once a week for people with anxiety disorders. Through the support of others suffering from the same issues, Richard might be able to find the strength to fight his anxiety. Atypical functioning refers to uncharacteristic thoughts, behaviors, and feelings that deviate from typical behavior. There are many ways to approach these types of behavior, including sociocultural approach, which looks at the influence of society and culture on a person's mental health. Key components of the sociocultural approach include societal pressures, cultural rules, and expectations about race, gender, and sexual orientation. Treatment involves therapy, including family and group therapy.
Kelly has a problem. Recently, she's lost interest in the things she used to love to do. She feels sad most of the time, and she spends a lot of time in bed. In fact, she's been sleeping a lot more than usual. Her psychologist believes that she's suffering from depression. What causes depression and other psychological disorders? There are many theories about the causes of abnormality. Some psychologists believe that mental illness is caused by medical or biological causes. Others believe that disorders like depression are caused by faulty thought patterns. The sociocultural theory of abnormal psychology says that family and society are key causes of psychological disorders. Take Kelly, for example. Maybe her depression is caused by the fact that her parents are always fighting. Maybe social pressures to be thin are to blame. Both of these are examples of how society can impact a person's mental health. As with other models of abnormality, sociocultural theory has its strengths and its weaknesses. Let's look closer at both. No one lives in a vacuum. We're surrounded by society, family, and culture in everything we do. Even if you stayed in your room all day and didn't see anyone, you'd still be influenced by society. What if you turned on the TV? What if you picked up a book or a magazine or logged onto the computer? All of these things are influenced by society, and by extension, they are common vehicles for society to influence individuals. But there's more than even that. The way you behave every day, even when you're alone, has to do with the way that you're brought up. That's society at work too. If people's behaviors aren't influenced by society, we'd never move past acting like a baby. We'd cry when we were hungry, sleep whenever we felt like it, and expect someone else to clean up our diapers. As you can see, society has a profound impact on everyone. One of the strengths of the sociocultural theory is that it directly addresses some of the issues surrounding family and society. For example, if Kelly's depression is caused by her family fighting, sociocultural treatments like family therapy can directly address the issues. Another strength of the sociocultural theory is that it looks at the issue of labeling. Everyone has certain labels attached to them: sister, mother, lover, doctor, runner. The list could go on and on. Some labels are generally considered positive, like doctor, and some are generally considered negative, like disorganized. But even the positive labels come with expectations and stereotypes that might cause stress or other mental health issues. And some negative labels can have devastating effects for people. One example of negative labeling that can really hurt a person is mental health labels. Many people, including psychologists, view psychological issues as being permanent. Often, patients are not seen as cured, but as in remission. This means that the stigma of mental illness can follow someone around for their entire life, even if they never display symptoms of that illness again. The sociocultural model examines the impact of labels and tries to help people move beyond them. One final strength of the sociocultural model of abnormality is the success rate. When other treatments have failed, many times sociocultural treatments have succeeded. A great example of this is family therapy. Getting a family involved in treatment together and treating them as a unit instead of treating one individual from that family can drastically increase the probability of success. Despite the many strengths of the sociocultural model, though, there are some issues with it. First of all, it disregards genetic components of certain mental illnesses. Let's go back to Kelly for a moment. She's depressed and having a hard time. The sociocultural model of abnormality says that her family unit or society as a whole are the causes of her depression. But wait, Kelly was adopted, and when we dig a little deeper, we see that her biological mother suffered from depression for most of her life. Kelly never met her biological mother, and her adopted parents have no history of depression. How can we explain the genetic link for depression? Depression isn't the only mental illness that has a genetic component. From schizophrenia to dissociative identity disorder, many psychological disorders are inherited from our biological parents. The sociocultural model doesn't address the scientific evidence that sometimes our genetics play a role in our mental health. Another issue with the sociocultural model is that it is difficult to interpret the research. Sometimes it's a matter of which came first, the chicken or the egg. For example, is Kelly depressed because her parents are fighting a lot? Or are they fighting more than usual because they see that she's depressed and can't figure out how to help her? Other times in research, it's hard to tell which social factors are causing mental illness and which ones are just related to mental illness. For example, schizophrenics are more likely to live in an urban area than a rural one. Does this mean that cities cause schizophrenia? Maybe, but maybe not. It could be that schizophrenics are more likely to live in urban areas because that's where the best treatment facilities are. There's no way to tell. The sociocultural theory of abnormal psychology focuses on society and family as causes of mental illness. Strengths of this theory include the fact that it addresses the impact that society has on individuals, it looks at issues surrounding labeling of people, and it has a high treatment success rate. However, there are also weaknesses of the model. including the fact that it ignores the genetic component of some mental illnesses, and it is difficult to interpret the research. Hector suffers from autism, a psychological disorder that involves issues with socializing, communication, and behavior. Hector's mom, Kelly, is worried about what might have caused Hector to be autistic. Was he born that way? Is it because she's a bad mom? Or is there some other explanation for his problem? Psychologists don't always agree on what causes mental illness. Some believe that psychological problems spring from problems in childhood that remain unresolved. Others believe that genetics can explain most mental illnesses. Still others think that psychological disorders are caused by learning bad habits. Physiological psychology is the study of the physical basis of thoughts, behaviors, and feelings. For example, physiological psychology might say that Hector's autism is caused by brain abnormalities, which are caused by some type of biological problem. Many studies have shown that there are brain differences in people with a variety of mental issues. From depression to schizophrenia to autism, many psychological disorders can be traced to abnormalities in the brain. But what causes the neurological anomalies? That's what physiological psychology tries to figure out. Let's look a little closer at some common physiological explanations for mental issues, including viral infections, malnutrition, and metal poisoning. Remember Hector? He's suffering from autism. Kelly, his mom, worries that maybe he's autistic because she's a bad parent. For many years, that was what psychologists believed. Cold and unloving parents could cause their children to become autistic. But brain scans showed that there were neurological abnormalities that caused the autistic symptoms. For the past few decades, then, the question has become, if autism has a neurological basis, what causes the brain anomalies? There are many theories, and scientists don't agree on which theory is correct. One theory with scientific support is the possibility that viral infections during pregnancy or early childhood could change the way the brain develops, causing the symptoms of autism. There are studies that show correlations between viral infections and autism, and studies that show no correlation between the two, so it is impossible to know for sure how strong the link is between the two of them. For other mental illnesses, though, there is a very strong link between infection and mental illness. Schizophrenia, for example, has strong links to pre- and postnatal infections. Though studies can't show that schizophrenia is caused by infection, it is a risk factor for the disease. Likewise, there are connections between obsessive-compulsive disorder and the strep infection. Some children who have had a strep infection develop OCD or OCD-like behaviors. Though there are several mental illnesses that are connected to infection, it is far from the only possible physiological cause of mental illness. Malnutrition can also play a role in development of psychological disorders. Sometimes the malnutrition is in infancy and early childhood, and other times it is linked to maternal malnutrition during pregnancy. Remember Kelly and Hector? Kelly has always been thin and eaten very little. Her mother worried that when Kelly was pregnant, she didn't eat enough food and was missing key nutrients like omega-3 fatty acids and vitamin B. Could this have caused Hector's autism? There are some studies that link nutritional deficiencies to autism. As with infections, though, the evidence for nutritional causes of autism are less strong than for other mental illnesses, including schizophrenia, which is linked with prenatal malnutrition in several studies. Other mental illnesses that might be linked to nutrition include depression and anxiety. Kelly has a friend named Lucy who is very concerned about Hector's autism. Lucy believes that vaccines can cause autism in kids. She's read that vaccines contain mercury, and mercury poisoning can lead to autism. Should Kelly be worried and refuse to continue vaccinating Hector? There are no studies that link vaccinations with autism, despite the prevalence of people who believe that the vaccinations cause the disease. Some parents believe that mercury that was used in vaccines in the 1980s and early 1990s is the reason that autism rates have increased in the past 30 years. However, mercury poisoning presents very differently than autism, and there are no links to mercury poisoning and autism. However, lead poisoning can cause some mental illnesses. Lead is a metal that used to be used in paint. Babies love to put everything they find into their mouths, and when old lead-based paint chips, some children digest it. This can cause many psychological issues. Most common among lead poisoning-based disorders are intellectual disabilities, which used to be called mental retardation. In this disorder, a person's cognitive, or thinking, skills are severely limited. There are strong links between lead poisoning and intellectual disabilities. Physiological psychology studies the way in which physical problems can influence our mental health. Specifically, much of physiological psychology is focused on figuring out what causes brain abnormalities that lead to mental illness. 3 possible explanations are infection, malnutrition, and metal poisoning.
Ashley is depressed. Her boyfriend cheated on her with her best friend. She keeps thinking that maybe if she'd just been a bit more adventurous and outgoing, like her former best friend, then he'd have liked her. She tells herself that it's all her fault he cheated. She cries a lot, and sometimes she can't even get out of bed. Depression is one type of psychological disorder that's studied in atypical functioning. Psychologists ask 2 questions when they are studying atypical actions and behaviors. Why does this patient act, think, and feel this way? And how should this person be treated? There are many answers to those questions, and many different approaches to atypical functioning. One psychologist might look at Ashley and say that she has a chemical imbalance in her brain, and that she needs to be given medication. Another might say that Ashley is depressed because her boyfriend's betrayal reminds her of a troubled time in her childhood, and that talking about her childhood and her relationship with her boyfriend will help her heal. Let's look closer at one of the ways to approach atypical functioning, the cognitive model. Ashley's depressed, we know that. But why? Is it because she has a chemical imbalance in her brain? Because she survived a childhood trauma? Or is it something else? The cognitive model related to atypical functioning says that psychological problems stem from a person's thoughts. The thoughts then cause feelings or behaviors that are not healthy. According to the cognitive model, Ashley's depressed because of the thoughts she has about her boyfriend's cheating. She thinks it's her fault because she's not adventurous enough. Her depression is caused by this train of thought. Now, you might be saying that it's not Ashley's thoughts, but the fact that her boyfriend cheated that's causing her depression. But think about this. Many people have partners who cheat on them. They all react differently. Some get angry, some shrug it off and go on with their lives, and some get depressed. What causes the different reactions? A cognitive theorist would argue that the difference between Ashley and someone who gets angry instead of depressed is their thoughts. Ashley is depressed because she thinks it's all her fault. Someone who blames the cheater might get angry instead of depressed. The process by which people's thoughts affect their feelings and behaviors is sometimes referred to as the ABC theory of processing. It has 3 parts. Activating event. This is something that happens to spur certain thoughts. In Ashley's case, it's her boyfriend cheating on her. Belief. The thoughts that shape what a person believes about the event come next. Ashley, for example, believes that her boyfriend's indiscretion is her fault. Consequence. A consequence can be emotional or behavioral, and it's what occurs because of the person's belief. For example, Ashley's depression is a consequence of her belief that her boyfriend's cheating was her fault. As you might guess, cognitive psychologists prefer to treat mental illness by changing the thought patterns of patients. If Ashley can be taught to think about her boyfriend's betrayal differently, then she might begin to feel better. As such, cognitive therapy focuses on attacking the belief part of the ABCs. Without a time machine and a magic wand, a therapist can't change the activating event. He can't go back in time and make Ashley's boyfriend be faithful. Changing the consequence of a belief can work short-term. For instance, a psychologist could try to treat Ashley's depression with drugs or other therapy that doesn't look at her thought patterns. But wouldn't it be better to attack the beliefs that are causing the consequence? In cognitive theory, the psychologist stages a rational intervention, which involves pointing out the irrational nature of a person's beliefs about his or her situation. A therapist might work with Ashley to make her see that her boyfriend's indiscretion wasn't her fault. Then, the psychologist can help Ashley replace the old thought patterns with new, healthier ones. The focus might be on getting Ashley to believe that she's all right, and that she can find a new partner who will respect and love her. Like other approaches to psychology, the cognitive model works better with some psychological issues than others. If a patient suffers from psychosis, for example, they aren't thinking rationally, and therefore a rational intervention wouldn't work. The cognitive model, related to atypical functioning, sees psychological issues as a problem with the thought processes of the patient. Cognitive therapists often talk about the ABC theory, whereby a patient reacts to an activating event with certain thoughts or beliefs that then lead to emotional or behavioral consequences. A cognitive therapist will focus on changing the thoughts and beliefs of a patient by staging a rational intervention to help them see why their thoughts are faulty and to replace them with healthier thought patterns.
Fran has trouble sleeping at night. Everything's fine until she goes to climb into bed. Then, all of a sudden, her thoughts start racing and she starts worrying that she won't be able to fall asleep. The thoughts about her insomnia only get worse as the night wears on, and pretty soon she's worked herself into such a state that she couldn't even sleep if she wanted to. Fran's anxiety is a type of psychological issue. Abnormal psychology is the study of abnormal thoughts, behaviors, and feelings. There are many ways to approach abnormality. One psychologist might say that Fran's problem is biological, that there's some problem with the wiring in her brain that is keeping her awake. Another psychologist might point to her childhood and say that something happened to her that is subconsciously affecting her now. The cognitive model of abnormal psychology says that the cause of psychological disorders is faulty thinking. To them, the anxiety keeping Fran awake at night is due to her thought process. When she gets ready for bed, she already starts thinking about how she might not be able to fall asleep. This in turn leads to more worry and more negative thoughts, which end up causing her insomnia. The cognitive model is a popular one in psychology. Let's look closer at some of the strengths and limitations of the cognitive model. What makes cognition a good model when compared to another model? There are several strengths that the cognitive model has. First of all, cognitive therapy, which aims to change the thought patterns of patients in order to help them deal with mental illness, has a high success rate. Patients who are treated with the cognitive model seem to do better than those who are treated with some of the other psychological models. This is particularly true of patients suffering from anxiety disorders and impulse control issues. Another strength of the cognitive model is that numerous studies have shown that people suffering from mental illness have faulty thought patterns. People with eating disorders, for example, are often stuck in unhealthy cycles of thoughts about food, and Fran has negative thought patterns about her insomnia. Even before she tries to go to bed every night, she begins thinking about how she will struggle to do so. Finally, cognitive therapy is about empowering the client to take charge of his or her thoughts and change them. Unlike prescribing a drug, cognitive therapy depends upon and encourages clients to take control and be a major part of their own treatment. Despite the many benefits, there are some limitations of the cognitive model, though. For one thing, the model assumes that cognitive thoughts are the cause of mental illness as opposed to a symptom. There is evidence that people with psychological disorders have faulty thought patterns. However, there's no way to tell whether those thought patterns are causing the disorder or whether they are caused by the disorder. It's kind of like a chicken and egg scenario. There's no way to know which came first. Another problem with the cognitive model is that there is no way to scientifically record a person's thoughts. A behavioral therapist can observe a person's behaviors, and a neuropsychologist can look at a brain scan, but a person's thoughts are internal and can't be measured. The closest a cognitive therapist can come to measuring the thoughts of her client is to ask the client what they are thinking. However, a patient might lie, either deliberately or without even realizing that they are not accurately representing their own thoughts. Finally, the very thing that makes cognitive therapy empowering can, for some people, also make it seem like they are being blamed for their psychological disorders. Because cognitive therapy puts the onus on the patient to change his or her thoughts, If the treatment is not successful, it can lead to a patient feeling like a failure. The cognitive model of abnormal psychology says that faulty thought patterns are the cause of mental illness. There are several benefits to this model, including the high success rate of treatment, the fact that studies have shown that people with mental illness have faulty thought patterns, and the empowering nature of the treatment. However, there are also limitations to the cognitive model, including the fact that there is no way to know whether faulty cognition is the cause or a symptom of mental illness. There is no way to scientifically observe a person's thoughts, and it can appear to place blame on the patient if the treatment is not successful.
Much of psychology is concerned with studying and understanding the way healthy minds naturally think and behave. For example, psychologists might look at how you perceive things with your senses and how you learn new information and behaviors. You can't go a single day without learning, and certainly not without perceiving. These are normal functions of the brain that allow you to experience and interact with the world around you. But imagine someone whose perception is distorted. Where most of us would hear silence, this person, let's call him Tom, hears a few distinct voices talking amongst themselves. These voices aren't actually in the real world. They're created in Tom's head, but to Tom, they seem just like a conversation you might overhear on a bus or in a restaurant. He perceives voices that aren't real. This is called a hallucination, and it's typically a symptom of a disorder called schizophrenia. Tom's psychological disorder is the result of something going wrong with his brain's normal functioning. Tom's disorder interferes with his ability to perceive. Jenny has a different problem. Jenny is deathly afraid of birds. She can blame her unusual fear, or phobia, to disordered learning. When she was growing up, Jenny's mailbox was right underneath a mean blackbird's nest, and when her parents sent her out to get the mail, the blackbird would attack her to protect its babies. This happened enough times that Jenny became conditioned to fear all birds. A natural and necessary process, like learning, can lead to unusual or disordered patterns of thinking. Now that we've seen some examples, let's get the definition of psychological disorders. A psychological disorder can be defined as a mental condition or behavioral pattern involving atypical or upsetting thoughts and feelings. There are many ways that our perception and learning can be off, but luckily, there are many treatments that can help. Psychologists who specialize in treating and diagnosing disorders like Tom's and Jenny's are known as clinical psychologists, unlike research psychologists who study how the average, healthy mind processes information. Clinical psychologists help patients who are hurting or are in trouble due to psychological disorders. In the same way most doctors deal with the problems of the body, psychological therapists deal with the problems of the mind. Clinical psychologists, along with psychiatrists, medical doctors trained to specialize in mental illness, social workers, and counselors are collectively known as therapists. A clinical psychologist would most likely recommend that Tom take antipsychotic drugs to quiet the voices in his head, and behavioral therapy would most likely help Jenny get over her extreme fear of birds. A psychological disorder is a mental condition or behavioral pattern involving atypical or upsetting thoughts and feelings. Schizophrenia and extreme phobias are psychological disorders. Schizophrenia interferes with one's ability to perceive reality, and phobias often result from disordered learning. Clinical psychologists can help patients in distress due to psychological disorders. Other specialists, like research psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers, and counselors, make up the group known as therapists.
When you go to the doctor with a fever and a sore throat, he'll talk to you, examine you, maybe listen to your breathing, and he'll use this information to figure out an explanation for your symptoms. This explanation is his diagnosis, which is the identification of a nature and cause of an illness. In other words, the doctor's diagnosis is what he thinks has gone wrong with you and why he thinks it's gone wrong. The doctor determines that your sore throat is infected, that's the what, and does a quick swab test to determine that it's caused by the bacteria strep, that's the why. Diagnosis in psychology is the same thing. If you think about it though, it can be a lot harder to figure out what's going on in someone's mind than what's going on in someone's body. You can describe to your doctor that your throat is sore, and he can look at you and run tests to figure out why. If you're depressed, or if you're suffering from hallucinations or delusions, your description of your own symptoms can be more difficult to follow and interpret, and there's no equivalent of a throat swab to test for depression. There are some ways that psychologists can diagnose patients, though. Let's look closer at the diagnosis and classification of mental illness, and the book that makes it possible for psychologists to figure out what's wrong with patients. Over the years, psychologists have worked hard to figure out ways to improve diagnoses. Psychologist David Rosenhan suspected that psychiatric hospitals often gave patients the wrong diagnoses. To prove it, he decided to send in pseudo-patients, or healthy people pretending to be mentally ill, to test the doctors and nurses in the hospitals. The pseudo-patients, including Rosenhan himself, pretended to hear voices. Once admitted to the psychiatric hospital, though, they acted normal and said their symptoms had stopped. So you might think, well, if they were acting normal, then they must have been released, right? That's where the story gets interesting. They were not released and were not identified as having faked their symptoms. Because they had said they had one symptom at the very beginning, they were considered to have a mental illness for the rest of their life. Interestingly, the actual patients in the hospital were suspicious of the pseudo-patients. It turned out that the patients were better at identifying pretenders than the staff. After Rosenhan announced these rather embarrassing results, one prominent hospital asked him to send them some pseudo-patients, confident that in their hospital, the pretenders would easily be identified. Following the challenge, the hospital identified 48 pseudo-patients out of the next 195 people who were admitted. But Rosenhan hadn't actually sent anyone. Experiments like Rosenhan's show how difficult it is to come up with a reliable scientific system of diagnosing mental illness. For this reason, the psychiatric community has a book that's used to identify mental illness, based on the symptoms that a patient presents with. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, known as the DSM, has been undergoing constant revision since its creation in 1952. The DSM lists all the recognized mental disorders and their symptoms, so that when a patient comes to a psychologist and says, "I feel this," or "I experience that," the psychologist can look up the symptoms and know what mental disorder the patient has and how to treat it. It's just like when you go to the doctor and tell him that you have a sore throat. The psychologist is gathering information about your symptoms to diagnose you. The most recent edition of the DSM is the DSM-5, which groups mental illnesses together based on similarities. For example, someone with a phobia and someone with social anxiety disorder both have high levels of anxiety. As such, they are both found together under the umbrella of anxiety disorders. Grouping psychiatric disorders together is called classification. The DSM-5 has 20 different classifications, all with multiple disorders. As you might imagine, it's a very big book. Examples of DSM-5 classifications include neurodevelopmental disorders, bipolar and related disorders, sexual dysfunctions, dissociative disorders, and personality disorders, among others. Diagnosis involves identifying the nature and cause of an illness. In the past, it has been difficult for psychologists to diagnose mental disorders, as illustrated by David Rosenhan in his experiment where pseudo-patients, or healthy people pretending to have symptoms, were misdiagnosed and kept in psychiatric hospitals even after they acted normal. In order to help diagnose patients, psychologists use the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, or the DSM, which is a book listing psychiatric disorders and their symptoms. In the latest edition, the DSM-5, psychiatric illnesses are grouped together into 20 different groups, a process known as classification.
Josie has lived in the same house for almost 50 years. She bought it when she and her late husband first got married, and she raised her children there. Recently, her family has noticed a problem when they come to visit her. She doesn't always remember who they are. Often she talks to her daughter as though she was her sister, and sometimes she calls her granddaughter by her daughter's name. Mitchell has always been a healthy, happy man. He's in the prime of his life, and everything is going well for him. but last month he contracted pneumonia and ended up in the hospital. Shortly after going back home, Mitchell woke up one day feeling disoriented and confused. He wasn't sure where he was or what he was supposed to do. Maxine, meanwhile, was in a car wreck and had to have brain surgery. After she woke up, she couldn't remember anything from before the accident. She can still make new memories, and she still remembers how to tie her shoe and who the president is, but she can't remember going to school or meeting her husband. Josie, Mitchell, and Maxine are all suffering from different types of cognitive disorders. Cognitive disorders occur when a person experiences a loss or interruption of normal thought processes. There are 3 general types of cognitive disorders: dementia, delirium, and amnesia. Let's look closer at each one. Dementia occurs when a person loses cognitive ability, including memory, thought, language, problem-solving, and judgment. The word dementia comes from the Latin words for without mind. A person with dementia is operating with only part of their mind. Remember Josie? She's starting to lose her memories of her daughter growing up and her granddaughter being born. This is one sign of dementia. She also sometimes has a really hard time expressing herself, and she can't do the crossword puzzles she used to love. Both of these are also signs of dementia. Dementia is often associated with brain diseases like Alzheimer's or Parkinson's disease, but dementia can also be caused by other things, including head trauma or drug and alcohol abuse. Delirium happens when a person becomes disoriented and confused. Because it has similar symptoms, delirium is sometimes confused with dementia. But delirium usually has a faster onset. It can happen suddenly, whereas dementia usually grows over months or years. Mitchell had pneumonia and then woke up one day completely confused. He didn't know where he was, even though he was in his own home. Confusion is a key sign of delirium. Oftentimes, patients are either very agitated or they are unusually calm. For example, if Mitchell woke up in a panic, shouting and trying to get out of his house, he would be displaying the agitation often associated with delirium. Like dementia, delirium can be caused by many different things. Some drugs, including prescription drugs, can cause delirium, as can certain infections. Delirium can also be caused by vitamin deficiencies or head trauma. The elderly and very young are most at risk for delirium. Amnestic disorder, also called amnesia, involves a loss of memory. Amnesia can affect many different types of memories. Some amnesiacs remember their past but can't make new memories. Others have no problems making new memories, but can't remember their childhood or other moments before the onset of the amnesia. Remember that Maxine had surgery after a car wreck and can't remember anything from before the accident. This type of amnesia is often called retrograde amnesia. Maxine can live a full and productive life and make all sorts of new memories, but she can't remember anything from before. Those memories might come back or they might not. There's no way to know. But what if Maxine wakes up from surgery and can remember everything from before the accident, but nothing afterwards? Her childhood, getting married, all of those things are safe and sound in her memory, but she can't remember the nice doctor she just met 5 minutes ago. This is an example of anterograde amnesia. Besides retrograde amnesia, anterograde amnesia is one of the more common amnestic disorders. As with other cognitive disorders, amnesia can be caused by a variety of things. Disease, aging, head trauma, and drug and alcohol abuse are all causes of amnesia. Cognitive disorders involve interrupted mental processes. There are 3 major categories of cognitive disorder. Dementia occurs when a person loses their cognitive abilities. Delirium is when a person becomes confused and disoriented. An amnestic disorder, or amnesia, happens when a person experiences problems with memory storage or retrieval. All of these types of disorders can be caused by many different things, including disease, head trauma, substance abuse, and aging.
The feeling of fear is a feeling that every single being can relate to. Fear keeps us safe by activating our minds and bodies for immediate danger, Whether we confront the danger or run, we can thank our brain for the notification. While fear happens in response to a threat, anxiety is mental distress caused by fear of future dangers or uncertainties. Anxiety disorders are diagnosed with the DSM-V, the most recent edition of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. This manual helps mental health professionals diagnose mental health disorders. Anxiety is also a very normal emotion. Everyone experiences anxiety when facing or anticipating a challenging situation. The challenge can be anything from a school exam to an upcoming blind date, or even concern about paying the bills. Luckily, anxiety, like fear, is adaptive. Anxiety serves to prepare us for future threats or challenges, just as fear does, by arousing the sympathetic nervous system. Although we may think that having no anxiety would be the best way to operate, a moderate amount of anxiety actually improves performance. For example, imagine a person named Bob being approached by a bear. What if Bob had experienced little or no anxiety when the bear approached him? Clearly, having no fear or anxiety is not ideal for this situation. Bob needs a moderate amount of anxiety to react properly. Scientists have found that some anxiety is beneficial to us, not only in reacting to potentially dangerous situations, but also in planning and preparing. But this is only true for lower levels of anxiety. While little or no anxiety can leave us unprepared for challenges, high anxiety can create confusion, distractibility, panic, fatigue, and other symptoms that ruin performance. So when does anxiety go from a normal, healthy emotion to an unhealthy, disordered one? The answer to this question is different for everyone. Although we would probably all be scared when confronted with a bear, our brains can perceive and react to danger differently. Experiencing a level of high anxiety isn't pleasant. Although it may keep us safe in times of danger, high anxiety can negatively affect our performance. In some people, high levels of anxiety can become a lasting problem. Instead of returning to normal levels of anxiety after we adjust to a situation, the brain can misfire and continue to send signals of fear. Sometimes fear, anxiety, and even panic can arise for no reason at all. Anxiety disorders are a group of mental disorders marked by frequent and excessive fear, anxiety, and distress. Those affected by an anxiety disorder feel fear and anxiety symptoms that are extreme for the situation they are in. Common symptoms of anxiety disorders include fear, unease and anticipation, feelings of impending doom, heart palpitations, chest pain, hyperventilation, muscle tension, body pains, stomach upset, dizziness, sweating or chills, irritability, difficulty concentrating, insomnia, fatigue, weight changes, nightmares. Looking at these symptoms, it's not hard to imagine that suffering from an anxiety disorder can seriously impair a person's life. Anxiety disorders can make everyday activities such as work, school, or even visiting with friends very difficult or even impossible. Anxiety disorders share a group of common symptoms, but each disorder is unique in its characteristics and may require different treatments. Let's review the most common disorders in this category. Generalized anxiety disorder. Generalized anxiety disorder is characterized by chronic and persistent anxiety that lasts at least 6 months and occurs during everyday activities and events. Panic disorder. Panic disorder is a disorder in which people experience sudden, frequent, and unexplained periods of intense terror. Phobias. A phobia is a persistent, irrational, and disabling fear of a specific object or situation. Obsessive-compulsive disorder, or OCD. OCD is comprised of irrational, unwanted thoughts or obsessions, and often repetitive actions or compulsions that must be performed to reduce that fear. Post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. PTSD is a set of extreme symptoms that arise after experiencing a traumatic event. Symptoms often include irritability and anger, nightmares, and flashbacks to the event. As with all mental disorders, many factors are involved in triggering anxiety disorders. There is rarely a single answer to what causes an anxiety disorder in a certain individual. Most commonly, it is a mix of biology, personality traits, and life experiences that combine to trigger these disorders. We do know that anxiety disorders can be caused by traumatic brain injury, specific medical illnesses, or even abuse of stimulants such as caffeine. However, even with something that seems as clear-cut as a major stimulant overdose, the effects on different people are never the same. Research suggests a strong genetic correlation in many anxiety disorders. Scientists estimate that heritability can account for 20 to 50% of the risk of developing an anxiety disorder. Researchers have also discovered that certain brain structures have some very significant differences in anxiety disorder patients. A section of the brain known as the fear circuit controls emotional responses such as fear and anxiety, and has been found to be overactive in people who suffer from anxiety disorders. Alongside biology, psychologists continue to study specific personality traits and ways of thinking that are more common amongst those with anxiety disorders. Anxiety disorders are the most common group of mental disorders. It is estimated that the lifetime odds of developing an anxiety disorder are greater than 25%. That means 1 in 4 people are likely to have an anxiety disorder at some point in their lives. Although we're unsure exactly why, women are about twice as likely as men to be diagnosed with an anxiety disorder. Scientists believe that women are more biologically reactive to stress and may simply be more likely to seek help as well. Still, only a very small percentage of people seek treatment, and most only visit their family physician. There are 2 main types of treatment for anxiety disorders: psychotherapy and drug therapy. Psychotherapy, otherwise known simply as therapy or counseling, has been shown to be very effective in treating anxiety disorders. Cognitive behavioral therapy, or CBT, has recently become very popular due to its effectiveness in treating anxiety disorders. CBT focuses on changing thoughts and behaviors that are dysfunctional. When used to treat anxiety disorders, CBT often involves exposure to situations that create anxiety. Drug therapy, often used in conjunction with talk therapy, can also be effective in reducing anxiety disorder symptoms. Often doctors prescribe sedatives, called benzodiazepines, as calming agents. Antidepressants are a type of drug most often used to treat depression and fluctuations in mood. They have also been found to be effective at reducing anxiety and are a popular treatment because they tend to have fewer side effects than sedative drugs. Fear and anxiety are both normal emotions that everyone experiences. Not only are they helpful in keeping us safe, but anxiety is also necessary for optimal performance. In some people, symptoms of anxiety can be triggered for little or no reason, or happen excessively and inappropriately. It is estimated that a person's risk for developing an anxiety disorder within their lifetime is about 25%, making it the most common type of mental disorder. There are a variety of types of anxiety disorders, many of which share similar symptoms. The causes of anxiety disorders are still being studied, but it is generally agreed that a combination of biological, psychological, and social factors play a role. Currently, the most common treatments include some combination of benzodiazepines, antidepressants, and cognitive behavioral therapy. As of 2013, the term mood disorder is no longer recognized by the DSM. The DSM is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders and is the medical criteria used by mental health professionals in the United States to diagnose mental health conditions. Mood disorder, as a term used in the DSM-4, was replaced in the DSM-5 by 2 new terms: bipolar disorders and depressive disorders. For more information on those updated terms, please visit our lessons on those subjects. This lesson will explain mood disorders as they were defined by the DSM-4. There's something wrong with Eva. Sometimes she feels like she can conquer the world. She's energetic and social, and her mind moves a mile a minute. She'll go for weeks at a time without sleep, but never feel tired. But other times she feels exhausted and sad. She doesn't want to talk to her friends or do things that she usually likes to do. She doesn't even really like getting out of bed. It's like the entire world is pressing down on her. Eva is suffering from a mood disorder, also called affective disorder, which is a psychological disorder that involves abnormal or exaggerated feelings. Let's look at the 2 main types of mood disorders and 2 common views of mood disorders. Eva's mood swings back and forth between 2 extremes. On one end of the spectrum, she feels extremely happy, energized, and full of life. At the other end, she feels sad, depressed, and exhausted. When a person with a mood disorder swings between depression and mania, they have bipolar disorder, sometimes called manic depression. Think of bipolar disorder like the cycle between night and day. The depression part is like night. Eva is tired, she's sad, she's not interested in anything. On the other hand, the mania part of bipolar disorder is like day. She's energized, ambitious, and excited. Of course, the cycles between mania and depression last longer than a day. Usually a full cycle of mania and depression lasts months or even years. In each full cycle, there is one manic phase, one depressive phase, and possibly a phase that is neither manic nor depressive, but where Eva feels close to normal. So Eva has bipolar disorder. But imagine for a minute that she never felt manic. What if she only ever felt sad, exhausted, and uninterested in the world around her? Depressive disorder, also sometimes called unipolar depression, is when a person feels sad and loses interest in the things around him or her. When someone is depressed, they might also feel tired or like their body is very heavy. In addition, they might have a hard time concentrating. Unlike bipolar depression, depressive disorder is not accompanied by mania. Instead, it usually involves one long stretch of depression that lasts anywhere from 2 weeks to years. And just as bipolar and unipolar depression are different in nature, they're also treated with different types of medication. Bipolar disorder patients are given mood stabilizers like lithium, and unipolar depressive patients are given antidepressant medications like Prozac. So we know about the two main types of depression, bipolar and unipolar, but what causes mood disorders? Though scientists don't know for sure, there are some theories about the cause of mood disorders. The biological view says that mood disorders are caused by abnormalities in a person's brain. For example, maybe Eva's bipolar disorder is caused by an imbalance of chemicals in the brain called neurotransmitters. Because the chemical balance is off, she experiences the extreme highs and lows of bipolar disorder. There is evidence to support the biological view of mood disorders, including many studies that show people with mood disorders have neurotransmitter imbalances. The strongest evidence in favor of the biological view, though, is the high success rate of medication that stabilizes the levels of neurotransmitters in the brain. As we mentioned before, people with bipolar disorder, like Eva, are given mood stabilizers, and people with unipolar depression are given antidepressant medications. Both of these types of drugs work on the levels of chemicals in a person's brain. Because so many people get better after taking the drugs, it suggests that there is a biological foundation for mood disorders. But biology can't explain everything, which is why the psychosocial view of mood disorders also exists. In this view, a person's environment leads to the development of the disorder. For example, maybe Eva had a really traumatic childhood. That could affect her mood even as an adult. Psychosocial theories of mood disorders are more popular in explaining unipolar depression than bipolar disorder, mainly because there's more research linking psychosocial theories and unipolar depression. Besides childhood trauma, other psychosocial theories about depression include negative thought patterns and learned behaviors. Psychosocial treatments involve talking to a psychologist, individually or in a group, in order to work through whatever issues are causing the depression. In real life, nothing is black or white, and that includes psychological theory. Most psychologists recognize that a mixture of biology and environment play a role in mood disorders, and treatment usually involves both medication and talk therapy. Mood disorders are psychological disorders involving a problem with emotional functioning. The two most common mood disorders are bipolar disorder, which involves swinging between manic and depressive episodes, and unipolar depression, which involves feeling sad and withdrawing from society. There are also two main views of what causes mood disorders: the biological view, which says that mood disorders are caused by chemical imbalances in the brain, and the psychosocial view, which says that a person's environment is responsible for mood disorders. Most psychologists recognize that a combination of the two views is best, and mood disorders are usually treated with both drugs and talk therapy.
Alice's doctor is stumped. For a while now, she has been in to see the doctor regularly with symptoms of illness, like pain in her abdomen and paralysis in her right leg. Her doctor knows that Alice is not faking these symptoms, but he can't find anything wrong with her. He just doesn't know what the problem could be. Alice might be suffering from a somatoform disorder. Somatoform disorders are psychological disorders that involve experiencing physical symptoms without a physical illness. No one is exactly sure what causes somatoform disorders, though it's clear that psychological stress has some impact on the patients. Psychologists use a book called the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, or DSM for short, in order to diagnose patients like Alice. The most popular version of the DSM is the DSM-4-TR, which was published in 2000. In that version, there are 7 disorders that fall under the umbrella of somatoform disorders. Number 1. Conversion disorder involves having something specifically wrong with you without any physical illness. For example, someone might become blind even though their eyes and their brain are fine. Number 2. Somatization disorder is similar to conversion disorder, but the symptoms are more general and might involve several areas of the body. Number 3. Pain disorder is just what it sounds like, chronic pain that's brought on by or exacerbated by psychological issues. Number 4. Hypochondriasis involves reacting to minor physical issues as though they were life-threatening. For example, a patient might believe that a normal headache is actually a brain tumor. Number 5. Body dysmorphic disorder is when an imagined flaw in a person's physical appearance gives them psychological distress. For example, a patient might become convinced that their nose is too large, even though it is a normal size. Number 6. Undifferentiated somatoform disorder is kind of like conversion disorder and somatization disorder, but occurs when a patient has only one symptom in the past 6 months. Number 7. Somatoform disorder not otherwise specified is a general diagnosis given when a person has physical symptoms without physical illness, but does not fit the criteria for one of the other somatoform disorders. Somatoform disorders have been around for most of history. The ancient Egyptians reported cases of somatoform disorders, as did the ancient Greeks, Romans, and most modern societies. The history of somatoform disorders makes it clear that they have been around a long time, but the way they have been viewed has changed with the times. No one knows why, but somatoform disorders are more common in women than in men. In ancient Egypt, perhaps because men were seen as unmanly if they reported physical symptoms, it was believed that somatoform disorders only happened in women. Egyptian doctors suggested that perhaps the problem was that the womb had detached and was floating around inside the body. Wherever the symptoms showed up, the Egyptians believed, that was where the wandering womb was. Remember Alice? Among other symptoms, she has experienced paralysis in her right leg. According to the ancient Egyptians, her womb would have traveled down to her leg and was causing problems there. If she then experiences pain in her chest, it would be because her womb had traveled up to her chest. The ancient Greeks gave somatoform disorders the name hysteria, which stuck with the disorders for thousands of years. The word hysteria came from the Greek word for uterus and reflected the Greek agreement with the Egyptians that a wandering womb was responsible for somatoform symptoms. In the 19th century, Sigmund Freud finally gave hysteria a new name. He called it conversion disorder because he believed that it was caused by converting psychological pain into physical pain. Freud and his colleagues still believed that conversion disorder was just a female problem, though. Finally, in the 20th century, the American Psychiatric Association distinguished between the various types of disorders and gave the group of them the name somatoform disorders. By this time, psychologists recognized that both men and women could suffer from somatoform disorders, though even today they are much more commonly diagnosed in women. Again, this might be because men are less likely to report problems for fear of being seen as weak. As we saw earlier, psychologists use the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, or DSM, to diagnose mental illnesses, including somatoform disorders. Though the most commonly used version of the DSM is the DSM-4, a new version, the DSM-5, was published in the first half of 2013. In the newer DSM-5, somatoform disorders as a category was replaced with a new disorder, somatic symptom disorder. Because many of the somatoform disorders in the DSM-4 overlapped, there were some problems with diagnosing a patient. For example, does Alice have conversion disorder or somatization disorder? Could she be suffering from hypochondriasis? All of these are possible, and different psychologists might diagnose her differently. To address the issue of overlap, the DSM-5 did away with the individual somatoform disorders. Instead, patients could all be diagnosed with somatic symptom disorder, as long as they are experiencing physical symptoms that make it hard for them to function normally, have excessive thoughts, behaviors, or emotions about those symptoms, and have had the symptoms for at least 6 months. The hope in the new DSM is that somatic symptom disorder will make it easier for psychologists to diagnose patients who are suffering from what has traditionally been called somatoform disorders. Somatoform disorders are psychological disorders that involve physical symptoms without a medical condition to explain them. They are more common in women than men. Throughout most of history, the cause was seen to be a wandering uterus, and it was called hysteria. The most recent change in the psychiatric community involves doing away with the many types of somatoform disorders and lumping them all under the umbrella term somatic symptom disorder.
This lesson addresses the topic of suicide. If you or someone you know is struggling with thoughts of suicide, please reach out for help. The following website can provide support: suicidepreventionlifeline.org. Most of us have things about our bodies we'd like to change. Maybe it's a nose with a small bump on it. Maybe it's hair that never lies flat. Usually, these are things that most other people don't notice about us, but that still bother us when we look in the mirror. I think I have big, ugly knuckles on my hands, but if I mention this to friends, they think I'm being ridiculous for focusing on it. These little obsessions with our bodies seem to be an unavoidable consequence of owning a mirror, but sometimes this dissatisfaction with our bodies can turn into something more serious. Body dysmorphic disorder, or BDD, is a term used to describe a preoccupation with the body's faults to the point of getting in the way of daily life. People with BDD spend way too much time in front of the mirror, obsessing about their problem feature and trying to find the best way to cover or distract from it. BDD is often associated with compulsive grooming behaviors like picking at skin, plucking eyebrows, or combing hair. In fact, this combination of body obsession plus grooming compulsion has led many therapists to treat the disorder similarly to a more typical presentation of obsessive-compulsive disorder, in which patients experience involuntary, intrusive thoughts and develop ritualistic compulsive behaviors to deal with anxiety. See anxiety disorders for more on OCD. BDD is also associated with depressive symptoms and suicidal thoughts. Patients with BDD will often pursue plastic surgery to correct their flaw. A recent Belgian study found that 43% of patients seeking nose jobs showed signs of BDD. BDD has gained more attention in recent years due to the fear that young girls are increasingly pressured by media images of models and celebrities to look quote-unquote perfect. There was even a reality show called The Swan that can be viewed as an unintentional public service announcement about BDD. In it, contestants who are deemed as less physically attractive are given lots of plastic surgery and compete at the end in a beauty pageant which praises the best transformation. With plastic surgery so mainstreamed, it's easy to imagine that young girls might become more preoccupied with their flaws. Though BDD does exist in areas of the world where access to these kinds of images is limited, it does seem that looking at pictures of perfect bodies may be a trigger for those already likely to develop the condition. The media has also been suggested as a trigger for eating disorders. These are related to BDD in that people with both kinds of disorders are obsessed with bodily flaws. Eating disorders are distinguished by specific behaviors toward food that are different than most people's. There are two main eating disorders, and you may have heard of them: anorexia and bulimia. In both cases, patients take extreme measures to reduce weight, even if their weight is already normal or below normal. You don't have an eating disorder just because you've decided to go on a diet. Healthy weight loss is healthy, and obesity is a real problem in this country. But just as a person with BDD might always think her nose has a bump on it, or her knuckles are enormous, patients with eating disorders have an unrealistic sense of how much they weigh and how they look. Anorexic patients severely restrict calorie intake in an effort to lose weight. People who are overweight and want a diet are typically advised to keep their calorie intake around 1,200 per day. The average anorexic eats more like 600 to 800 calories a day. And just imagine trying to survive on this. For perspective, most burritos at Chipotle clock in at 800 plus, and that's just one meal. Because it's really hard to eat so little, many anorexics develop strategies for tricking their bodies into thinking they've eaten more, cutting food into small portions, for example, or eating mainly vegetables like celery. Limiting calorie intake so severely can have serious health consequences. Being extremely thin can stop women from getting their periods, since the body rightly judges that a baby couldn't survive on so few nutrients. Anorexia can also cause serious kidney and heart malfunctions, dental problems, and osteoporosis. It really can lead to death. In the past few years, there have been several prominent fashion models who have died from the disease, prompting the fashion industry to pass regulations to disallow models who are at starvation levels of thinness from walking runways. Once identified, anorexia is typically treated from several angles. Doctors focus on restoring a healthy weight while also treating psychological symptoms. Instead of limiting calorie intake, patients suffering from bulimia follow a cycle of binging and purging, or eating lots of food and then attempting to rid themselves of the calories by vomiting, abusing laxatives, or exercising excessively. Again, exercising to burn some calories and lose some weight is totally fine and normal, but exercising for hours to entirely burn away the calories of a food binge enters into disordered territory. Bulimics are more likely than anorexics to have a body weight in the normal range, but suffer from medical consequences related to the purging phase of their disease. Many end up with fluid or electrolyte imbalances, or permanent damage to their stomach and esophagus. Some even have teeth that erode due to excessive exposure to stomach acids. Treatment generally includes psychotherapy, as well as medications to help with depression and other psychological conditions. Eating disorders in general affect more women than men, though body dysmorphic disorder is diagnosed equally across genders. Even so, some men, especially those with jobs that require careful monitoring of body weight, like modeling, but also certain sports like wrestling and jockeying, do develop eating disorders, and sometimes go undiagnosed due to eating disorders being primarily associated with adolescent girls. Eating disorders are serious and often difficult to identify, since the people suffering from them go to great lengths to conceal their problem. But not getting help can be dangerous, even fatal. Body dysmorphic disorder is related to the eating disorders through shared obsession with the body and its faults, but patients with BDD focus more on grooming than on changing eating patterns. Increases in the frequency of both kinds of disorders have been attributed to the media's focus on perfect bodies. What does someone with multiple personalities have in common with someone with amnesia? The two conditions may seem very different. One has patients with distinct personalities living in the same brain, while the other causes patients to forget pieces of their lives. Yet both are categorized as dissociative disorders, which is a general term for disorders that cause disturbances in consciousness, memory, identity, or perception. So what's the common denominator between multiple personalities and temporarily forgetting your name and birthday? Essentially, dissociative disorders are caused by a given part of the mind dissociating itself from another part. This means one part of the mind basically forgets or ignores another part. In dissociative amnesia, different than the kind of amnesia caused by injury or illness, the mind basically loses track of the part of itself that stores important personal information. You've probably had the experience, maybe on a history test, of being totally unable to remember something important. But patients with amnesia often don't even recognize that the lost information is missing, and they lose much more than simply what day the Civil War began or where their keys are. There are two main types of dissociative amnesia. Retrograde amnesia is when a patient forgets their past up to a certain point, but is able to form new memories. This kind of patient would basically be starting a new life as a new person, functioning in most ways except totally unable to remember the past. Retrograde amnesia, which literally means moving backward, plays an important role in the movie The Bourne Identity, in which Matt Damon's character wakes up on a boat with no idea who he is and no memory of his military training. Anterograde amnesia is the opposite of retrograde and literally means forward moving. Patients with anterograde amnesia can't form new memories, but do remember everything before the amnesia set in. This is true of Drew Barrymore's character in 50 First Dates, who quite literally goes on 50 dates with Adam Sandler that seem to her as if they're the first because she cannot form new memories. Though she knows who she is and remembers her past and her childhood, she wakes up each morning thinking she and Adam Sandler haven't met. Different from dissociative amnesia, but sharing the feature of memory loss, is a dissociative fugue, also known as a fugue state. It's when a patient completely forgets their personal identity temporarily, usually for a few hours or for a few days at most. People in fugue states will often wander around and even attempt to set up new identities for themselves. A man in an extended fugue state might go apply for a new job, go on a date with a woman, find himself an apartment, all while his wife and children are frantically looking for him. Fugue states are usually set off by environmental stressors like a traumatic event. Once the patient remembers who they are, memories of what happened during the fugue state are totally wiped. It's like it happened to somebody else. It is in this sense that split or multiple personalities is related to the other dissociative disorders. Imagine you speak 2 languages, and think about what it's like to switch fluidly from one language to another. Now imagine that each language is attached to a specific personality. This is stranger, but some bilingual people do say that they think and behave slightly differently in the different languages they speak. Now imagine that these personalities can't access each other's memories and know nothing about each other. That's probably not something you have experience with, but it's what patients with multiple personalities experience. A TV show called United States of Terra explores this phenomenon. A middle-aged mother of 2 transitions into other personalities when under stress, including Alice, a 1950s housewife, Buck, a male Vietnam War veteran, and T, a teenage girl. Split personalities are formally known as dissociative identity disorder. Patients report that experiences undertaken by one personality are not remembered by the other, hidden away in another part of the mind in a similar way as the events of a fugue state. Some patients' multiple personalities actually exhibit different patterns of electrical activity in the brain, as if they were truly different people. Others have patterns that are the same, so it is unclear whether this is truly a marker of the disorder. Split personalities are thought to be caused by trauma during childhood, by stress or insufficient nurturing. Many patients even report physical or sexual abuse during childhood. Dissociative disorders cause the brain to inappropriately segregate itself in a way to cause amnesia or the experience of multiple personalities. This is usually triggered by trauma of some kind, perhaps as an effort to hide or bury a memory. These disorders are still not entirely understood, and sometimes their diagnosis is controversial.
Lisa hears voices that tell her secrets. The voices sound just like any other voice, and she can't tell the difference between the voices from real people around her and the ones from inside her head. The secrets her voices tell her involve the government, and she believes that the CIA is monitoring her thoughts and dreams. Lisa is suffering from a psychotic disorder, or a psychological disorder that is marked by a break from reality. There are many types of psychotic disorders, including schizophrenia and schizophreniform disorder, schizoaffective disorder, brief psychotic disorder, delusional disorder, and chronic hallucinatory psychosis. There are 4 major symptoms that are seen in psychotic disorders. Number 1, hallucinations. People with a psychotic disorder often see or hear things that are not real. They experience the hallucinations as solidly as they perceive actual stimuli, though, just as Lisa cannot distinguish between actual and hallucinated voices. Number 2, delusions. People with a psychotic disorder also often hold on to false beliefs, even with evidence to the contrary. Some delusions are paranoid in nature, as when Lisa believes that the government is monitoring her. Other delusions may be self-aggrandizing or self-blaming. Number 3, catatonia. When people do not react to the world around them, this is called catatonia, and catatonic states are sometimes present in psychotic disorders. Number 4, thought disorder. Sometimes people become so distanced from reality that their conscious thoughts become jumbled or disorganized. Since it is impossible to know exactly what people's thoughts are, this is often diagnosed based on speech or writing patterns. When people do not make sense and use words that are just thrown together with no meaning, they are sometimes diagnosed with thought disorder. We know a lot about effective treatments of psychotic disorders today, but that wasn't always the case. In the mid-19th century, the term psychosis was first introduced to refer to disorders of the brain and mind. Late in the 19th century, Emil Kraepelin divided psychosis into disorders like bipolar and severe depression, which are considered to be mood orders today, and disorders like schizophrenia, which now make up the psychotic disorders classification. Throughout most of history, psychotic disorders were treated with hospitalization. Mental institutions were filled with people suffering from psychosis, and most of them were never released once they were committed. In 1955, though, the first antipsychotic drug was introduced on the market. Over the next 10 years, as the drug became more readily available, many people with psychotic disorders were released from hospitals and treated with drug and talk therapy, while being able to live and work in the regular world. There are many ways to treat psychotic disorders. The first line of defense in treating people suffering from psychosis is often pharmaceutical. That is, drugs are usually given to patients first in an attempt to manage the symptoms and provide the least restrictive setting and the best chance for the patient to be a productive member of society. If drugs by themselves do not work, some people may have to be hospitalized. This often happens either because the patient does not take medication on his or her own and has to be monitored, or because the patient is not able to safely be a part of society, even with medication. Most psychiatrists will attempt to use hospitalization only as a temporary measure, with the goal of having the patient return to society as soon as possible. Besides medication and hospitalization, therapy is a large part of treatment of psychotic disorders. Cognitive behavioral and family therapy are two types of counseling that work particularly well to help patients organize themselves so that they are more likely to stick to taking their medication. Cognitive behavioral therapy is also useful in teaching people to begin to recognize delusions when they are happening and deal with them appropriately. The most effective treatment for psychosis is typically a combination of many types: medicinal, behavioral, family-related, and other types of therapies. Treatment has a better chance of succeeding when it begins early in the development of the disease. A specific course of disease management that combines many types of treatments and targets the disease early on is called early intervention. Psychotic disorders are mental illnesses that involve a break from reality. Most people who suffer from psychotic disorders display one or more of the following major symptoms: hallucinations, delusions, catatonia, and thought disorder. Treatment is usually a combination of drugs, hospitalization, and therapy, and early intervention is most effective in treating psychotic disorders.
The term personality disorders refers to behavior patterns that diverge from what's considered a normal behavior and can result in decreased societal functioning of a given individual. Furthermore, personality disorders are broken down into 11 categories and placed into 3 clusters, which are Cluster A, paranoid, schizoid, schizotypal; Cluster B, antisocial, borderline, histrionic, narcissistic; and Cluster C, avoidant, dependent, obsessive-compulsive. In this lesson, we will be discussing schizoid personality disorder from Cluster A and the 4 disorders from Cluster B, which are antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, and narcissistic personality disorder. It should be noted that many of these disorders overlap with one another, and an individual may be affected by multiple types of personality disorders. In the past, the term antisocial personality disorder would refer to someone who has been coined a psychopath or a sociopath. The terms psychopath and sociopath are often used synonymously, but technically, a psychopath is considered more extreme because they seem to show almost no guilt for their behaviors, and even may take pleasure in them for the sake of their cruelty. These are people who tend to show great disregard for others and show little remorse for their behaviors. Sociopaths have similar emotional blocks within them, but they're more ambivalent about the suffering they cause. An example of a psychopath would be the serial killer Ted Bundy, who showed little remorse for the people he murdered, while an example of a sociopath would be financier Bernie Madoff, who showed little compassion for the investors he swindled. These individuals that commit crimes are often eventually caught because they tend to become more impulsive, irresponsible, and reckless in nature. They may manipulate and deceive others, or, in some instances, damage property, steal items, or attack others aggressively, all while blaming others for their behaviors. The fear of abandonment is often the hallmark of an individual who has been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Its symptoms can mimic both depression and post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, as well. Therefore, it's sometimes referred to as emotionally unstable personality disorder. In addition, these people may have trouble maintaining stable personal relationships and may engage in reckless behaviors, including binge drinking, binge eating, reckless driving, gambling, and shopping sprees when they don't really need any new items. These individuals often have low self-esteem and confidence issues, as well as even engage in self-harm, such as cutting themselves. Anxiety, anger, and depression often plague a person with this disorder as well. Despite all of these facts, individuals with borderline personality disorder don't really care for solitude and prefer to be in the company of other people. A person diagnosed with histrionic personality disorder often needs to be the center of attention in social situations. The term drama queen is often used to describe this person, female or male, and is often meant with a negative connotation. In fact, it's sometimes called dramatic personality disorder instead. Their emotions often swing from intense to unstable, and they may dress seductively or inappropriately to get more attention. This person often over-exaggerates and makes mountains out of molehills as well. These people love to be the center of attention at a party or get-together and will cry, lie, or even scream if someone upstages them and takes over the show. They tend to be sheep while following the crowd and often erroneously believe they have close relationships with others. Have you ever gotten annoyed while watching silly reality television shows featuring celebrities that take selfies of themselves constantly? Narcissus was a handsome Greek mythological mortal who fell in love with his own reflection. In modern times, to be compared to Narcissus is to show signs of being emotionally immature. It's no surprise that narcissistic personality disorder entails a person who is rather self-centered, doesn't handle being criticized too well, likes to stare at themselves in the mirror, and often blames others for their ill-advised behaviors. In more extreme cases of this malady, the individual will even bully and threaten others. At the other end of the spectrum, they can charm and compliment an individual into being their companion, even if they aren't really sincere in nature. To start with, we shouldn't confuse schizoid disorder with either schizophrenia or schizotypal personality disorder. People diagnosed with schizoid disorder go beyond what we might consider to be introverted and remain detached from most other people. Oftentimes, people dealing with this disorder find they're dealing with depression as well. These people often are characterized by limiting their emotions, rarely laughing, smiling, or displaying other feelings. These individuals can be described as cold and aloof by others, and often don't even have intimate dating relationships. Unlike schizophrenia, paranoid hallucinations are rare though. Like a rich person who drives an old pickup truck or a bug collector who carries around a net on a pole, they may be viewed by others as eccentric, odd, or unusual to fellow citizens. All right, let's take a moment or two to review what we learned about the different kinds of personality disorders out there. The phrase personality disorders refers to certain behavior patterns that aren't deemed normal based on societal averages, along with resulting in the individual being dysfunctional in social settings. Cluster A includes paranoid, schizoid, and schizotypal disorders. Cluster B includes antisocial, borderline, histrionic, and narcissistic disorders. And finally, Cluster C includes avoidant, dependent, and obsessive-compulsive disorders. Antisocial personality disorder is used to refer to a psychopath or a sociopath. An extreme psychopath could be a serial killer, and an extreme sociopath could commit fraud. Borderline personality disorder is a personality disorder that mimics depression and PTSD and includes fears of abandonment. These people may even resort to self-harm actions, such as cutting themselves. Histrionic personality disorder describes a drama queen that overemphasizes average situations. These people crave constant attention. Narcissistic personality disorder is a disorder that involves individuals that appear to fall in love with themselves, but who may be secretly insecure instead. Finally, schizoid personality disorder manifests in a person who is an introvert to the point of having virtually no social interactions. They're often classified as eccentric individuals by others. In the 2002 movie A Beautiful Mind, genius mathematician John Nash arrives at Princeton and befriends his roommate Charles. Charles is funny, charming, the two get along well. It's very unsettling when, later on in the movie, Nash is told that he never had a roommate at Princeton. He had a single room. Charles had been a hallucination, a symptom of the schizophrenia that Nash was beginning to suffer. Schizophrenia is known as a psychotic disorder, characterized by patients who lose touch with reality. It's more common in men than in women and tends to develop in men at an earlier age, between 20 and 28, while in women it typically develops between the ages of 26 and 32. Reasons for this gender difference in onset, as well as in brain structure and response to treatment, are not well understood. In the movies, these kinds of visual hallucinations are striking, but often overstated, representations of what it's like to live with schizophrenia. In reality, most patients, including Nash, experience auditory hallucinations only, though hallucinations may occur in any of the senses. They are known as positive symptoms of schizophrenia, or symptoms that are more than what a normal person experiences. Hearing a voice offering running commentary on your behavior, rather like the annoying director's commentary on a DVD, or hearing several voices talking amongst themselves are additional sensations that most people don't have. Other positive symptoms of schizophrenia include delusions, thinking you're someone you're not, thinking that the government is trying to take your refrigerator, and disordered thought or speech, which is what it sounds like, patterns of thought or speech that others can't follow or make sense of. There are also negative symptoms of schizophrenia, which are defined, not surprisingly, as symptoms that make a patient's experience less than other people's. One of these is blunted affect, or emotions that don't seem to run the full range or are experienced less intensely. Similar to blunted affect is anhedonia, or the inability to experience pleasure. Social withdrawal and lack of motivation are other negative symptoms, though perhaps consequences themselves of a blunted emotional experience and inability to experience pleasure. Some patients stop speaking entirely, known as alogia. Still, others descend to a near catatonic state, in which they are entirely unresponsive to the world around them. Positive and negative symptoms appear in different balances across the 5 main types of schizophrenia. The paranoid type, which is what John Nash suffered from, is characterized by mainly positive symptoms. The hallucinations and delusions tend to be persecutory, where the patient feels that he is very important and people are out to get him. This type tends to have a later onset than others and a better outlook in terms of maintaining normal life activities. The disorganized type of schizophrenia is largely dominated by negative symptoms. Positive symptom disordered thought and speech, accompanied by negative symptoms, emotional flatness, anhedonia, and lack of motivation. The catatonic type has patients either entirely immobile or in motion with no purposes. These patients sometimes exhibit waxy flexibility, which means they will not resist their arms or legs being moved and will then remain in whatever position they're placed indefinitely. The undifferentiated type are patients who have symptoms of schizophrenia, but can't be classified into any of the other types. Residual type patients have positive symptoms, but at a very low intensity. Like most psychological disorders, schizophrenia has a variety of potential causes. There is a genetic component. If one identical twin has schizophrenia, the other, who shares a genome, has a 48% chance of having it too. A fraternal twin of someone with schizophrenia has only a 17% chance of having it. There is some evidence that too much of the neurotransmitter dopamine might contribute to the disease, as do certain brain structures, like larger fluid-filled ventricles and smaller hippocampi. So, to sum things up, we've learned about schizophrenia, which has positive symptoms, things that most people don't experience but schizophrenics do, and negative symptoms, things that most people do experience while schizophrenics do not. Depending on which kind of symptoms you have, you can be diagnosed with one of 5 types of schizophrenia: paranoid, disorganized, catatonic, undifferentiated, and residual. So as you can see, there are lots of different ways that schizophrenia can manifest itself. It's not just John Nash seeing a roommate who doesn't exist.
Dee has a lot of pressure on her. She's a busy single mom, works as an executive assistant for a very demanding boss, and she's going to school at night. To say she's stressed is an understatement. But lately, things have gotten worse. She has really bad headaches, and though she's always had asthma, lately her breathing is worse than normal. Not only that, but she's so tense that sometimes she struggles to even leave her house. Everything going on in Dee's life is causing her stress, or strain or tension caused by an event or circumstances. There are 2 types of stress. Mental stress can be caused by emotional pressures like a fight with a friend. Physical stress, on the other hand, occurs when your physical body is healing, like when you're sick or have just had surgery. Both mental and physical stress can have both mental and physical effects. For example, Dee's mental stress from her life has caused her physical symptoms, like headaches and making her asthma worse. Psychologists and other mental health practitioners study the psychological causes and effects of stress, including stress disorders like acute stress disorder and psychophysiological stress disorders. Stress disorders are psychological disorders that involve reactions to stress in a person's life. Let's look a little closer at the different ways that people react to stress and some ways that the impact of stress can be reduced. You know those cartoons of a stressed-out character? They often show frizzy hair, bloodshot eyes, and a hyped-up demeanor. But is that really what people are like when they're under stress? Well, yes and no. People respond to stress in different ways. To help understand the 3 most common ways that people respond to stress, some psychologists use the analogy of someone driving. When faced with pressure in their lives, people either put their foot on the gas by becoming agitated and hyper, put their foot on the brake by becoming withdrawn and depressed, or put their foot on both by becoming frozen and tense. Remember Dee? She's having trouble leaving her house because she's so stressed out. All she wants to do is stay in bed and ignore the world. She has her foot on the brake. She is withdrawing from the world and feeling depressed. But what if, instead of withdrawing, she became keyed up? For example, maybe she has trouble sitting still and reacts to other people with anger or frustration. This would be an example of Dee having her foot on the gas. Finally, imagine that Dee faces stress with a stillness that looks like she's withdrawing, but she's really feeling very anxious and agitated underneath the surface. Imagine a deer in headlights, its body still with shock, but its heart pounding. If this is the type of reaction that Dee has to stress, then her foot is on both the gas and the brake. Because people respond to stress differently, it's important not to assume that someone is not feeling stress just because they don't look on the surface like they're stressed out. Instead, psychologists must listen to their patients in order to understand the problems they face and the emotions they are feeling. Everyone feels tense at some point in his or her life. Whether it's the stress of a new job, or losing a loved one, or even just the physical stress of a hard workout, at some point we all have to deal with stress. Positive psychology is the study of what makes people psychologically healthy and happy, whereas most psychology studies the negative abnormalities of mental health, such as psychological disorders. Positive psychology studies the positive abnormalities of mental health, such as what the happiest people do. Some studies in positive psychology have examined people who are particularly resilient. These studies have found a few things that people can do to help them manage the stress in their lives. There are many things that help people reduce the impact of stress. A few include Having a strong support network of family and friends to help you get through tough times. Cultivating an optimistic outlook and believing that things will get better. This is sometimes tied to religious faith. Moderate physical activity also helps people deal with stress. Partly, this is because exercise helps fight off insomnia, and getting enough sleep is another thing that helps with stress. Finally, meditation can help relax people and lessen the impact of stress on the body and mind. Stress disorders are psychological disorders characterized by a reaction to stress. People react to stress in different ways, including becoming agitated, becoming withdrawn, or becoming frozen and tense. Psychologists have found several things that help people manage stress in their lives, including having a strong support system and an optimistic outlook, engaging in physical activity, getting enough sleep, and meditating. Gina and Jim are in love. They've been together for several years, and they recently got married. As with most couples, they want to express their love physically. But there's a problem. Jim just doesn't feel attracted to Gina. And it's not just her. Jim's never really been all that interested in sex with anyone. Sex is a normal and healthy part of adult life. However, as with Jim, some people are not able to enjoy that part of life due to a psychological or physical problem. Sexual dysfunction simply refers to any issue that a couple or an individual experiences that keeps them from enjoying or participating in normal sexual activity. Let's look a little closer at sexual dysfunction, including the phases of sexual activity during which sexual dysfunction can occur, and some common types of sexual dysfunction. There are 4 main phases of sexual activity. A healthy adult can go through all of these phases, though they might only go through 1 or 2 at a time. However, sexual dysfunction can occur in any of the phases. The 4 phases are: Number 1, desire. This is the phase during which a person thinks or fantasizes about sex. When Gina sees a movie with George Clooney, she immediately goes into desire mode. Number 2, excitement. After desire, a person's body begins to go through certain changes in preparation for sex. The heart might race, breathing becomes shallow, and a person feels warm. Essentially, desire is in the mind, and excitement is the expression of desire in the body. Number 3, orgasm. Once excitement leads to sexual activity, that activity culminates in a release of sexual tension known as an orgasm. Number 4, resolution. After orgasm, the body relaxes and the brain is flooded with feel-good chemicals. This feeling of relaxation and satisfaction is known as resolution. As we mentioned before, sexual dysfunction can happen during any of these phases. Someone might be perfectly able to feel desire and excitement, but might have issues reaching orgasm. Or they might experience orgasm, but not resolution. Note that the phases go in order, and you can't skip over them. Think about it like a staircase. You can't move from the second step to the third step if you can't get off the first step. Likewise, if you have a problem with excitement, the second phase, you can't just skip that one and go to orgasm and resolution. Remember Jim? He loves his wife Gina, but he's never really been interested in sex with anyone. Jim's dysfunction is happening during the desire phase. He doesn't really fantasize or think about sex, and as a result, he never progresses to the other stages. The American Psychiatric Association distinguishes 9 different types of sexual dysfunction disorders, which can be divided into 4 main groups. The first group is disorders of desire. As you might expect, these are disorders that deal with the first phase of sexual activity, desire. Hypoactive sexual desire disorder is a general lack of interest in sex, like Jim has. The other disorder of desire is sexual aversion disorder, which involves not wanting your genitals touched. When someone has problems with physical arousal, these are called disorders of excitement. The 2 dysfunctions that fall into this category are female sexual arousal disorder and male erectile dysfunction. Both of these involve the person not becoming physically aroused. Disorders of the orgasm phase can result in either a failure to reach orgasm or reaching orgasm too quickly. Female orgasmic disorder and male orgasmic disorder involve a person who is not able to reach orgasm. Meanwhile, premature ejaculation is when a man reaches orgasm too soon. The last group of sexual dysfunction disorders is sexual pain disorders, and they result in pain during intercourse or orgasm. The first of these is vaginismus, which is when a woman's vagina spasms, causing pain and difficulty during sex. The second sexual pain disorder is dyspareunia, or pain during intercourse. Dyspareunia can affect both men and women. Sexual dysfunction can be caused by either physical or psychological problems. Sometimes medical ailments can affect sexual activity. For example, some drugs might cause certain sexual dysfunction disorders, including drugs commonly used for high blood pressure and allergies. Physical problems like back injuries or nerve pain can also lead to sexual dysfunction. Another common physical issue that can lead to sexual dysfunction is a problem with hormone levels. In women in particular, changing hormones during pregnancy, postpartum, or menopause can cause dysfunction. But even in men, hormone issues like too little testosterone can cause a loss of desire. In addition to physical problems, there are many psychological problems that can lead to sexual dysfunction. Depression and anxiety are the most common mental disorders that can contribute to problems in sex life. In addition, traumatic experiences like rape or sexual abuse can lead to dysfunction. It's important to note that cultural factors can also play a role in sexual dysfunction. For example, someone who grows up in a family or society that has a very negative attitude towards sex might develop a disorder of desire or excitement. But cultural factors also play a role in defining sexual dysfunction. Remember that the disorders listed above are defined by the American Psychiatric Association, and they have a modern American slant to them. But in some societies and some time periods, having little or no desire would not have been seen as a dysfunction. Especially in women, it might have even been seen as a good thing at certain times and in certain places. So culture can affect not only whether a person develops one of the dysfunctions listed above, but even whether those conditions are seen as disorders at all. Sexual dysfunction is any disorder that prevents an individual or couple from enjoying normal sexual activity. Sexual dysfunction can occur at any of the 4 phases of sexual activity: desire, excitement, orgasm, and resolution. Likewise, there are 4 categories of sexual dysfunction: disorders of desire, disorders of excitement, orgasm disorders, and sexual pain disorders. These can be caused by physical or psychological issues. And culture can affect both the development of sexual dysfunction and can impact what is defined as sexual dysfunction. Like many college students, Jeremy likes to go out with his friends and drink alcohol. They have a good time, and everyone knows that Jeremy's always up for a party. But a few of the people closest to him have started worrying that perhaps he has a drinking problem. Are they right? Is Jeremy addicted? Or is he just having a good time like other college students? To answer that question, let's start by defining some terms that are sometimes confused. Substance use is when someone consumes alcohol or drugs. Remember Jeremy? The very first time that he took a sip of alcohol, he was using. Substance use does not always lead to addiction. Many people occasionally use alcohol or certain drugs without being addicted. However, substance use always comes with the risk that it might lead to addiction. Substance abuse, meanwhile, is when a person consumes alcohol or drugs regularly despite the fact that it causes issues in their life. The issues caused by abuse may be related to the job, their personal life, or even their safety. People who abuse drugs and alcohol continue to consume them regardless of the consequences. Last month, Jeremy's girlfriend threatened to break up with him because he drank too much and was mean to her when he did. Instead of using that as a warning sign, he kept drinking and lost his girlfriend. This is an example of substance abuse. He continues to drink, even though there are consequences. Finally, substance dependency is a full-blown addiction. There are many symptoms of substance dependency, including developing a tolerance for the drug, going through withdrawal symptoms without it, and struggling to cut back on it. Jeremy has been drinking more and more alcohol. Lately, 1 or 2 beers just don't do anything to him. He needs quite a few before he feels the effects. And when he tried to stop around finals time last semester, he had terrible headaches and couldn't stop shaking. So is Jeremy addicted? According to that definition, yes, Jeremy is dependent on alcohol, which is an indicator of addiction. What could cause an addiction like Jeremy's? There are many factors that can influence whether someone is addicted to drugs or alcohol, including sociocultural, psychodynamic, cognitive behavioral, and biological factors. Let's look a little closer at each one. There are many sociocultural factors that influence alcohol and drug use. Sociocultural factors deal with the impact of society and culture on addiction. Everyone's heard of peer pressure, right? Having friends who drink or do drugs significantly increases the chances that someone will do those things. It's not just peer pressure, though. Think about society at large. In the United States, for example, drunkenness is often seen as humorous and being the life of the party. Maybe Jeremy is encouraged to drink because he enjoys the attention he gets from the silly things he does. There are also segments of society for whom drugs and alcohol are seen as an escape. Celebrities are often trapped in a cycle of drug and alcohol dependency that they use as a way to escape the pressures of trying to be perfect for the cameras. In addition to the sociocultural factors that influence addiction, there are also psychodynamic factors that contribute to a person's addiction. Psychodynamic factors are emotional issues, past history, and psychological disorders. Emotional issues and past history are often linked together. A person who has experienced abuse, for example, might feel scared and powerless. They might then turn to alcohol or drugs to deal with those feelings. Often, psychodynamic factors are subconscious. That is, a person doesn't realize that they are using drugs and alcohol to deal with the issues they have with their past. In fact, a person might not even realize that they have issues with their past. For example, maybe Jeremy feels inadequate when he's not drinking. As he talks to a psychologist, he realizes that his mother used to pay attention to him only when she had been drinking. This subconsciously makes Jeremy associate drinking with his mother's love. In addition, mental illness can play a role in addiction. Many people who suffer from a psychological disorder turn to drugs and alcohol as a way to self-medicate. They become addicted because it helps them to feel better and deal with their mental illness. Again, though, they might not realize the reasons behind their substance abuse. Cognitive behavioral factors deal with the thought patterns and behaviors of addicts. The cognition, or thoughts, of addicts are shaped by how they think about their use and abuse. If an addict believes that the pros of using outweigh the cons, they are more likely to use. For example, Jeremy might believe that drinking alcohol is fun, while abstaining is boring. In that case, he is more likely to drink. Social learning theory says that people learn behaviors by watching other people be rewarded for that behavior. For example, imagine a child who sees their mother come home stressed out and frazzled, and then smoke marijuana and relax. That child is learning that smoking marijuana is a good, relaxing thing. As a result, the child is more likely to end up smoking marijuana himself. There are some biological factors that also influence addiction. For example, some people have a genetic vulnerability to addiction. Various studies have shown that people who are biologically related to an addict are more likely to become an addict themselves, which indicates that there is a genetic link to addiction. If Jeremy's mother is an alcoholic, then he has a higher chance of becoming one himself. Imagine a child who is put up for adoption as a newborn. He is raised in a home where alcohol and drugs are rarely, if ever, used, and never abused. And yet, he becomes an addict. When he meets his biological parents, he realizes that they are both addicts. The fact that he and his biological parents share an addiction indicates that there is some genetic component. However, genetics can't completely explain addiction. It can, however, indicate a tendency towards addiction. Whether or not a person ends up addicted has to do with their actions and environment as well as their genetics. Substance use is any time someone consumes alcohol or drugs. Substance abuse occurs when a person uses drugs or alcohol despite negative consequences in their lives. Substance dependency is when a person is dependent on drugs or alcohol. There are many things that contribute to addiction, including sociocultural, psychodynamic, cognitive behavioral, and biological factors.
Mary just started college. She's been feeling sad and anxious because she's been doing really badly in a class that was her best subject in high school, chemistry. She hasn't made as many friends as she'd hoped she would, and staying in touch with friends from home has been harder than she thought it would be. She knows she just needs to keep trying, but she's having trouble finding the energy and motivation to do it. Her mother suggests that she might be depressed, and that she should try some individual therapy to figure out how to feel better.
If this was a realistic story, someone like Mary would probably head over to the Student Health Center and be recommended to a therapist from there. However, our story is going to veer slightly from realistic and use a little time and space travel.
She searches for therapists online and is attracted to a simple website promising traditional Viennese methods with outstanding results, and featuring a photograph of a single enigmatic cigar. She takes down the address and gets on her bike. Soon she arrives at a solid brick building and is greeted by an old bearded man in a suit. The therapist invites her into his office, invites her to lie down on a musty couch, and declares in a thick Germanic accent,
"Tell me about your dreams."
Mary has stumbled upon the psychodynamic approach to therapy pioneered by the Austrian psychologist Sigmund Freud. This approach rests on the assumption that psychological problems are caused by the interaction between the three parts of the personality: the id, the impulsive childish part; the superego, the mature part concerned with long-term decision-making; and the ego, which works as a kind of mediator between the two. Imagine three friends, one who's really cautious, one who's really impulsive, and a third who takes both suggestions and comes up with a compromise. That's basically the superego, the id, and the ego. Freud asks Mary about her dreams in order to figure out what kinds of internal conflicts are going on in her unconscious mind. This is known as dream analysis. She replies hesitantly, I dreamed I woke up in my bed at home because our cat had licked my face. But then I walked out in the hallway and I was in the dorm again. But then I got to the bathroom and my mom was in there brushing her teeth and the cat was watching." Freud strokes his beard thoughtfully. "And tell me, what do you think of when you hear these words?" This is a technique called free association. He begins barking words. "Apple." Mary hesitates before replying tentatively. "Pie?" Freud continues. "Hammer." "Father." "Cat." "Home." "Square." "Peg?" Freud frowns at this. "Square peg in the round hole?" Mary clarifies. "Ah," he announces, "your dreams and your free associations lead me to interpret that the problem is you are ambivalent about leaving home. You miss your family. You miss your cat." He encourages Mary to talk about this, and during the conversation she realizes that she's talking to Freud as if he were her father. This is a process known as transference, or beginning to think of the therapist as someone important in your life. Other terms associated with the therapeutic process are resistance and catharsis. When Mary suggests at the end of their session that she may try out a few therapists before settling on a particular method, Freud accuses her of showing resistance or interfering with treatment just as it gets close to revealing a hidden inner conflict. "You'll never reach catharsis if you quit now," Freud calls as she leaves, referring to the release of tension a patient undergoes when they identify and solve inner conflicts. Next, Mary goes to see an old, friendly-looking man wearing a red bow tie. This particular psychologist, Aaron Beck, developed cognitive therapy with the specific goal of treating depression, so Mary thinks he might be a perfect match. "It sounds like you're worried about making friends," Beck says after listening to Mary for a while. "Yes," Mary says, "and it makes me feel bad about myself, like I'm not likable. I leave my door open and only a few people come to see me." Beck nods sympathetically, then says, "You seem to have some self-defeating assumptions about what it means to have trouble making friends in college. You assume that your difficulties mean something negative about you as a person, which you are focusing on instead of working to improve the situation." "It just seems like it's going to go on forever," Mary says sadly. Beck replies, "I have a colleague, Albert Ellis, who would call that an irrational belief. He practices a variant of cognitive therapy called rational emotive therapy, and he'd say that your irrational belief that your friendless state will go on forever makes you much more worried about it than if you accepted that eventually things will get better." Mary's feeling a little overwhelmed. She thinks Beck has made some valuable points, but thinks she'll still get another opinion. Mary's not sure behavioral therapy is for her. She researched Joseph Wolpe, its founder, and it seems like he mainly intends it for people with specific negative behaviors like phobias. She doesn't think she would benefit from exposure therapy, in which a specific stressful object, like a spider to someone who is really afraid of them, is approached in slow steps.
First, the patient would think about a spider, then see one, then let one crawl on his sleeve. These are all stages of systematic desensitization. A therapist might also try a less gradual method called flooding, in which the patient is suddenly exposed to the stressful object while in the controlled, calm environment of therapy, where the therapist can help with relaxation techniques. She's pretty sure that aversion therapy isn't for her either. She doesn't think she has any specific inappropriate behaviors that need to be discouraged. Aversion therapy is usually used for behaviors like substance abuse and overeating, as well as sexual deviance. The therapist pairs unpleasant stimuli like violent images or bad smells with the behavior he's trying to eliminate in an effort to make the patient no longer enjoy that behavior.
Though aversion therapy is still used successfully to treat addictions, its use for other behavior modification has been questioned due to its association with the belief that being gay, lesbian, or bisexual is something that is a disease and can be cured.
Mary is attracted to one aspect of behavioral therapy, social skills training. During her session with Volpe, he role-plays social situations like dorm meetings and frat parties to help Mary build confidence in her ability to make friends. He also gives her specific social goals, some easy, like striking up a conversation while waiting for food in the dining hall, and others more difficult, like asking someone from class out to lunch. Having seen Freud, Beck, Ellis, and Volpe, Mary is starting to feel better about her situation. But she still feels like she's missing something from therapy, so she goes to see a final therapist, Carl Rogers, who practices a humanistic approach. Rogers makes a point of referring to her as a client rather than a patient, and uses active listening to try and help her reach self-awareness. Most importantly, he gives her unconditional positive regard. He makes it clear that he's on her side. This helps her to feel comfortable discussing problems and solutions. Mary found that each of the 4 approaches to individual therapy brought out a different side of her problems and helped her come to terms with her situation so she could make specific plans about how to improve her situation. Freud's psychodynamics held that Mary's problems rested with her unconscious worry about leaving home. Beck's and Ellis's cognitive therapies sought to change her assumptions and beliefs about social interaction. Volpe's behavioral approach tried to improve specific behaviors. Rogers' humanistic approach helped Mary come to terms with herself by supporting her and giving her room to grow.
Though many patients choose to see a therapist individually, sometimes a patient's particular problems are better served by group therapy. Groups can be made up of people who already know each other, like couples or families, or of people whose primary connection is through the group itself. The therapists leading the groups use a variety of therapeutic approaches, sometimes adjusting the style depending on the developing needs of the group. Mary's been happily seeing a humanistic therapist like Carl Rogers for about 20 years. In that time, she's gotten married to a used car salesman named Larry and had a son, Chris, who is now a teenager. She's concerned because Chris has been smoking a lot of marijuana. She's tried to get him to stop, but he doesn't listen. He's smoking enough to interfere with his schoolwork. And he doesn't have many friends. He says that he smokes because Mary is too uptight and puts pressure on him. The situation with Chris is putting stress on her marriage to Larry as well, since he doesn't seem to think it's as big of a deal as she does. Mary decides that it's time the family went in for some group therapy. In family therapy, a therapist will see more than one family member at a time. Sometimes Mary, Larry, and Chris will all go. Sometimes it will just be Chris with one of his parents. Family therapy aims to help them work out conflicts that stem from their family roles and their relationships with each other. Chris links his drug problem to his relationship with his parents, so the therapist works on resolving that. Mary and Larry also decide to try couples therapy, or relationship counseling, to work out problems that have cropped up in how they interact with each other. Larry's dismissiveness of Mary's concerns about Chris makes her think they really need to work on communicating about values and goals. A couples therapist can help them to practice active listening instead of being defensive when they criticize each other. Though the family therapist thinks they're making progress in dealing with the stressful relationships that caused Chris to start smoking pot, she also thinks that Chris could benefit from attending a support group, like Marijuana Anonymous. While family and couples therapy were kinds of group therapy for people who already have established relationships with one another, MA is an example of a kind of group therapy made up of strangers who share certain psychological disorders or problems. Members may be at different stages in dealing with their problem. It can be helpful for those who are less far along, to see others who have dealt with and gotten through similar problems. Freud's concept of transference, in which the patient begins to interact with the therapist as if he were an important person in his life, like his father, comes into play a little differently in group therapy. Group members are encouraged to view each other as siblings, friends, whichever relationships are troubling them in real life, and practice communication styles among each other. Members typically share experiences and get feedback from each other, with the therapist serving as facilitator. Support groups are organized like group therapy, but do without the therapist leader. Like in therapist-led group therapy, members share their experiences and help each other work through problems. Mary, Larry, and Chris's family therapist thinks that Marijuana Anonymous will help supplement Chris's and the family's recovery. So, to sum things up, for families like Mary's, talk therapy among a group instead of one-on-one makes sense. Therapists sometimes work with groups who already know each other, like family members and couples, and sometimes with groups that share a common goal. Group therapy allows the therapy session to focus on interpersonal interaction with communication strategies more than individual therapy. It can also help to see others who are going through the same problem as you. This is a founding principle of non-therapist-led self-help style therapy groups like Alcoholics Anonymous and its offshoots like Marijuana Anonymous. Group therapy can make a therapy session more like a real-world interaction. We usually think of medicine as intended to cure specific physical symptoms, painkillers to help a headache, antibiotics to cure an infection like strep throat. So, how can drugs be designed to affect the mind, achieving specific results like making someone less depressed or getting rid of hallucinations? Like many medicines, the earliest kinds of psychiatric medications were discovered largely by accident. The first antidepressants were intended as treatments for tuberculosis. The first antipsychotics were developed as anesthetics to use during surgery. These medications were found to improve mental functioning by changing brain chemistry in a variety of ways. In general, they change levels of neurotransmitters in the brain. Neurotransmitters are chemicals in the brain that allow brain cells, called neurons, to communicate with each other. Psychologists have noticed that the amounts of certain neurotransmitters in the brains of people with certain disorders are different than in healthy people's brains, leading to the development of drugs that aim to correct these imbalances. Antidepressants change the levels of the neurotransmitters norepinephrine and serotonin, which affect emotion and mood. There are three basic kinds of antidepressants, called MAOIs, monoamine oxidase inhibitors, tricyclics, and SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. They all function a little differently. MAOIs and tricyclics raise both norepinephrine and serotonin levels. SSRIs raise only the levels of serotonin in the brain. This creates fewer side effects than MAOIs or tricyclics, though it does increase sexual side effects like lack of desire and erectile dysfunction. MAOIs have the worst side effects, which is why scientists kept working to make the newer kinds of antidepressants. People who take them must be careful to avoid foods that contain the chemical tyramine. Can you guess what kinds of foods contain tyramine? The best kinds: beer, some cheeses, and cured meats. And if a person messes up and eats these foods anyway, it can produce a fatal interaction with the MAOI. These drugs are usually only recommended to people whose bodies can't tolerate the newer antidepressants. While antidepressants work primarily on norepinephrine and serotonin, antipsychotics work by reducing the activity of a third neurotransmitter called dopamine. Dopamine is the neurotransmitter that regulates pleasure-seeking behavior. You know that rush you get when you get an unexpected reward? Maybe you win at the slot machine, or your boss tells you she's decided to give you a bonus. You feel great because your dopamine levels have spiked. But consistently high levels of dopamine can make you really sensitive to excessive stimulation. And in the case of schizophrenics, this can cause hallucinations and delusions, known as the positive symptoms of schizophrenia. Antipsychotics can help reduce these positive symptoms, called positive not because they are good, but because they are things that are more than what most people experience. Most antipsychotics have little effect on the negative symptoms of schizophrenia, like blunted emotions and loss of pleasure. but a new generation of drugs called atypical antipsychotics has been shown to have some effect. All antipsychotics can cause side effects like drowsiness, tremors, and coordination issues. There is also a very rare nasty side effect called tardive dyskinesia, which is a permanent neurological condition that causes involuntary movements. This condition persists even after treatment with antipsychotics is stopped. Bipolar disorder is most commonly treated with another type of psychiatric medication called lithium. If that sounds familiar from chemistry, you're right. It's an element on the periodic table, and when it's used to treat psychological disorders, it's given in the form of a salt, or a kind of chemical compound that includes the element. Though it's an effective mood stabilizer, the way it works in the brain is still unclear. Treatment with lithium also requires careful monitoring, since the active dose is only slightly less than a toxic dose. Most medications have a much larger gap between these amounts, making accidental overdoses less common. Lithium has a long history of use as medication. It's believed that the ancient Greeks and Romans used spring water containing lithium to treat manic and depressive disorders. In the early 20th century, lithium was an ingredient in a beverage still consumed today, then marketed as a hangover cure. There's no lithium in it anymore, but the drink is, have you guessed it yet? 7-Up. We've gone over 3 major classes of drugs for 3 disorders: antidepressants for major depression, antipsychotics for schizophrenia, and lithium for bipolar disorders. These all work by altering brain chemistry, though in the case of lithium, the exact mechanism is unknown. These drugs can be really helpful to some patients, though psychologists worry about prescribing them without careful consideration or as a substitute for talk therapy. Since many of the drugs do not keep working after a patient stops treatment, many patients take them for a very long time, and such long-term side effects aren't always known. Given these problems, psychiatric medication should be seen as simply one type of therapy, likely to be used alongside other types, and not a be-all and end-all treatment for psychological disorders.
Before psychiatric drugs were developed, psychiatrists sometimes used other biological methods to try to cure or improve their patients' mental health. Therapists understood that changing the body could change the mind, but they didn't have reliable ways of determining targeted biological treatments. Most of these treatments are either no longer used today or are used as last resort options for severe conditions. These psychiatric methods used in the past seem crude compared to today's treatments, but it's worth having at least a basic knowledge of the origin of biological treatments to gain perspective on current treatments and to think about the ethical issues that surround many of these methods. After years working only with talk therapy approaches based on the teachings of Freud, psychiatrists were eager to have options for treating patients that were distinctly medical. These biological treatments seemed, at least at first, much more cut and dry than talking about feelings. However, many medically based treatments were largely ineffective and often cruel, but were pursued, often because doctors felt like they were really doing something for their patients, rather than just talking to them or putting them in mental institutions to live out their days. Electroconvulsive therapy, or abbreviated as ECT, became popular in the 1940s as a treatment for non-responsive patients of many psychological disorders, including depression and schizophrenia. Technicians used electric shocks to give patients seizures that were intended to help them recover. Seizure treatments had been used before, but had required giving patients certain drugs that were expensive and sometimes caused unpredictable reactions. ECT gained notoriety in the 1970s due to high-profile negative portrayals in movies like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. The poet Sylvia Plath described ECT. "By the roots of my hair, some god got hold of me. I sizzled in his blue volts like a desert prophet." You might be surprised, after hearing such a scary, painful-sounding description, to know that ECT is still used today in cases of severe depression. Though there are many people who feel ECT affected them negatively, others report that the treatment really did help them where modern antidepressants failed. A common side effect is memory loss. Because of this, patients are rarely forced to undergo the treatment, and are encouraged to weigh their decision carefully. For some memory loss is worth no longer feeling depressed. For others, this trade-off is unacceptable. Author Ernest Hemingway complained of the treatment. "Well, what is the sense of ruining my head and erasing my memory, which is my capital, and putting me out of business? It was a brilliant cure, but we lost the patient." For someone who wrote fiction for a living, the loss of memory was worse than the depression. Another kind of shock therapy, called insulin shock therapy, was used to treat schizophrenia in the 1930s to 1950s. Patients would receive doses of insulin, a hormone which you may associate with diabetics. The dose would be high enough to put them into a coma. Doctors would carefully monitor the patient's comas, then eventually revive them. Though some studies showed that it helped, usually the patients selected for the treatment were those with the best chances of getting better anyway. Later, doctors found that the insulin itself didn't seem to do anything. Patients who were put into comas by other means had similar results. Insulin treatment had lots of nasty side effects, including massive weight gain, restlessness, and discomfort between treatments. It fell out of mainstream use by the 1960s and is no longer practiced today. A third kind of biological treatment is known as psychosurgery, or the practice of physically altering the human brain in order to bring about psychological results. This is an extreme treatment. Imagine if a scrape on your leg were infected, and after trying lots of things to cure you, doctors eventually just decided to amputate it. Psychosurgery is an attempt to remove or disable a sick part of the brain so that overall mental health is improved. The most well-known type of psychosurgery is the controversial lobotomy, in which the frontal lobes of the brain are removed in an effort to control the violent and unpredictable symptoms of the severely mentally ill. The procedure typically left patients much more docile than before, but without much of their original personality or functioning. Arguments against lobotomies grew after it was graphically portrayed as punishment for a rebellious psychiatric patient in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Lobotomies were largely stopped by the 1970s, but other types of psychosurgery are still performed, although rarely. If other treatments have been ineffective, some surgeons, with patients' consent, will target specific brain areas in order to help regulate their emotions. Biological therapies gave early psychiatrists a chance to use some of the methods of other medical doctors. Frustrated with committing mentally ill people to institutions for the rest of their lives, they tried extreme surgical and medical procedures to try to fix their most difficult patients. Methods like electroconvulsive therapy are still used today in cases of severe depression that are not responsive to other treatments. Insulin shock therapy and lobotomies are no longer performed due to issues of ineffectiveness and ethics. Some limited forms of psychosurgery are still performed, but only with a patient's consent. All biological treatments rest on the idea that the mind and body are connected and represent a move away from Freud's theories of the unconscious as the source of all mental illness.
Why do people act the way they do? How do people learn that certain behaviors are good and others aren't? That's a question that Albert Bandura wanted to answer. Bandura was a famous psychologist in the middle of the 20th century. He was interested in what caused people's behaviors. Most people realize that behaviors were learned in some way. For example, if you have an itch on your arm and you scratch it, you'll feel some sort of relief. You have just learned that scratching an itch feels good. The next time you have an itch, you will be likely to scratch it. But Bandura wondered if people only ever learned through trial and error, or if there was some other way that people learn their behaviors. In other words, is the only way that you might learn to scratch an itch by actually scratching it? Or could you learn from someone else? Bandura believed that people learn from observing the behaviors of others, an idea he called social learning theory. To test his social learning theory, Bandura ran a famous experiment involving a life-size clown doll called a Bobo doll. In the experiment, he let kids watch a video of an adult kicking, punching, and cursing at the doll. Afterwards, he left each kid alone in the room with the Bobo doll and some other toys. The children who had seen the video of the adults beating up the Bobo doll were more likely to kick, punch, or curse at the doll themselves. In other words, they had learned from watching the adults beating up on Bobo. That's all very interesting, but what does it have to do with the real world? How can it help people who struggle with psychological problems? Social learning theory can explain some types of mental disorders. Let's look at an example. Tyler goes to college and sees everyone around him getting drunk several times a week. All of the people who are popular and have lots of friends go out drinking, and they seem to be doing okay. From watching them, Tyler learns that drinking and getting drunk on a regular basis is a good thing. So Tyler begins drinking with all of the other kids. He has a lot of fun, but something isn't quite right with him. He discovers that he can't function without drinking. He doesn't know when or how to stop drinking. Tyler has developed alcoholism, a type of substance use disorder which is considered a psychological disorder. But if social learning theory can help explain how Tyler became an alcoholic, can it also help him break his addiction? To answer that, we have to examine social learning theory a little more closely. There are two types of learning in social learning theory. Number one, negative reinforcement is when a person learns not to do something because the consequences are bad. For example, if the children in Bandura's experiment saw the adult who beat up the Bobo doll get punished, they were less likely to beat up the Bobo doll themselves. Number two, positive reinforcement is when a person learns to do something because the consequences are good. Tyler learned to drink because all he saw was positive reinforcement. The people who drank were being rewarded for their actions by having lots of friends. So if Tyler learned to become an alcoholic through positive reinforcement, perhaps he can learn to break the habit through negative reinforcement. For example, seeing or talking to people who are dying of liver disease from drinking too much, or seeing someone who has lost his job due to addiction, might help Tyler see the negative consequences of drinking. As a result, he might be able to curb his own drinking. But even if Tyler recognizes that there are some serious problems associated with drinking, how does he stop it? Where does he even start to beat addiction? Another area where social learning theory might be helpful in teaching people to overcome psychological disorders like addiction is in skills acquisition. If Tyler doesn't know how to stop drinking, he might never be able to stop even if he understands the negative consequences. But if Tyler learns skills to deal with addiction, he might be able to shake his drinking problem. In this way, talking with people who have recovered from addiction or are recovering from addiction might be helpful to Tyler. He can see what they have done, what has worked and what hasn't, and gain the confidence to try some of the skills and strategies others have employed. An addiction is only one psychological disorder that can be improved with skills acquisition via social learning. For example, if someone has a phobia of rats, watching someone else overcome that same phobia can help the person learn strategies and skills necessary to conquer his or her own phobia. Social learning theory says that people learn behaviors by watching others. For some mental illnesses, like addiction and phobias, this might mean that a person develops a disorder by watching other people be rewarded for that disorder. But it can also influence treatment. Seeing the consequences of negative behaviors can lead to a change through the process of negative reinforcement, while seeing others overcome a disorder can help a person gain the skills they need to also overcome it. Philippe Pinel knew that there was something wrong with the way that mental patients were treated. At the turn of the 19th century, Pinel found himself running a famous psychiatric institution in France. As in other parts of the world, the patients were chained up and subjected to some horrible treatments. At the time, that's the only thing that doctors knew to do for the mentally ill. But Pinel believed that patients would respond better if they were treated with dignity, and so he changed the way he ran his institution. He talked about how people with psychological disorders should be given more freedom, not less, and how they should be treated with respect. Pinel's changes planted a seed that slowly grew over time. Almost 250 years after Pinel first began to talk of changing the way patients were treated, a widespread movement known as deinstitutionalization, or the process of releasing psychological patients into the community and treating them as outpatients, became popular in the United States and many other countries. Deinstitutionalization represented a large step forward for psychological patients. Before, they had been housed in institutions or psychiatric hospitals and kept away from society. But starting in the mid-20th century, the focus shifted to how to treat patients while allowing them to live in society. One important part of deinstitutionalization was the setting up of community mental health centers. These centers, usually funded by the government, provide services to people with psychological issues. Whether for a person with addiction issues, autism, or schizophrenia, community mental health centers offer many programs to help. Let's look closer at two types of programs that community mental health centers offer: prevention and intervention. One goal of community mental health centers is prevention. Prevention focuses on keeping people from developing a mental illness. Let's look at an example. Augie is a freshman in college. Like many young people, he's excited and ready to have a good time. But also like many young people, he sees many of his friends drinking and doing drugs. They all seem to be having a good time. Should Augie join in? Addiction is a very serious problem for many people, and Augie runs the risk of becoming addicted if he begins to party too much. A community health center might run a program aimed at educating young people about the risks of addiction in order to prevent them from developing that particular psychological disorder. Psychological disorders like addiction and eating disorders make particularly good targets for prevention programs. Other mental health programs focused on preventing mental illness might involve trying to stop domestic violence, which can lead to a variety of psychological issues, or building up self-esteem and teaching people how to be resilient to keep them from developing a disorder. But not every mental disorder can be prevented. Sometimes people already have a mental illness. In that case, one thing that a community mental health center might do is have a program focused on preventing the symptoms or side effects of a psychological disorder. This is called intervention. For example, Ollie is having a hard time recently. He's very depressed and has struggled for many years with it. But recently, his depression has gotten worse, and he's contemplating killing himself. Suicide intervention is one key component of many mental health centers. Suicide hotlines and counselors aim to prevent the mental disorder of depression from turning into the side effect of suicide. But suicide isn't the only target for intervention programs. Many disorders, from autism to schizophrenia, affect the way that people interact with those around them. Interventions to help people function better in society are a key area for community mental health. Further, interventions for people who suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder and similar disorders can help people learn to live free of the overwhelming anxiety and stress associated with mental health issues. Deinstitutionalization was a movement in the middle of the 20th century that involved releasing patients from psychiatric hospitals and institutions into mainstream society. In order to provide the patients with mental health services, community mental health centers were funded by the government. These centers focus on two types of programs: ones that stress prevention of mental illness, and ones that involve intervention to treat those who already have a mental illness.
If you're sick with a sore throat, it's fairly easy to tell if a particular treatment has helped. Your throat stops hurting. If you take antibiotics and you feel better, there is little debate about whether a treatment was effective or not. Even with something more complex, like cancer, there are concrete measures that can be used to determine whether a treatment is working. A tumor might shrink, or the cancer might stop spreading. But with psychological disorders, such clear measures are often unavailable. In some cases, improvement might be obvious. For example, if a woman who was unemployed due to severe depression was able to get a job after attending therapy sessions for a while, therapy could be judged as effective in her case, at least in relation to one symptom of her illness. In other cases, even determining whether someone has a mental illness in the first place is difficult. You can imagine, then, how difficult it can be in some cases to tell if a treatment is actually working. There are three main ways in which treatment effectiveness is measured: the patient's own impression of wellness, the therapist's impression, and some controlled research studies. Note that in the realm of physical medicine, the first two methods would be largely irrelevant. A doctor wouldn't simply offer an opinion on whether the patient was better. She'd show real concrete evidence of it. But in the realm of psychology, these methods can be valuable, though flawed, tools for evaluating treatment effectiveness. Obviously, if a patient feels better, that's great. So in one sense, a patient's impressions are extremely important. The goal of therapy is, after all, to restore her to mental and emotional well-being. But for the purposes of determining which treatments are most effective in which situations, there are several problems with a patient's own impressions of her progress. The first is simply that people in distress tend to get better. This is known as regression to the mean, or average, and it's when people have a tendency to move toward an average level of functioning or happiness from whatever state they are in. If you're really happy, you're most likely to get sadder, and if you're really sad, you're most likely to get happier. People spend most of their time feeling average, so moods that are above or below average are likely to return to this average. Secondly, people in therapy expect to get better. You might have heard of the placebo effect. For a quick summary, imagine you have a headache. What do you usually do to fix it? Let's say you take aspirin or some other painkiller, and usually the headache goes away. You expect that when you take aspirin, your head will feel better. Now, let's say your friend, playing a practical joke on you, secretly replaces your aspirin with similar-looking sugar pills. The placebo effect predicts that when you take these sugar pills for your headache, you will still feel at least a little better because you expect to. Some of the effect of the painkiller is that you think you'll get better when you take one. This is especially true of therapy's effect on mental illness, since the symptoms are often much more subjective than a headache to begin with. If patients expect to get better, they probably will, at least in some ways. On a related note, patients sometimes feel like they should be getting better as a way of justifying the effort involved in seeking treatment, going to see the therapist, paying money for sessions or for drugs. It would be difficult to put in this kind of effort while thinking it was all worthless. Therefore, some patients decide to believe in treatment. Therapists' evaluations of patients are subject to all of the same problems as patients' evaluations. They, too, may mistake regression to the mean for positive effects of treatment. They also rely on patient testimony to a certain extent, which may be influenced by the placebo effect or by the justification of effort. Additionally, when therapy is finished, the therapist may continue to hear from patients who are doing well, but not from patients who are dissatisfied. Because therapists are reminded only of the positive results, they overestimate how often their patients have positive results. This is known as the availability heuristic. A non-subjective way to figure out which treatments are best for which disorders is to conduct studies comparing treatments to each other or to placebos, like the sugar pill, though you can probably imagine that the therapy equivalent of sugar pill might be a little more complicated. These kinds of studies have shown that for depression and panic disorders, cognitive therapy is most effective, potentially because these disorders are in part caused by the kind of negative thinking directly addressed by cognitive therapy. For obsessive-compulsive disorder, behavioral therapy and medication work the best to combat the compulsive behaviors and anxiety that characterize these disorders. For specific phobias, systematic desensitization really does help patients face their fears. Studies also isolated certain characteristics of the patient and the therapist that affect how well any of these treatments will work. The patients most likely to get better tend to be motivated to improve and have personalities that lead them to attack problems actively. They are also likely to have strong support from family and friends. Patients least likely to get better tend to think negatively and behave hostilely. For reasons therapists don't thoroughly understand, personality disorders and psychotic disorders, like schizophrenia, tend to have lower rates of recovery in general. Regardless of the strategy they use, therapists who are warm and empathetic tend to have the highest rates of success with their patients. On the other hand, therapists who behave inappropriately can hinder therapeutic progress or even do more harm than good. Therapists who act with prejudice or without understanding of cultural differences between them and their patients can end up making the patient distrustful of the therapist and of therapy in general. Those who, in a Freudian model, try to produce false memories of past trauma can end up setting a patient back in recovery. Finally, it should be obvious that a sexual relationship between a patient and therapist could be harmful to recovery. Still, it happens and is a serious ethical violation. Therapy can only be effective if patients participate. Many feel that there is a stigma associated with people who see therapists, or that therapy is just too expensive. In general, women are more likely to seek help than men. Cultural differences may lead some people to seek more informal advice from friends and family than to see a therapist. In the case of a disorder like schizophrenia, which usually requires medication to successfully manage, cultural barriers can be disruptive to therapy. Additionally, for other disorders, informal support networks may work well. Assessing treatment effectiveness is important for developing standards and giving therapists some guidance about what to try with their patients. While patient and therapist reports are important, after all, improvement that is subjective or the result of a placebo is still improvement. They are not as useful as controlled research studies for determining which treatments work best for certain disorders. Regardless of method, therapists who are warm and encouraging and patients who have large support networks tend to have the most success.
Karen is depressed. She feels blue all the time, and she's lost interest in the people around her. She recently lost her job because she kept missing work when her depression kept her from getting out of bed. Sometimes she just wants to die. Imagine that you're a psychologist and Karen comes to see you. What should you do? How should you treat Karen? Abnormal psychology studies abnormal thoughts, behaviors, and feelings. More specifically, abnormal psychology looks at psychological disorders and how best to treat them. There are many ways to treat a disorder like depression, and the best treatment route often depends on a number of factors. Let's look closer at some of the things that can pose challenges in the treatment of psychological disorders. So, Karen is depressed, and you have to figure out how to treat her. You decide that the best route is through talk therapy and settle in to hear Karen talk about her feelings and problems. But when you ask her about how she's feeling and what she's thinking, Karen doesn't respond. What's going on? There are many reasons why Karen might not feel comfortable talking to a therapist. One of the reasons some people struggle with psychological treatments involves culture or race. Cultural factors can play out in many ways. Some African American patients find it difficult to speak with white therapists. Some Asians feel uncomfortable talking about their emotions, and there are other culture-specific barriers to communication. Speaking openly and understanding Karen's point of view can go a long way towards helping her overcome cultural factors that might make being open and honest difficult. But what if the therapist isn't aware of the cultural factors that might be playing a role in their patient's view of therapy? Whether intentional or unintentional, some therapists are insensitive to cultural factors that might play a role in therapy. As a result, some patients might not receive the best care possible. Another way that culture plays a role in treatment is in the concepts that underlie treatment. In most Western societies, mental health involves feeling autonomous and accomplished. Western patients find self-confidence in being able to control elements of the environment around them. On the other hand, many Eastern cultures value feeling like part of a larger whole and contributing to success without seeking individual accomplishment. They might find self-confidence in interdependence on the people and the environment around them. Sadly, Most psychological treatment is skewed towards the Western view of things, which could pose problems when treating someone who has traditionally Eastern values. Culture is not the only challenge to psychological treatment. Let's go back to the first moment when Karen walks into your office. You have to decide what the best treatment for her is. But how do you choose? Centuries ago, Karen's depression might have been treated by drilling a hole in her head or chaining her up inside an insane asylum. As recently as the middle of the 20th century, she might have been committed to a psychiatric facility where she could have received devastating treatments like electroshock therapy or surgery to remove parts of her brain. At the time that these methods were popular, they were thought to be the best treatments for mental illness. Nowadays, we know that there are dangerous side effects to many of those treatments, and most psychologists use different treatments, like drugs and talk therapy. But how do we know that the treatments being used today are effective? In psychology, treatments are sometimes evaluated for effectiveness in scientific studies. Treatments that have gone through rigorous research are said to be empirically validated. You might be thinking, okay, no problem. Let's just get empirical validation for all the psychological treatments out there. In a perfect world, that's exactly what would happen. Every treatment for every disorder would go through a rigorous set of experiments that would show how effective it actually is. Unfortunately, that's not practical for several reasons. Cost and the sheer number of treatments are two common barriers to empirical validation. In addition, some treatments are not easily tested. For example, many psychologists treat patients with a hybrid of several different types of treatments. They might use a little Freudian psychotherapy, a little behavioral therapy, and maybe also offer medication. These might work well together, but it's difficult to test hybrid treatments like that. Abnormal psychology seeks to understand the psychological disorders and the best way to treat them. There are some challenges that psychologists face when treating patients, though. One is cultural factors like an unwillingness to talk about one's feelings or a focus on non-Western values. Another is the difficulty of gaining empirical validation for the effectiveness of treatment. Martha has a problem. She's in love with a man who doesn't love her. She feels sad and withdraws from her family and friends. She thinks that if he doesn't fall in love with her, she might as well die. Martha is suffering from depression, one of many psychological disorders studied in abnormal psychology. There are many ways to approach abnormality. Some psychologists view disorders like depression as illnesses and treat them with drugs. Some view them as problems with thoughts or behaviors and work to change the way that people act and think. The psychodynamic approach to abnormality says that psychological problems come from our internal urges as well as repressed traumas and emotions. Things that happened in your past can influence the way that you feel today. Because many of the urges, emotions, and traumas that people experience are repressed, they don't always know what is causing their psychological issues. As a result, psychodynamic therapy often focuses on tapping into a person's subconscious. Let's look closer at three key elements of psychodynamic theory: free association, dream interpretation, and catharsis. Imagine that you're a psychologist and Martha comes to visit you. You believe that her depression is stemming from something buried deep within her. Maybe it's a memory, or an emotion, or even just the way that she views the world. But how do you get to whatever it is that's buried deep down? How do you access her subconscious mind when it's hidden even from her? It's not like you can say, "Tell me what's going on in your subconscious," because even Martha doesn't know. Free association is one way that psychodynamic therapists treat patients. It involves asking the client to speak freely anything that comes to mind. It doesn't have to make sense, and it doesn't have to be about their current problem. Instead, the therapist is just asking the patient to say whatever pops into their head. For example, perhaps you have Martha free associate. As she talks, You notice that she mentions things that have to do with her father, smoking, bow ties, cowboy hats, several times. When you dig deeper, you discover that her father was never really there for her. He left when she was only 8 years old, and before that, he wasn't very attentive to her. You think that her current love life issues might stem from her seeking out a man who isn't interested in her, just as her father didn't show much interest in her. Subconsciously, she's reliving the relationship with her father. By figuring out what's driving Martha's problems, you can begin to help her work through them. Free association is one of the key first steps in doing that. Free association isn't the only way to tap into someone's subconscious thoughts, though. In psychodynamic therapy, the therapist often has to interpret or figure out what is really going on below the surface. There are many types of therapist interpretation. We've already seen one of them. When you noticed the reoccurrence of Martha's father in her free association, you interpreted this to mean that he had a specific impact on her current relationship. Another common type of interpretation in psychodynamic therapy is dream interpretation, whereby a patient tells her therapist about a dream she had, and the therapist figures out what symbolic meaning the dream has. Let's look at an example. Martha describes a dream to you. The man she's in love with takes her on a wild trip to the ends of the universe. They are happy and have lots of fun. What could the dream mean? Obviously, Martha isn't really going to jump into a spaceship and travel millions of light years away. So why did she dream that? Perhaps the dream symbolizes how much Martha wants the world around them to fade away. Maybe her friend can't love her because he's too focused on his work, or because he's still hung up on his ex. Or maybe Martha just feels like the real world is intruding upon her fantasy of being with him. Whatever the case, this dream might mean that Martha wants to escape reality and be with the man she loves. Like free association, dream interpretation is about learning what's going on below the surface. But what happens next? How does a psychodynamic therapist actually help someone like Martha become a happier, healthier person? To answer that, let's go back to Martha for a moment. We know that she's in love with a man who doesn't love her back. We know that her father was absent for much of her childhood, and that she's seeking out a man who is as inconsiderate of her as her father was. But just telling her that won't change much. Her feelings and behavior patterns are ingrained very deeply inside her. But what if you put Martha in a time machine and sent her back to her childhood? What if she could return there and feel the pain that she repressed back then when her father rejected her? What if she could confront him and tell him everything that she couldn't put into words as a child? Catharsis is the experience of bringing traumatic, repressed emotions to the surface. It's kind of like a time machine that lets Martha and patients like her re-experience moments in their lives that have informed their choices. By doing that, they can move on. Catharsis is not a quick and easy thing to bring out in a person. Often, it is done during hypnosis, when the person is able to reimagine the situation that has hurt them. Other times, patients experience catharsis after months or even years of talking to a therapist about the tough times in their lives. Despite how difficult it is, psychodynamic therapists believe that it is a powerful tool towards healing. Psychodynamic therapy treats psychological disorders by digging into a person's subconscious. Free association asks the patient to say anything and everything that comes to mind. Patterns and thoughts come out of the subconscious during free association. Another way to get in touch with a person's deepest emotions is through dream interpretation, where a therapist finds the symbolic meaning of a dream. Finally, catharsis is the experience of feeling emotions that have been repressed. It can lead to healing and a healthier, happier life. Tatiana Tarasoff was full of life. She was happy, healthy, and young. A student at the University of California at Berkeley, Tarasoff enjoyed friends and dating. Then, she met Prosenjit Podar. They went on a date that ended in a kiss. He believed that she was the one for him, but she saw it as just a good date. Podar went on to the campus counseling service and talked to a psychologist. He told the therapist that he was upset that Tarasov was still dating other men, and that he wanted to kill her. What happens when someone is a danger to himself or society? What responsibilities do people in the mental health industry have to their patients and to others? These are questions that are often raised in forensic psychology, or the study of the intersection of the law and psychology. There are many ways that the law and psychology overlap. Let's look closer at one dichotomy that often plays out in that arena: the rights of patients versus the rights of society. Imagine that you are the psychologist that Podar talks to. He tells you that he is having fantasies of killing Tatiana Tarasov because she is still interested in other boys. He thinks she should only be interested in him. What do? When someone is a danger to himself or others, he or she can be institutionalized or committed to a psychiatric facility. There are two types of institutionalization: civil commitment and criminal commitment. Though both civil and criminal commitment involve the judicial system, civil commitment happens before someone commits a crime, and criminal commitment happens afterwards. Let's go back to the situation from before. Prosenjit Podar is sitting in your office and says that he wants to hurt Tatiana Tarasov. At that point, you might decide that he is a danger to Tarasov and try to have him institutionalized against his will. Since Podar has not yet hurt Tarasov, he has not committed a crime. As a result, he will go through the civil commitment process. This includes a series of steps that include legal hearings and testimony from a psychologist. The process for civil commitment can be initiated by anyone, which is why there are steps like hearings to protect the rights of the mentally ill and keep people from being institutionalized unless absolutely necessary. So, if Podar tells you that he wants to hurt Tarasov, you might try to have him committed. But let's say for a moment that he didn't go to see a psychologist and never told anyone that he wanted to hurt Tarasov. Instead, he simply attacked her. After he's arrested, he pleads not guilty by reason of insanity. If the jury agrees that he was not guilty by reason of insanity, he might be sentenced to be institutionalized instead of put in prison as he would be if he was found guilty. In both criminal and civil commitment, a person is institutionalized only for as long as it takes for him to cease being a danger to himself or others. Usually, hearings are held at regular intervals to decide whether or not a person is able to be released. With civil and criminal commitment, regulations are in place to balance the need to institutionalize some people to protect the public with the need to protect the rights of the patient. But let's go back to the scenario from before. You are a psychologist and your patient tells you that he wants to hurt someone. What do? In this case, the psychologist has two competing legal obligations that he has to balance. On the one hand, federal and state regulations are in place to protect the confidentiality of the patient. What happens if you leave the session and tell your buddies down at the local pub about how this crazy guy wants to hurt someone? What if he wasn't serious, just blowing off steam, and one of the people at the bar happens to be his boss? Once his boss hears your story, the boss may fire Podar. In this instance, you've caused serious damage to his reputation and to his life. This is why the law dictates that a psychologist cannot share any information about a client except in a very few circumstances. One of those circumstances is when a patient is judged to be an imminent threat to himself or another person. As his psychologist, if you believe that Podar is actually going to hurt Tarasov, you must take reasonable steps to protect Tarasov. The legal requirement known as duty to protect or duty to warn sadly came too late for Tatiana Tarasov. Podar's psychologist warned the campus police, but after talking to the campus police, Podar was allowed to go. No one warned Tarasov, and no action was taken to prevent Podar from hurting her. He would go on to stab and kill Tarasov. When her parents sued the university for not warning Tarasov that Podar was after her, it led to a landmark ruling that mental health professionals have to contact the police or take other reasonable steps to protect the public. In this way, the public's rights outweigh the patient's rights to confidentiality. Forensic psychology lies at the intersection of psychology and the law. If a patient is a danger to himself or another person, a psychologist or someone else can initiate the process of civil commitment. If a person has already committed a crime and pleads not guilty by reason of insanity, he or she might be criminally committed. Finally, psychologists must balance the legal duties of patient confidentiality and the duty to protect the public. Jonathan hears voices. They tell him to do things, and when he doesn't, they keep pestering him. He thinks that if he can just do what the voices tell him, they'll leave him alone. But lately, they've been asking him to do things that he really doesn't want to do, like hurt a girl in his class. He really likes the girl, Sylvia, but if he doesn't hurt her, he's afraid the voices will never go away. He doesn't know what to do. Abnormal psychology is the study of abnormal thoughts, behaviors, and actions. In this field, psychologists study the causes and treatments of all sorts of psychological disorders. Jonathan is suffering from a mental disorder that might lead to him hurting someone. But what happens if he does? The legal system and psychology interact in many different ways. Let's look closer at some of the ways that the court system intervenes, including the concepts of competence and the insanity defense. Forensic psychology is the intersection of psychology and the judicial system. Forensic psychologists may hold a variety of roles within the legal system. One is the evaluation of criminals to determine if they are competent to stand trial. Let's say for a moment that Jonathan listens to the voices in his head and hurts Sylvia. And let's say that he doesn't try to hide it, and the district attorney has a lot of evidence against him. That should be an easy case to try, right? Well, not necessarily. In order to prosecute him, someone like Jonathan has to be evaluated by a psychologist to determine whether or not he is competent to stand trial. What does this mean? He has to understand the nature of the charges against him and be able to cooperate with his defense lawyers. For example, imagine that Jonathan's defense lawyer explained to him what he was being charged with and what might happen if he's found guilty. But no matter how much explaining is done, Jonathan just doesn't understand what's going on. Maybe he's so lost in his own world of voices that he just doesn't understand what's real and what's not anymore. In that case, he might be found incompetent to stand trial. What does this mean for Jonathan? Well, the law varies from state to state, but many criminals who are incompetent to stand trial are committed to state mental institutions and periodically reevaluated. Sometimes this reevaluation leads to release from the mental institution, and sometimes it means that they are found competent and tried at that point. Not being able to tell the difference in reality and hallucinations or delusions is one reason a person may be found psychologically incompetent to stand trial. One other reason that a person may not be competent to stand trial is if he has a severe intellectual disability, which keeps him from functioning at a normal mental level. Other reasons include not being able to read or write, and even severe memory loss. Note that a competency hearing to determine fitness for trial only looks at the patient's current state of mind. Let's say that Jonathan was completely sane when he hurt Sylvia, but soon afterwards he had a psychological break and wasn't competent to stand trial. He would still be incompetent to stand trial, even though he was functioning normally at the time of the crime. But what happens if he wasn't functioning normally at the time of the crime? What happens then? Imagine for a minute that Jonathan understands his charges and is able to help his defense lawyer. But at the time of the crime, he didn't know what he was doing. In that case, his defense team might argue that he is not guilty by reason of insanity. The insanity defense is controversial. The basic gist is this. In order to find a person guilty, the prosecution has to prove that the person committed the crime and that they had a guilty intent. In other words, if a person steals his neighbor's lawnmower because it's exactly like his and he believes it is his, then he cannot be convicted because he did not have the intent to commit a crime. In the world of mental illness, this means that a person who has a mental illness and was not aware of what he was doing at the time of the crime, or was not aware that what he was doing was wrong, he can plead not guilty by reason of insanity. This is the insanity defense. Again, let's go back to Jonathan. He's competent enough to stand trial, but at the time of the crime he was hearing voices in his head that led him to horrific actions. But was he sane enough to understand what he was doing, and to understand that what he was doing was wrong? Maybe or maybe not. In the case of an insanity defense, the accused is evaluated by at least one psychologist. The psychologist's job is to answer those questions. It's not an exact science, which is where the controversy comes in. Some people have undoubtedly played the system and faked being mentally ill, but some people genuinely are mentally ill enough that they are not guilty due to insanity. One famous and controversial case involving the insanity defense is that of James Walcott. In 1967, a 15-year-old Walcott shot and killed his parents and sister. Several psychologists testified that he was a paranoid schizophrenic, and he was found not guilty by reason of insanity. He was committed to a state mental hospital. In 1974, just 7 years after the murders, a jury found that Walcott was sane and released him from the hospital. Walcott went on to go to college, earn a PhD, and become a celebrated professor of psychology at a small college in Illinois. To some, Walcott's story is one of hope. A man who was severely mentally ill turns his life around and lives a productive life. To others, it is a demonstration that he was never really mentally ill and that he got away with murder. There's no way to know which is true. Because psychological diagnosis is an inexact science, there will always be controversy surrounding the insanity defense. Forensic psychology looks at the intersection of the law and psychology. There are two important types of evaluation done by forensic psychologists. Determining competency to stand trial deals with the accused's state of mind at the time of the trial, while determining a person's state of mind at the time of the crime is an important part of testifying at a trial involving the insanity defense.
Imagine that you are a psychologist and Kat comes to see you. She struggles with bipolar disorder. For a while, she'll be very energized and optimistic. Everything seems to fall into place for her, and she can go several days without sleeping. But then, it's like a light switches off inside of her. She becomes despondent and listless. She's exhausted all the time and isn't interested in doing any of the things that she normally finds fun. For years, Kat has been struggling with these swings in her mood and energy levels. But recently things have gotten worse. She's starting to think and talk about hurting herself. Her friends and family are concerned and have forced her to come see you, a psychologist. Whether Kat comes on her own or is forced to come to you by friends and family or through a court order, she has certain rights, and you have certain responsibilities that apply to her and anyone else who seeks or is ordered into therapy. Let's look closer at 3 patient rights within the world of psychology: confidentiality, the right to treatment, and informed consent. So, you're a psychologist, and Kat is under your care for bipolar disorder. One day, as you're working out in the park, you find out that one of your workout buddies is a colleague of Kat's at the company where she works. Kat's coworker says that he's concerned about her. He's seen that she sometimes acts depressed, and he doesn't want her to hurt herself. You tell him that she'll be okay, she's got bipolar disorder, and you're working with her on overcoming her issues. It might seem like you've just done a good thing, reassuring Kat's friend that she'll be okay. But what if he goes to their boss and tells him that Kat has bipolar disorder? What if she gets fired because her boss doesn't want to deal with someone who has a psychological disorder? You've broken one of the main ethical and legal obligations of a psychologist, that of confidentiality. Psychological patients, like medical patients, have the right to talk to their therapist in almost complete confidence. Only under very few circumstances can a psychologist reveal anything about their patients. Confidentiality isn't the only right that patients have. According to a famous article by Morton Birnbaum, psychological patients have a constitutional right to receive such individual treatment as will give them a realistic opportunity to be cured or to improve his or her mental condition. Essentially, Birnbaum argued that psychologists have a duty to provide treatment that will help the patient. What does this mean in practice? Remember that Kat is seeing you because she has bipolar disorder. As her psychologist, your job is to provide her with good treatment. There are essentially two ways you can violate the right to treatment. Number one, you do not provide treatment. If Kat comes to see you and you have her sit in your office, but never talk to her or try to help her in any way, you're not providing treatment. This might seem like an extreme example, and it is, but imagine that instead of your office, Kat is admitted to a psychiatric ward of a hospital. There, she gets her basic needs taken care of, food, water, shelter, but people are so busy that they don't take the time to try to help improve Kat. This is another example of how a patient might not receive treatment. Number two, the other way that you can violate the right to treatment is if you provide her with treatment that does not offer a realistic opportunity to help the patient. Imagine that Kat comes to see you and you talk to her. You know that she has bipolar disorder and that most patients with bipolar disorder respond well to medication and therapy. But instead of giving her medication and therapy, you tell her to watch movies and imitate the way people leading successful lives act. With no evidence that this could help her, you're not providing her with good treatment. But let's say that you're Kat's psychologist and you want to provide her with the best treatment possible. You know that medication is likely going to be part of that treatment, but as with many medications, the mood stabilizers used for bipolar patients come with side effects. What do? Do you just hand over the pills and say, "Here, take these"? An additional patient right is that of informed consent. Informed consent is the idea that a patient must be told about their treatment and its possible effects, and they must agree to the treatment. If you fail to tell Kat about the effects, both positive and negative, of the drugs, then you have violated her right to informed consent because she has not been informed. Likewise, if she refuses to take the pills, you cannot force her to do so except in very few cases. She has not consented. Informed consent has three elements. Number one, disclosure. You must explain the treatment and its effects to Kat. Number two, lack of coercion. You cannot force Kat to agree to the treatment. Number three, competency. If Kat is a minor or is in some way not competent to give consent, you must gain it from a parent or guardian. Informed consent, like confidentiality and right to treatment, is meant to protect the patient from unscrupulous mental health practitioners. It is not only a legal requirement, but an ethical one, and no ethical psychologist will offer treatment without informed consent. Within the mental health profession, there are certain legal and ethical rights that patients have. Confidentiality ensures that patients' privacy is respected by their psychologist. Patients also have the right to treatment, which includes both having treatment provided to them and having the treatment be appropriate for their mental illness. Finally, no treatment may be given without informed consent, which involves disclosing the effects of a treatment to a patient so that he or she can make an informed decision about whether to agree to treatment.